gets a lot colder and they're able to survive up there. And what other things, and for people, how would like to know, how much water have you used to keep, because people say that you gotta keep a lot of water on them as well. Well, what area and how much water? Okay. You can make all sorts of pies and all sorts of goodies with that. You know, these makes a lot of good stuff as well too. The seeds from it. They say they get 35 pounds. They get real big and real heavy. And you see the seeds from here. This plant here, you can use when you buy, when you grow it. It has a wide variety of uses. It helps fend off insects in your garden. Okay. The guy here in the U.S., he's a big old producer of it. And as you have to see his videos to fully understand it, not hear third here saying, but it says a lot about it. Almond. It's a almond plant. Almond. And it's good. You can make dip out of it and all that. Plus, it helps with insects. Okay. Cross-pollination and all that. And it's real good for bacteria. It has a high count for bacteria. Anything to cause it to get sick. The tree and looks like I can't find it. The seeds are inside of the peanut for it to grow in the tree, the dwarf tree. This plant here, these seeds, there's little black seeds. But this, where when mosquitoes or roaches or anything that comes across that the stuff that get on them will die from it. Okay, so you can have quite a few of these plants at your home, and they will help with the population of insects as well. And that's the important thing. What I like about it is if it does that, and it helps out. Keeps your garden healthy and safe. And this is how you need to do it. Light sprinkle of seeds over your soil. And follow the things like it says on here. Okay. like dwarf banana trees. You see the seeds. Dwarf great cherry trees. You know, I'm into like a lot of the dwarf stuff because, yeah, when you get a lot of tall stuff and that stuff falls over and rips up your yard or what, well, if it happens to one, okay, yeah, you can always replace it, but it won't cause no large amount of damage as a full-size tree either. But they get overrated. They get overlooked. Dwarf trees, dwarf plants do. And this is another dwarf tree, and it can't wait for it to get in. Okay, because when I plant it, I would like to see what it all tastes like. Okay. Peppers. Seasoning, it looks like an onion, but yeah, well, it might be. But we'll find out it's a seasoning as well, too. Make your soups, stir fries, and seasonings from it. And it sets up the way it does, and it's pretty neat. And you see how here, how the root, how it grows. A lot of the dwarf trees do it like this, how shallow the roots are. So you gotta remember this, people, when you buy dwarfs, it might, yeah, it's like this on some of them, and some of them might be deep roots, and some are shallow roots like this. You need to find out which one it is, deep or shallow roots of your plants. And for big bananas, you want a big banana tree. I was surprised seeing this. And you see this plant here, and you see the seeds. Have you ever grown any of it, people? This plants, have you grown them? How did they perform for you? And how much produce did it produce for you? Okay? This here is how you, where you make your ketchup and your mustard. This is mustard seed plant, okay? And one thing I found out was good for mustard, when you get burned, put a little bit of mustard and it helps draw the burnness out of your hand. I know, I could burn myself on accident on my hand and I put it, and it relieved pain from it. Mustard seed, and it grows pretty good size in your garden. It just gives you a better idea on things here, what people need to look out for. Okay? These are like cucumbers, I guess. But when you cut them open, they look like cucumbers, but they get red. You gotta follow the things about them. You So you hear that the same plant, but they're in stock. They cut them open and you see them. Like I ask people, have you ever lured them? Where? How do they perform for you? Oh, because we would like to know about it. Cucumber seeds, I think. You see, star fruit. And they got dwarf star trees. Okay. And you see the seeds. Red, big red germs. They look good. These are seeds. We gotta let them dry out. It's where they get ready for planting. And you clean them. You them red flowers, and that's what it looks like when the plant gets on full size. You make your jams. Seeds. Yep. Small miniaturized watermelons. And they are resist tolerant, where they don't get attacked by diseases that easily. Okay. And they do grow and they do grow back wherever you plant them at. That's why you want to make sure wherever you plant stuff like this, and you always want to make sure that the area that you're growing in got space for them. Okay, well you always want to make sure you know how long their internal, that they grow back. And small little white onions, where you make soup. I want to go through and re-show it all to you.
category may also include some humans with mental impairment, and it already includes pregnancies that are in prenatal development. Plaintiffs in a Planned Parenthood case attempted to ask the court to render judgment upon the substance of interveners' initiatives and its constitutionality in advance of an election taking place on the subject. Justice Randy G. Pierce wrote, "This court is without power to interfere with pre-election proposals because to do so may place the administration of government at the footstool of the judiciary. This court will exercise judicial restraint and follow the reasoning of the majority of courts throughout the United States, both federal and state, which have articulated a policy of deference towards direct legislation processes. We cannot invade the territory of the legislature or the electorate to review the substantive validity of a proposed initiative, and thereby we will honor the maxim embodied in the constitutional mandate of separation of powers." Personal identity is problematic because of two issues: the diachronic problem and the synchronic problem. The diachronic problem is the conditions of which a person at one time is still the same person at another time, thereby persisting through time. The synchronic problem is what features and traits characterize a person at a given time. Proposed solutions are continuity of the body, mind and soul, consciousness or memory, personality after death, and the bundle theory of self. The proposal that there are actually no persons or self that persists over time is also an option. According to Black's Law Dictionary, a person is, in general usage, a human being, i.e. natural person, though by statute term may include a firm, labor organization, partnerships, associations, corporations, legal representatives, trustees in bankruptcy, or receivers. To have legal personality means to be capable of having legal rights and duties within a certain legal system, such as to enter into contracts, sue, and be sued. Legal personality is a prerequisite to legal capacity, the ability of any legal person to amend, enter into, transfer, etc., rights and obligations. In international law, consequently, legal personality is a prerequisite for an international organization to be able to sign international treaties in its own name. Legal persons, Latin persona iuris, are of two kinds: natural persons, people, and juridical persons, also called juristic or artificial or fictitious persons, lat persona ficta. Groups of people such as corporations, which are treated by law as if they were persons, while people acquire legal personhood when they are born. Judicial persons do so when they are incorporated in accordance with law. Today, in statutory and corporate law, certain social structures are legally considered persons. In many jurisdictions, some corporations and other legal entities are considered legal persons with standings withstanding to sue or be sued in court. This is known as legal or corporate personhood. H.G. Frankfurt writes that what philosophers have lately come to accept as analysis of the concept of a person is not actually analysis of the concept at all. He suggests that the concept of a person is intimately connected to free will and describes the structure of human volition according to first and second order desires. Besides wanting and choosing and being moved to do this or that, humans may also want to have or not to have certain desires and motives. They are capable of wanting to be different in their preferences and purposes from what they are. Many animals appear to have the capacity for what I shall call first order desires or desires of the first order, which are simply desires to do or not to do one thing or another. No animal other than human, however, appears to have the capability for reflection, self-evaluation that is manifested in the formation of second-order desires. A person is recognized by law as such, not because they are humans, but because rights and duties are ascribed to them. The person is the legal subject or substance of what the rights and duties are attributed. An individual human being having such attributes is what lawyers call a natural person. Representations and symbols are a good way in which to determine how societies have changed over the years. Let us look at the term Goya, for example, or Goy. At one time it represented 70 nations, each with their own language. The total number of children of Shem who went down into Egypt. Each candle of the menorah represented 10 nations, with 7 candles on the menorah. As time went by, though, the term became a racial slur representing the Gentile. There are some who believe that the Great Conspiracy is a hand where the Jews themselves are attempting to subvert the Gentiles in order to rule over them. There are many warnings to the Jews concerning God in the Torah, Talmud, and many other verses written on behalf of the Jewish people. One in particular is the warning to Israel concerning Egypt. We look at the great cathedrals of Europe, temples with images of demons, and the story of creation painted on the walls, ceilings, and windows, gargoyles which guard and protect their entryways. Symbols used for the uneducated in an attempt to bring them into the church, teaching them stories from the Bible. During the Dark Age, people suffered through disease, starvation, war, and strife. Many of the farmers and peasants during the time relied heavily on the church in their monasteries. During the Dark Ages, people experienced times of unanswered prayers and were hoping desperately for their Savior to return. They didn't have the luxuries and technologies of today. They couldn't read a newspaper, watch the news, or check the internet for current events. Freedom of information wasn't a part of the vocabulary either. The church considered a person's body as the property of the church during the Dark Ages. If you went against church teachings, you would be killed. Other religious beliefs were considered false teachings, and any people who didn't worship according to the Catholic Church, were called heretics. Gnostics died because they wouldn't convert, while hatred grew between Jews and Christians throughout Europe. During the Spanish Inquisition, Jews were forced to leave Spain to convert to Christianity. Muslims were exiled, and many Jews left with them because a lot of Jews and Muslims were also put to death. Since the Jewish Revolution against Rome, Jews were repeatedly expelled from one country after another. Today we take the word anti-Semitic for granted, but in early years it was actually a huge movement throughout Europe. The Catholic Church constantly accused the Jews of worshiping Lilith while sacrificing Gentile children on Sabbath. A few children were even considered Catholic saints, while court cases occurred in criminal courts. This isn't to say the accusations were true, only that it happened. If honestly looked at, though, you can easily connect the dots. These same tactics used against the Jews were the same used during the witch hunts and directly connected to the Catholic Church. New societies emerged that believed the Christian God to really be the evil, while some rejected him altogether. Some claimed the devil was God and the Hebrew God was the devil in disguise. Some people believe we should combine all religions into one. Others believe we are genetically manufactured, organic machines who are given emotions. The principle of vacuum theory believes that out of nothing something is created. We can free ourselves of dogma, which is plaguing society. Out of nothing something emerges, but does this really lead to nowhere? If we believe in the endless and bottomless pit, what becomes of us? Do we still place value on human life? Why the need of a new belief system, some would ask. Look at all the prayers given asking for protection in return for our love. The good deeds done in the name of a Creator who just doesn't seem to care. He will emerge from this very eclectic personal experience, both practical and theoretic, of the master of thought, a quest for the essential gesture and fundamental laws that govern natural forces, but also an initiatory and utopian vision of the Superman in a Nietzsche sense. The first ferments thus formulated of a possible spiritual transmutation of the individual in the faith in this way of human perfectibility through what the Master Aor named the sense of excess, will be explained in 3 controversial works: The Call of Fire, which was in 1925, Adam the Red Man in 1927, and The Doctrine in 1928. Egyptology and Pythagorean symbolism. After settling in Gracie in the Alpes de Huati province in 1932, René Swaller returned to a less external search. He sailed in the Mediterranean until 1937 on 2 yachts, Brownskin and Aesius II, to the sources of the Hermetic thought of the ancients, from Algeria to Greece, passing by a long halt in Mallorca, in the monastery where lived the author of Ars Brevis, Raymond Lull, 1232 to 1315. He soon obtained for himself and his family a visa for Egypt from King Farouk just before the Second World War. On vacation at the Winter Palace in Luxor, Upper Egypt, René Swaller remained there until 1951, thanks to the Luxor Group between 1943 and 1951, which he then animated with lectures, with the respective contributions of his collaborators, among they former Egyptologists of the IFAO, such as Alexander Verrill between 1909 and 1951, or Clement Ribichan, who lived between 1904 to 2002. He brings new fundamental notions relating to the mysteries of the architects of ancient Egypt, where Pythagoras came to draw some of his mathematical knowledge. It will be for René Swaller and his team to produce a series of Kabbalistic invariants from Egyptian temples in the sulphurous domain of symbolists and Kabbalists Egyptology, transparency of columns with curved hieroglyphs, symbolic reuse of shards, illustrated pavements, some temples in the form of Masonic, etc. All these discoveries being still questionable among contemporary Egyptologists. 2-3. The position taken by John Cocteau, Cocteau, in his Diary of a Theatrical Tour, Malesh Gilmard, 1949, in favor of symbolist Egyptology. Settled permanently in the Mas de Cagagno near Grasse in 1952 until his death, René Swaller will try to perfect, surrounded by his wife, his son-in-law, John
Lammy and his beautiful daughter Lucy Lammy or Larai. That it looks like two R's or an M. It's Lamy or Larry. His spiritual quest. He will participate in the 1950s in the first Congress of the Association for the Scientific Study of Symbolism, founded in Geneva by Dr. Moise Ingelsson, René Swaller having gathered around him since his return in France. Some disciples, including Pierre Mariel, who lived between 1900 to 1980, Mounir Hafez, who lived between 1911 to 1998, Arpej Mkhitaryan, who lived between 1911 to 2004, or the former guardian of the Valley of the Kings, Alexandre Stepelaire. He created the Ta Marie Group, which was between 1954 to 1956. The activities of this last canonical, for lack of sufficient hearing to formalize it, will cease quickly. Posterity. The deeply philosophical culture of René Swaller will remain marked by the thought of the German alchemists of the 15th and 16th century. We must not neglect his contribution in the maintenance of the myth of the adept Falconelli through its proven relationship today with Julian Champagne, who lived between 1877 to 1932. Yeah, that's right. In alchemy, René Swaller will constantly raise in his writings the influence of another mentality, that of the ancients, that should be able to wake up at the dawn of the 21st century, more intuitive, more synthetic, and less discursive mentality. This is what he will call all his life the intelligence of the heart, a new form of intelligence that is essentially based on the traditional school of thought, that of primitive Pythagoreanism, dear to the original movement of Freemasonry. The Hermetic Swallerian doctrine, influenced also by Paracelsus, will be the so-called anthropocosmic, one whose education base is symbolic and its natural signatures. For René Swaller de Lebig's, this will be a return to the initiatory thought put under the bushel throughout the centuries by a line of adepts close to the initiatory movement of the Knights Templar, pursued by the Roman Episcopate. The masterpiece of René Swaller de Lebig's will remain the Temple of Man. 3 volumes, ed. Character, Paris, 1957. Where the author will have been able to reveal the amplitude of his
cosmic doctrine on a philosophical level, but also by scholarly mathematical demonstrations related to the golden ratio, with the thesis of an ancient Egypt rooted in the theocratic mysticism based on a sacred geometry. Main works: From the Symbol and Symbolic, La Cambre, Paris, 1960. Study on the Numbers, Bookstore of Independent Art, Paris, 1970. Risu Axis, Monday. ISBN 2905-9670-080. Egyptian Tarot Game. Gutenberg reprint, J.C. Bailey, Paris, 1988. ISBN 28655405154. The Doctrine, Private Edition, Montpellier, St. Moritz, 1928. Reissue, Axis Mundi. ISBN 2905-96703X. The Call of Fire, Montpellier, St. Moritz, 1926. Reissue, The Emerald The Emerald Table. ISBN 291494607. The Egyptian Miracle Call, Homo Sapiens, Flammarion, Paris, 1963. Reissue, Call, Field, ed. Flammarion, ISBN 20808-10316. The King of the Pharaonic Theocracy, Call, Homo Sapiens, Flammarion, 1961. Reissue, Champ, ed. Flammarion, ISBN 2082102149. Dissertation of a Pharaonic Stela, IMPR. Schindler, Cairo, 1946. Reissue, Call. Mundus Imaginalis, ed. Tricorn, Geneva, 2004. ISBN 9-782829-302770. The Temple and Man Volumes, IMPR. Schindler, Cairo, 1949. Reissue, Derby Books. ISBN 284-454-0856. The Temple of Man, 1957. 3 vols in box set. Tonight I am doing the show later in the afternoon. The reason for that is because I am going to start doing
I am going to start doing a simulcast for Dragus Productions on Wednesday nights. So from this point on, I will be doing late night episodes of Esoteric Agenda on Wednesdays. And yeah, I think that that'll be the best way to do it anyhow, because that's probably more of a, it would be a more adequate um, time of the day to actually be doing it. So with this, I should actually, yeah, it's actually got everything in it. I'm really surprised on X Pro. It transferred the whole information and stuff off of Rumble to it, so we got that taken care of. I'm really impressed. It did the same thing on Twitch. It's pretty good. Now, D Live, I've been having issues with D Live here lately. I don't know how well that's going to work. It keeps driving me nuts. So I'm just going to keep things going, see what happens. There we go. Got to switch the name on Kick. I've still got it under Dragus Productions. Can't believe it did that. Let me go in here. Oh, I can't believe I did that, I should say. This is Esoteric Agenda, guys. It's not Dragus Productions on Kick, just so you guys know. Everything seems to be okay. So it looks like I am set up and ready to go. I'm so sick of having to deal with D Live tonight, so I'm not even going to play like I even care, to be honest with you. It's just, it really, really does get on your nerves. Hit save. I don't know. You would think they would actually be professional about the way they do their stuff, but yeah, I'm not going to deal with it no more. There goes D Live. It's done for the night, and here we go. So, I'd like to welcome everybody to the show. Welcome you back to another episode of Esoteric Agenda here on the wonderful world of weirdness. I'm Roger Hanson, and I will be your host for tonight. We are getting back into where we started or left off. I was talking about Astanas when it comes to ancient alchemy last week. That's where I finished off. But this week I also want to go back over Magnum Mater, which is really, believe it or not, it actually is very important when it comes to esoterics and like the beginnings and stuff. After that, I'm going to go a little bit over Astanas again. And then we are also going to kind of delve into a little bit about what these books of Sibel, the Sibelic books, I guess you could call them, what those are all about. We'll kind of get an idea of what they're about, and it's going to be a pretty interesting show. This is the stuff that I've always been wanting to get into and discuss. These are newer episodes of the Esoteric Agenda, episodes that I've been putting on the wonderful world of weirdness. You'll see the 15-minute clips that I had or that I have going on my channels for Rumble as well as YouTube with a wonderful world of weirdness. And those are old content that I had when I was first starting out and I was getting into some stuff. I'm still going to be going down that kind of a road on those topics, but this is kind of diving into some of the stuff that I've learned since then and that I've wanted to go over. And that's basically what I'm doing now. I'm going to be talking about the esoterics. So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get on to the reading. Now, the image of Magna Mater, seated on a throne with lions at her side, symbolizes her dominion over nature and wild beasts. The lions were not merely decorative, but were embodiments of untamed power, suggesting that the goddess had authority over life forces that were beyond human control. To be enthroned between them conveyed both mystery and harmony with the primordial energies of the natural world. This was especially important in a cult that celebrated fertility, cycles of death and rebirth, and ecstatic union with divine powers. Esoterically, the throne represented the divine sovereignty and immovability, a seat between opposing forces symbolized by the lions. In many mystical systems, dual guardians, whether animal, deities, or elemental powers, represented the balance between chaos and order, wilderness and civilization. In this way, the enthroned goddess became the axis or still center of the world, reflecting the concept of the omphalos, or world navel, from which all life sprang, and to which all returned. The lions themselves were also linked to solar energy, fire, and protective strength. Their presence signified the protective and purifying powers of the goddess, as well as the transformative nature of her rites. In Phrygian and Roman ritual, worshippers of Magna Mater underwent states of ecstasy, trance, and even self-wounding or castration in imitation of the goddess's consort Attis. These intense practices were believed to connect the soul to divine forces, often visualized through symbolic images like the lion-flanked throne, which communicated divine authority and initiation into mysteries. The Sibylline books were a collection of prophetic utterances believed to have been delivered by the Sibyls, women inspired by the gods who were regarded as oracles in the Greco-Roman world. These books, written in Greek hexameter verse, were not public documents, but sacred texts stored in the temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill in Rome. They played a significant role in the religious and political life of ancient Rome, particularly during times of crisis. According to tradition, the Sibylline books first came to Rome during the reign of Tarquinius Superbus, the last of the Roman kings. A mysterious woman, identified later as the Cumaean Sibyl, offered 9 prophetic books to the king. who refused to buy them due to the high price. After burning 3 of them, she offered the remaining 6 for the same price. When the king refused again, she burned 3 more. Finally, only when 3 books remained, he agreed to purchase them at the original price. These surviving books were then housed in the temple and guarded by special priests known as quindecimviri sacris faciundis, who were charged with consulting them only at the command of the Senate. The books were not a means of everyday divination or personal prophecy. They were reserved for extraordinary circumstances such as plagues, military disasters, omens, or portents. When Rome faced such dangers, the Senate would instruct the priest to consult the books for guidance on what rituals or foreign deities might appease the gods and restore divine favor. These consultations often led to the introduction of new cults or festivals into Roman religious practices, such as the importance of the cult of Magna Mater from Phrygia during the Second Punic War, an event deeply tied to omens and the Sibylline instructions. The Sibylline books reflected a syncretic religious philosophy. Though written in Greek, the original and no, though written in Greek and originally derived from the Hellenic world, they were seamlessly woven into Roman state religion. Their influence allowed for the introduction of foreign gods and rituals in a controlled manner, reinforcing the Roman belief that they could secure divine favor by honoring all the gods, both native and foreign. The original Sibylline books were destroyed in 83 BCE when the temple of Jupiter Capitolinus burned. In response, the Senate ordered that a new collection be assembled. Priests were sent across the Roman world to collect similar prophetic writings attributed to various Sibyllists. These new texts were compiled and kept under official guard, continuing to serve as a sacred advisory resource until at least the 4th century CE. Throughout Roman history, the Sibylline books served as a religious and political tool affirming the power of the Senate and affirm the power of the Senate to interpret divine will and control religious innovation. They also embodied a deep reverence for prophecy and fate, suggesting that the destiny of the state was written in the stars and could be deciphered by those entrusted with sacred knowledge. Even after the rise of Christianity, the image of the Sibyl endured in literature and art, sometimes repurposed as a pagan voice foretelling the coming of Christ, illustrating how deeply rooted their authority was in the Roman spiritual imagination. The Quindecimviri, formerly known as the Quindecimviri Sacris Fusiandes were a powerful college of 15 priests in ancient Rome who held custodianship over the Sibylline books. These texts believed to contain prophetic messages from the Sibyl were consulted by the Roman state in times of great crisis, uncertainty, or prodigies. The role of the quindecimviri was highly sacred and political, blending the domains of divine revelation and civic governance. Their name meaning 15 men for performing sacred rites reflects their number, which was increased from the original duo of the earlier duumviri, who first held this responsibility. The origin of the college stretches back to the early republic, and its responsibilities expanded over time. The Sibylline books, believed to have been brought from Comae, were kept in the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill. The quindecimviri were summoned when unusual phenomena occurred: lightning striking the temple, monstrous births. Unusual phenomena occurred, like eclipses or plagues. Upon consultation, they would interpret the verses and recommend specific rituals, sacrifices, or the introduction of new deities into the Roman pantheon to restore harmony with the gods. Their influence became especially visual during moments when Rome integrated foreign cults, such as the Sibyl from Phrygia. Now, when omens were interpreted as indicating a need for the Magna Mater, it was the quindecimviri who facilitated her reception into Rome, along with organizing the rituals that surrounded her cult. They were also deeply involved in decisions concerning ludi, or public games, often advising which festivals should be instituted or expanded to appease divine forces. While their actions were religious, their authority could heavily influence politics, especially in times when public anxiety was high and supernatural interpretations guided major state decisions. Members of the quindecimviri were typically drawn from Rome's elite class. Their tenure was for life, and their positions were both prestigious and secretive. Due to the sanctity of their office and the sensitivity of the Sibylline verses, their interpretations and rituals were shrouded in secrecy, with severe penalties for revealing or misusing the knowledge they guarded. Over time, as Rome's religious system grew more elaborate, the college's role remained crucial in bridging human affairs with divine will. Mount Ida holds a prominent place in ancient mysticism, mythology, and religious tradition, especially within the cultural landscape of both Crete and the Troad. region of Anatolia, where two different mountains shared the same name. Each had its own rich mythological associations with spiritual significance. In Crete, Mount Ida was considered the most sacred mountain of the island and was deeply woven into the mythos of the earliest Greek traditions. It was believed to be the birthplace, or at least the secret childhood home of the god Zeus. According to legend, Rhea, the mother of Zeus, hid him in a cave on Mount Ida to protect him from being devoured by his father, Kronos. In that cave, Zeus was nursed by the divine goat, Amalthea, while a group of armed dancers known as the Choretus clashed their weapons to drown out the infant's cries. The mountain thus became a place associated with concealment, initiation, and divine protection, giving it a mystical status in the minds of ancient worshippers. The cave on Mount Ida in Crete became a sacred site for pilgrimage, initiation rites, and mystery traditions. It was associated not only with the divine infancy of Zeus, but also with later Orphic and Dionysian rites. These mystery schools often viewed the cave and the mountain itself as symbolic representations of the womb of the cosmos, a point of origin and regeneration, making it a spiritually potent location for initiates seeking transformation and divine contact. In the Troad region of Anatolia, another Mount Ida stood near ancient Troy. This version of Mount Ida was sacred to several deities and figures prominently in Homeric and post-Homeric myth. It was considered the dwelling place of the gods during the Trojan War, a seat from which they observed the affairs of mortals. The mountain was also sacred to Cybele, the Magna Mater, or Great Mother, whose cult was deeply entrenched in the Phrygian and Anatolian landscapes. The wilderness of the mountain, it's associated with untamed nature and the connection to the mother goddess, tied to the rites of fertility, ecstatic worship, and cosmic renewal. In mystical terms, Mount Ida represented more than a physical location. It stood as a symbolic axis, a link between the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. Its caves, peaks, and secret groves became metaphors for the hidden places of divine knowledge and transformation. To be initiated on or near Mount Ida was to enter into a sacred relationship with the ancient power of birth, protection, and revelation. Over time, mystics, philosophers, and poets continued to draw upon the imagery of Mount Ida in their spiritual and esoteric writings. The mountain became a literary and philosophical archetype representing the hidden maternal source of wisdom and power in the universe. whether as a cradle of Zeus or the sacred space of the Great Mother. Mount Ida's mystical aura endured long after the official cults disappeared, leaving a lasting imprint on the Western imagination. Mount Ida, in its sacred geography, refers to two different but equally revered mountains in the ancient world, one in Phrygia, in western Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey, and another in Crete. Both mountains became central to religious mythologies, but the Phrygian mountain Ida is the one most commonly associated with the Magna Mater, or Cybele, and with the title Idaean. The Phrygian Mount Ida rises near the ancient city of Troy, and it was venerated as a liminal place between the human and divine. It is described in myth and cult as covered with dense forest, hidden caverns, and teeming with wildlife. This geography gave it a mystical character. In myths, such landscapes were often portals to the divine or place where divine presence was most strongly felt. In the case of Cybele, the mountains symbolized her domain, wild, fertile, dangerous, and untamed. Her priests, the Galli, would reenact her myths in rites that mirrored the mountain's rawness. Bloodletting, music, dance, and trance were all meant to align the human body with the rhythms of the natural world. On this mountain, caves were believed to be entrances to deeper mysteries, echoing with the divine voice of the goddess. These caves often served as sites for ritual initiation, prophecy, or ecstatic experience. The sound of drums and cymbals would reverberate off the rocks, enhancing the sensory experience of her ceremonies. The lion, her frequent animal companion and symbolic guardian, was drawn from the actual fauna of the Anatolian landscape, further rooting her in the land. A high altitude, approximately to the sky, the natural seclusion of Mount Ida made it a favored place for divine births, vision, and transformation. The story of Attis, who castrated himself under a pine tree on the mountain, is part of this sacred landscape. The pine tree itself was sacred and grew along the mountain's slopes. Its resin and evergreen character symbolized death and rebirth, fitting the seasonal myths of Cybele and Attis. In the Roman world, even though the actual rituals were transplanted to new cities and temples, the idea of Mount Ida remains symbolically powerful. The stone believed to embody the goddess, brought to Rome from Pessinus in Phrygia, was referred to as coming from the Idaean mother, emphasizing its origin in this sacred geography. The Idian identity preserved the spiritual authority and raw chthonic energy of the Anatolian wilderness, even when transplanted into urban imperial contexts. The Sibylline books and the Sibylline oracles are not the same, although they share a similar name and prophetic theme. They differ in origin, purpose, context, and cultural context, or content and cultural context. The Sibylline books were a set of prophetic writings kept by the ancient Romans. According to traditions, these books were acquired by King Tarquinius Superbus, the last king of Rome, from a mysterious woman believed to be the Cumaean Sibyl. She originally offered 9 books, like I said before, for a steep price, and when he refused, she burned 3. She repeated this until he accepted the final 3 at the original price. Now, these books, written in Greek hexameter, were stored in the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill and guarded by a group of priests known as the Quindecima Viri, which I've already covered. Now, they were not made public and were only consulted in times of crisis, such as plagues or wars. Now, the priest would interpret specific passages thought to contain divine guidance for resolving the situation. Again, the original books were lost in a fire in 83 BCE, and Roman authorities later tried to reconstruct them using similar writings gathered from across the empire. Now, the Sibylline oracles, on the other hand, were a later collection of texts written from the 2nd century BCE through the early Christian era. These writings were created by Jewish and Christian authorities who adopted the persona of the Sibyl to deliver religious messages. Unlike the Sibylline books, which were controlled by the Roman state, the Sibylline oracles were widely circulated. They used the respected figure of the Sibyl to convey monotheistic ideas, prophecies, messianic hopes, and critiques of Roman paganism. These oracles were written in the same poetic style, often in Greek, but their themes were shaped by Jewish theology and later Christian beliefs, including warnings of divine judgment and calls for repentance. I just wanted to make it point blank clear that there are differences between those 2 books, just so you guys know, because that is a very, very important thing to distinguish when you go on the internet or wherever you go and you look this information up. Don't mistake the 2. There's the Sibylline oracles, and then there's the Sibylline books, which is before them, and that was used by the Romans and the Greeks and the Phrygians. So there are 2 different ones. So after making that distinction, I'm going to move on to the myth of Cupid and Psyche, which originated from the Roman novel Metamorphosis by Aquilius in the 2nd century, which is a rich allegory of the soul's journey towards divine union. And it holds a deep esoteric and mystical and it holds deep esoteric and mystical implications, particularly when explored through the lens of the illumination of the unseen. Psyche, whose name means soul in Greek, is a mortal woman of such beauty that she begins to rival Venus, the goddess of love. Offended, Venus sends her son Cupid to punish Psyche by making her fall in love with a monster. However, Cupid himself is struck by her beauty and secretly becomes her lover. He visits her only at night and forbids her from looking upon his face. Their love remains hidden in darkness, a metaphor for an initial phase of blind devotion or faith in the unknown, a love without sight, belief without understanding. This nocturnal relationship represents the early stages of a spiritual journey. The psyche experiences intimacy with the divine, yet without full awareness or comprehension. She exists in a sacred mystery, but the veil is not yet lifted. Eventually driven by curiosity and doubt, Psyche lights a lamp while Cupid sleeps and gazes upon him, revealing the god's radiant form. But in doing so, she breaks the taboo, spilling hot oil and awakening him. He flees, and she is left alone and desolate. This act of illumination, of seeking to see what was hidden, marks a pivotal moment. It reflects the soul's desire for gnosis, for knowledge that transcends mere belief. To see the divine clearly, Psyche must suffer, endure trials, and undergo transformation. Venus imposes a series of impossible tasks, each one symbolizing a stage of inner purification and spiritual refinement. With divine help, Psyche completes these trials, indicating that true enlightenment is not achieved through curiosity alone, but through humility, perseverance, and grace. The final stage of Psyche's journey occurs when she is granted immortality by Jupiter, allowing her to be united with Cupid on equal terms. Their union is now visible, open, and eternal. This consummation represents the perfected soul in harmony with divine love, the reunion of mortal and immortal, human and God, soul and spirit. In esoteric traditions, the myth serves as a blueprint for inner initiation. The unseen lover is the divine presence concealed in the darkened chambers of the soul. The lamp is the spark of awakening, or of awakened consciousness, and the trials represent stages of alchemical or mystical development. Psyche's journey from ignorance to illumination, from blindness to vision, reflects the fundamental transformation sought by mystics, philosophers, and seekers of hidden truth. Metamorphosis, also known as The Golden Ass, is a Latin novel written in the 2nd century by Apuleius, a Roman author from the North African province of Numidia. It is the only complete Roman novel that has survived in its entirety and is a unique work in both structure and tone, blending comedy, magic, mysticism, and philosophy. The story presents a rich tapestry of ancient beliefs and practices, woven together through a deeply symbolic narrative of transformation. The central character is Lucius, a curious and impulsive young man who becomes obsessed with learning the secrets of magic. While staying in Thessaly, a region in Greece associated with witchcraft, he becomes involved with a woman named Fotis, who serves as a powerful sorceress. Through a series of reckless decisions, Lucius decides to transform himself into a bird using one of the sorceress's potions, but he mistakenly turns into a donkey instead. This transformation sets in motion a long and often humiliating journey through a wide range of human experiences. As a donkey, Lucius is subjected to abuse, ridicule, and suffering at the hands of many owners. Throughout his trials, Lucius is exposed to various aspects of human behavior, both base and noble, and the novel takes the reader through bawdy tales, gruesome scenes, romantic episodes, and moments of dark humor. Each episode carries an undertone of philosophical meaning, suggesting that Lucius's animal state reflects the soul's imprisonment in the flesh and the suffering it must endure before awakening. The turning point of the story comes when Lucius, in despair and yearning for deliverance, prays to the goddess Isis under a full moon. She appears to him in a dream, majestic and radiant, and promises to restore him to human form if he commits himself to her service and undergoes initiation into her mysteries. After following her instructions and eating consecrated roses during a public festival, Lucius regains his human form. From that point on, he devotes himself to the worship of Isis and later Serapis, undergoing religious initiation rites that suggest a mystical transformation of the soul. The theme of metamorphosis operates on many levels: physical, psychological, moral, and spiritual. Lucia's journey from man to beast and back again mirrors the Platonic and Hermetic idea that the soul descends into matter, forgets its divine origin and must struggle to return to a state of unity within the divine. The suffering he endures as a donkey reflects the soul's trials in the material world, and the help he receives from Isis represents divine grace that comes after sincere supplication and inner readiness. Metamorphosis is also significant for its embedded myths, most notably the tale of Cupid and Psyche, which serves as a story within the story. This myth echoes and deepens the larger themes of transformation, divine love, and the hidden path to spiritual awakening. In Metamorphosis by Aquarius, magic serves a dual purpose. It entertains through dramatic, often humorous and grotesque episodes, and it also operates as a profound mystical element that leads towards inner transformation and divine revelation. The novel shifts between these two functions, using magic both as spectacle and as a symbol of the soul's journey towards enlightenment. On the entertaining side, Aquarius fills the novel with vivid scenes of magical misfires, witches transforming into animals, love potions gone wrong, and all sorts of comical and tragic consequences. These episodes captivate the reader with suspense and curiosity, offering an exotic world filled with enchantment and supernatural beings. The protagonist, Lucius, is driven by an almost childlike curiosity towards magic, particularly the secrets held by witches. His obsession leads him to spy on forbidden rituals and experiment recklessly, which ultimately causes his transformation into a donkey. This narrative arc provides a vehicle for satire, social commentary, and spectacle. But beneath this surface of magical entertainment lies another layer, mystical silence that surrounds the true mysteries. As Lucius journeys through degradation and suffering in his animal form, the playful and sometimes chaotic magic of the early chapters gradually gives way to sacred magic. When he finally encounters the goddess Isis, the tone changes. Isis does not reveal her mysteries in open detail. Instead, Aquarius emphasizes that what Lucius experiences during his initiation must remain secret. The silence that surrounds these rites points to their sacredness, suggesting that some truths lie beyond words and are only to be experienced directly. This mystical silence contrasts sharply with the noisy, flamboyant magic of the earlier parts of the book, where witches boast about their power and spells are performed with dramatic flair. The mysteries of Isis are shrouded in reverence and quiet transformation. The shift reflects a movement from external magic, the manipulation of the world through words and objects, towards internal transformation, the awakening of the soul to its divine origin. The novel never breaks this silence by revealing the actual rituals in detail, which not only respects the ancient mystery traditions Apuleius is portraying, but also invites the reader into a posture of reflection rather than spectacle. This silence carries weight, signaling that the most important changes are not those seen outwardly, but those that happen inwardly and in communion with the divine. In The Golden Ass by Apuleius, the theme of seeing the truth unfolds through the intricate use of color and visual imagery that transcends mere decoration. Colors in their narrative, or no, colors in this narrative often signal layers of meaning tied to spiritual insight, deception, transformative, and ultimately revolution or revelation. The protagonist, Lucius, undergoes a metamorphic, not just of form, from man to ass and back, but also to perception, moving from a superficial attraction to appear to a deeper, no, to appearances, to a deeper, more sacred understanding of reality. At the beginning of the story, Lucius is captivated by what he sees: glamorous people, seductive women, exotic magic. His obsession with outward appearance and desire for knowledge is purely sensory and egotistical. Color in these early scenes tend to be gaudy or sensual, evoking lust and illusion. Bright fabrics, glowing skin, or the rich hues of magical potions all lure him towards surface level experiences. These colorful attractions often lead to deception, such as when witches or sorceresses use beautiful appearances to mask their darker natures. In these cases, color represents illusion, the veil that conceals the true nature of things. As Lucius endures hardship in his asinine form, his ability to see beyond appearances slowly begins to develop. The physical world no longer dazzles him. Instead, he begins to long for truth, meaning, and spiritual clarity. The role of color shifts in this process when the goddess Isis appears to him near the end of his journey. She is described in dazzling yet harmonious detail, draped in garments of multiple colors that shimmer with symbolic meaning. Unlike the chaotic and sensual colors of the earlier chapters, her radiant garments symbolizes unity, divine wisdom, and cosmic order. The vision of Isis is not a deceptive spectacle, but a true revelation, a moment where color becomes a window to the divine rather than a distraction from it. This shift from artificial to sacred color suggests a spiritual progression. Lucius has moved from being overwhelmed by appearance to understanding how true insight comes from seeing beneath the surface. The color gold, especially, carries deep resonance. It appears in connection with Isis and divine mysteries, not only recalling the title, the golden ass, but also evoking the idea of inner transformation, as in alchemical transmutation from base metal to gold. In this context, gold becomes the color of truth, something that can only be obtained through suffering, purification, and divine grace. In The Golden Ass by Apuleius, the figure of Isis marks a crucial turning point in the novel's treatment of magic, shifting it from the chaotic, deceptive realm of witchcraft to the structured, redemptive space of mystery religion. This transition reflects not only Lucius's personal journey, but also the broader cultural continuity between popular magical practices and former mystery cults in the Roman world. Magic, in this context, evolves from being a dangerous tool used for personal gratification or control into a sacred medium of divine connection and transformation. At the beginning of the narrative, magic is depicted as subversive and unpredictable. The witches and enchantresses that fascinate Lucius use spells and potions for seduction, revenge, and metamorphosis. Their power is both alluring and threatening, rooted in secrecy and chaos. Lucius's own transformation into a donkey results from dabbling in this unstable realm of magic, which is depicted as uncontrolled and morally ambiguous. The woman he encounters, especially the witch Pamphile, represent a darker, uncontrolled side of feminine magical power that is tied to lust and personal desire. However, as Lucius endures suffering and begins to seek salvation, the tone of magic changes. It becomes associated less with personal manipulation and more with cosmic harmony and divine will. This shift culminates in his vision of Isis, a goddess who embodies order, wisdom, and spiritual rebirth. Her rituals, unlike the spells of the witches, are solemn, structured, and initiatory. They are not used for petty control, but for guiding the soul through purification and enlightenment. The rituals of the mystery cult of Isis, as described in the later chapters, retain certain elements familiar from earlier depictions of magic, such as secret rites, sacred formulas, and symbolic acts, but they now serve a higher purpose. They provide continuity between the magical world Lucius was initially drawn to and the structured path of spiritual ascent he ultimately chooses. What was once chaotic becomes sacred. What was secretive and dangerous becomes transformative and redemptive. This continuity suggests that Apuleius did not view magic and religion as wholly opposed. Rather, he presents them as part of a spectrum. At one end of At one end is private, uncontrolled witchcraft, and at the other, divinely sanctioned mystery cults. Both involved both involve knowledge of hidden forces, but the difference lies in intention, moral framework, and cosmic alignment. Through Isis, magic is reclaimed and sanctified. It becomes a tool not of illusion, but of initiation, guiding the seeker from ignorance to divine truth. Thus, Apuleius weaves a narrative that honors the mystery tradition while acknowledging the reality of more common magical practices. He presents Isis not as a break from the magical world, but as its fulfillment, magic refined and elevated, pointing the way towards a deeper, more enduring spiritual path. Much of the material explored in this inquiry reveals deep and meaningful correlation with alchemy, understood both in its practical and spiritual dimensions. Alchemy was never just the transformation of base metals into gold. It was a philosophical and mystical system rooted in the idea of transmutation, purification, and spiritual ascent. The figures, symbols, rituals, and sacred themes presented throughout this research share fundamental principles with the alchemical worldview. Astonis, a central figure in this exploration, represents a symbolic founder of esoteric alchemy. His teachings, whether preserved through legend or allegorical texts, revolve around the necessity of meditation and transformation. Whether speaking of material processes or the evolution of the soul, Astonis emphasizes that no element could ascend to a purer state without a bridge or guide. His worldview mirrors alchemical doctrines that stress purification, disintegration, and recombination as essential steps in both spiritual and physical elevation. The notion of divine intermediaries and the concept of a cosmic spark or logos also aligns with alchemical beliefs. These ideas suggest that hidden within matter is a divine essence or soul that can be liberated. The logos serves as a guiding principle, bridging the earthly with the divine. The correspondence between the microcosm and macrocosm, or the inner soul and outer soul, lies at the heart of alchemical philosophy. The mythological themes surrounding the goddess Cybele Attis and the rituals associated with them are steeped in symbolic resonance. The story of Attis, particularly his death beneath the pine tree and his self-castration, represents the symbolic surrender of the physical self and base desire to attain spiritual rebirth. This ritual death and renewal is a core metaphor in alchemical initiation. The pine tree, often linked with sacred knowledge and transformation, connects symbolically to esoteric themes, including the pine cone, which has been interpreted as a symbol of the inner eye or higher consciousness. The Gali, priests of Cybele, who engaged in acts of ecstatic devotion and self-renunciation, reflect the alchemical theme of dissolving the ego to make way for a higher self. The practices of ritual madness and sacrifice represents a passage through symbolic death, echoing the tumultuous emotional and psychological stages an alchemist might endure on the path of enlightenment. Trance states, dream incubation, and divinatory practices also have a clear parallel in alchemical tradition. These techniques were employed to receive guidance, symbolic visions, or initiatic wisdom, much like the emblematic language of alchemical manuscripts. The revelations received during altered states were understood as containing encoded truths accessible only to the spiritually prepared. The Roman virtue of pietas and the serious consultation of oracles and sacred rituals also intersects with alchemical principles. Alchemists approach their work with a spirit of reverence and spiritual purity. Just as Roman ritual requires correct alignment with the divine, so too did the alchemists need to cultivate moral discipline and harmony with cosmic forces before beginning their operations. The sacred black stone associated with Cybele, brought from Mount Ida, symbolizes the divine essence within matter. Stones often appear in alchemical symbolism as the raw material or prima materia that must be worked upon to reveal the inner light. The stone's divine origin and connection to sacred geography underscores its role as a physical embodiment of spiritual potential, much like the Philosopher's Stone in alchemy. The Sibylline books, deeply mysterious and oracular in nature, reflects the alchemical practice of embedding divine knowledge in symbolic language. These books were believed to hold secrets of divine destiny, divine will, and cosmic cycles, concepts that are equally central to alchemical literature, which is filled with prophetic visions, allegories, and hidden meanings. meant only for the initiated. In the tale of Aquilius's golden ass, the protagonist's the protagonist's descent into animal form and ultimate redemption through the goddess Isis mirrors the alchemical process. His transformation back into a human being represents the final stage of the the magnum opus, the culmination of purification and spiritual insight. The emphasis on mystical silence and hidden initiation in the novel also echoes the guarded transmission of alchemical wisdom. Together, all these traditions, whether they arise from Roman cults, Phrygian mysteries, Greek myths, or Egyptian rites, demonstrate a unified vision of transformation. They illustrate the belief that the human soul can ascend from ignorance and corruption to enlightenment and purity, provided it undergoes the proper stages of dissolution, sacrifice, revelation, and union with the divine. This is the alchemical journey hidden in plain sight across the ancient world. So I was really, really amazed with this because I didn't think that I would be able to go this deep into it and cover some of these ancient stories that actually go with a lot of things that have to do with esotericism and especially with alchemy, ancient alchemy on top of it. That's the one thing that I did want to focus on. Now, if I continue with the whole topic of Osanus or not, I I don't know. But I will tell you that I do enjoy getting to the uh, ancient alchemy part of everything because I know that, well, I like to call it the hip and updated new version of alchemy, but that's what it is when you hear people discuss a lot of the newer stuff that was put down in text in the Middle Ages. That's really not the same as the ancient alchemy that was written back during the time of Moses or even Jesus or during their time periods and what a lot of that actually meant within those texts is there's a lot of alchemy in religious doctrine and religious text that people are completely unaware of, and that stuff just fascinates me when it comes to all of that. Now, I hope I was able to go over the all of the stuff that I wanted to go over tonight, but I'm not quite sure if I did or not. Now, tonight I have been streaming on Rumble, X, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. If you guys want to find me on Kick, you can find me at Roger Hanson at Infamous OG 1973. If you want to find me on X, you can find me at Roger Hanson at ROGLOL 1973. On Twitch, I go by Infamous 1969. And on Kick, I am Roger _ Hanson. I believe I'm also Roger underscore Hanson on D Live as well, which I'm not streaming tonight. But if you guys want to catch me there, you can catch me there as well. Now on YouTube, I am on The Wonderful World of Weirdness at The Wonderful World of Weirdness. I also put my streams and my episodes on my other channel that's like this called Strange Stories. If you want to find out what that is, you can find it in uh, my suggested um, channels on my timeline. I think for YouTube. But if you don't want to do that, you can just watch it here on the Wonderful World of Weirdness on Rumble and YouTube. Now on X, Twitch, Kick, and D Live, I just do my streams as Roger Hanson. I don't have any kind of channel or anything that's specifically for the Wonderful World of Weirdness or Strange Stories, but you guys can still see me there. I also have the Wonderful World of Weirdness on Teams as well as Discord, so you guys can reach out to me on those VoIPs as well. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, especially make comments down in the comment section. You do not realize how much you can help by just making a comment in the comment section. That's a big deal. Besides that, I've said it over and over again. I enjoy getting comments, feedback, having a conversation in the comment section. So please leave a comment, give some feedback, or just say hi. I hope you guys have a good night, um, a good morning, good afternoon, whatever time of the day it is for you. It's midnight, 12:21 here in the central time zone of the United States. I'm in southern Illinois, so hope you guys enjoyed. And with that, I am going to go ahead and end the episode. Talk to you later. Okay, before I get started, I am going to do a sound test. I'm running a little bit late, and I do apologize, everybody, so be patient with me. Been having be patient. I have had some issues lately with sleeping, so I've got to deal with that. I actually overslept big time, so I am going to be doing my show quite a bit late. I'm also going to have to do it solo because Mark Edwardy has a lot of work on his workload, basically, I guess you could say. So I'm gonna do this solo. It's fine because most of it is actually, well, this part is going to be a little bit of kind of recapping. Uh, I have to go over some stuff that I previously went over before, but there's a little bit of a twist to it. So it does need to. I will be going over some of the stuff I discussed with Mark Edworthy earlier, which is fine. That's actually kind of fits in with it today, anyhow, because I need to actually uh, just kind of recap so that when Mark wants to come back, at least we're still right on task with one another. So it sounds like all of the audio is working fine. I just went in and checked D Live, I should probably go and check Twitch and Kick too, because on my last stream, I wasn't. It didn't stream on Kick for some reason, so that was pretty odd. Especially considering it was Dragus Productions when I was doing that one. I couldn't believe that happened. So I'm actually wanting to start at the top of the hour. Okay, so it sounds good on Twitch. Let me go check Kick, make sure it's working. Okay, yeah, it's up and running. And before I get started, I do want to apologize to everybody on Kick for not being able to stream Dragus Production yesterday. I had some issues with my Rumble Studios. It for some reason did not work on Kick, so I apologize about that. So we do have 3 minutes left, or 7 minutes left. Yeah, 7 minutes before the top of the hour. I may go ahead and get this going so that I can get through it. I have everything outlined and ready to go all the way up until the interim between World War One and World War Two. I'm not going to go through all of that tonight, of course, but I do have to go and do some recap on some of the topics we talked about in the last episode. So, and don't worry about it. It's from a different angle, basically, something that I didn't want to leave out of the talking points. And like I said, right now Mark Edworthy has a pretty heavy workload in the morning, so it's putting a lot of strain on him when it comes to working and then having to be on here in the afternoon. So this was completely my fault that he wasn't able to be on the show tonight, because I ended up having some issues and couldn't do this until late at night. So let me go ahead, do my introduction, and we will get on with the show. So, hello everybody and welcome back. I'm Roger Hanson, and tonight I will be your host here on Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. You can find us at Rumble and at YouTube under the Praetorian. You can also find us on Kick at Roger_Hanson, as well as DLive at Roger_Hanson. Now, I also stream live on Twitch. I don't store the recording for these, but you can catch me live on there at Infamous 1969. So with that being said, I am going to go ahead and get on with the show. Now, last week, we had gone over some stuff that I may have to go back over again this week, because in the past episodes, we've so far covered the radicalism in Europe, as well as kind of went over the difference between radicalism and liberalism, or being a classic liberal during that time period. From that, we also talked about being a realist, or actually Romanticism and Enlightenment, the difference between that. And then we started discussing being a realist, what it means when you say that you're a realist. As well as that, with Romanticism, we went from there into ethno-nationalist movements that were taking place within Europe. And that's where things started picking up. Now, we're still talking about realists, but eventually that term is going to change as well. And it's going to be within these topics in the next 3 episodes, where we start getting to the bread and butter of what what what's starting to take place here. You'll see the word realist change, and you'll also hear find out a little bit more about the romantic movement and what's the difference between romanticism and idealism. That is one of that's a big reason why I wanted to go back over some of the stuff so that I can kind of make a differentiation between the two, because it's a small difference, but it matters. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, the whole socialist movement that took place within Europe was a very, very complex. It was very complex in how it happened. So, like I said in my previous episodes, again, we're not going to cover like every single detail of what happened when it came to Europe after the French Revolution, all the way up until now. But we will use the format that I laid out, because I feel that it kind of brings out more when it comes to the storyline and what actually took place within Europe. So, with that being said, I will go ahead and get into it. Now, in the late 18th century, European intellectual life underwent a dramatic shift. Okay, for most of the Enlightenment, the prevailing thought emphasized rationalism, empiricism, and material explanations for the world. Now, the age was dominated by thinkers like Voltaire, Diderot, and Hume, who championed reason, observable evidence, and the natural sciences as the surest way to understand reality. This intellectual climate had its own revolutionary power. It broke the dominance of religious dogma, for one, and that's in many areas, and encouraged the development of constitutional government, also human rights, and it also even delved into scientific method as well. Now, by the end of the century, a reaction began to emerge against what a lot of people felt was a cold, mechanistic worldview that neglected the inner life of the human spirit, basically. Now, I'm getting messages from Mr. Robot, so you gotta excuse me. Now, idealism is where I get into all of this, okay? Now, just like Romanticism, they felt the same way about this mechanistic worldview, okay, that the realists were and the enlightened, the so-called enlightened, were putting out, okay. That in effect caused a reaction that created what was later known, what would be known as the age of Romanticism. And we also have now idealism. Now, when you sit and you hear people talking all the time about ideology, your ideologies and idealists, being an idealist, or ideological viewpoints, stuff like that. That's what they're talking about here. It's a philosophical ideology, philosophical idealist. Okay, and what they did is they rejected the notion that reality could be fully explained through material causes alone. Okay. In their view, consciousness, ideas, and the human mind were like they weren't a secondary. They weren't secondary reflections of a physical world. They were the primary forces that shaped our experiences. Um, for example, when it comes to Kant, okay, Kant's critical philosophy had already destabilized the purely empirical worldview, uh, and that was by him arguing that the mind actively structures the way we perceive the world. Now, his successors, like Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, so that I can point this out, is one of the reasons why I wanted to go back over this, because it was mentioned in our comment section about Hegel. And I want to be very sure that people do understand about Hegel. Um, there's a differentiate. There's a there's a difference between Hegel being an idealist rather than classic uh, a libertarian or a liberal. You know what I mean? Believing in the classic liberal constitutional ideologies. And this kind of gets into it. Now these guys, they push for ideas, or they push their ideas basically further. They or they push Kant's ideas further, I should say, developing like elaborate systems in which human history, moral law, and even nature itself was supported as a part of a dynamic unfolding of reason or spirit. Now, Hegel, in particular, offered a sweeping interpretation of history as the gradual realization of human freedom through the dialectical movement of ideas. Now, for Hegel, nations and states weren't arbitrary political units. They were living embodiments of the world spirit, each with a role to play in advancing the moral and political progress of humanity, basically. Now, this philosophical foundation provided later nationalists with a powerful justification. Okay, their own nation's development was not a matter of self-interest, but part of the inevitable march of history. So, while idealism worked in the philosophical field, you have to also look at romanticism. Now, romanticism was developing as a parallel movement, basically, in the cultural sphere through literature, art, music, and historical imagination. Now, it also rejected the Enlightenment's focus on universal reason, but its emphasis was on the primacy of emotion, imagination, and the unique individuality of human beings. Now, you had Romantic poets and painters who celebrated the sublime in nature, the mysteries of the human heart, and the particular traditions of local cultures, things of that nature. They valued intuition over cold calculation, passion over rigid logic, stuff of that nature. Now, one of romanticism's defining features was its fascination with the past, especially when it came to the medieval era. Now, in an age when industrialization was transforming landscapes and uprooting traditional ways of life, romantics turned to folk tales, also heroic epics and ancient legends, and they used it as sources of cultural renewal. Now, they saw these traditions not only as something beautiful, but also the authentic spirit of the people. concept that tied closely to the emerging notion of the Volksgeist, or the spirit of the people. Now, that was introduced by Johann Gottfried Herder. All right, and Herder's ideas, or his idea, was that each people possessed a unique collective identity shaped by its language, customs, and history. Now, this identity wasn't abstract or interchangeable. It was rooted in lived experience and expressed in art, song, and shared memory. Now, now, ideas like this resonated deeply with both romantic artists and philosophical idealists. For the romantics, it justified the celebration of local traditions. For the idealists, it connected each people's cultural life to like the grand history that was unfolding of spirit, you know. Now, it was in the early 19th century that these two current philosophical idealisms, these two currents, philosophical idealism and cultural romanticism, began to merge in ways that would profoundly shape political thought. Now, romanticism gave idealist philosophy a vivid cultural language and emotional power. Idealism gave romanticism nationalism, a philosophical depth and historical mission. Now, take for instance Fichte's addresses to the German nation that was delivered in 1808 while Berlin was under French occupation, which, by the way, I'm glad I went back and started doing this again, because whenever I talk about like French occupation of Germany, I always talk about the Weimar Republic. And to be honest, I didn't even know that there was a French occupation in 1808 until I started going back through all of this. And realized that there was a previous occupation before the Weimar Republic, where France had occupied Berlin. Now, with that being said, I will move on with what I was saying about Fichte's address to the German nation. Now, drawing on both Herder's cultural concepts and his own idealist philosophy, Fichte argued that the German people had a special moral, spiritual role to play in humanity's development. Now, this wasn't just a call for philosophical independence. It was a vision of national renewal grounded in education, culture, and a revival of the German language. Now, speeches like this turned the abstract ideals of philosophy into like rally cries for political and cultural movements. Similar to that, romantic artists and composers began to infuse their work with themes of national identity. There was folklore melodies that were incorporated into symphonies, historical novels, romanticized the deeds of national heroes. Painters depicted historical scenes that became part of the collective memory, basically. Now, this cultural revival wasn't just aesthetically appealing. It was also politically potent. It built a shared sense of belonging and purpose among people who might never meet in person. It was a fusion of romanticism and idealism into what would be called romantic nationalism, and that that would eventually be transformed into the concept of the nation. No longer was their nation merely defined by its political borders or ruling dynasty. Instead, it was seen as a living entity with its own personality, destiny, and moral mission. Um, this is where the term love of country became more than loyalty to a government. It became a deep, almost spiritual attachment to a shared heritage. In many cases, this romantic nationalism began like as a force for liberation. People living under imperial rule, such as the Italians under Austrian domination, the Poles under Russian and Prussian control, or the Greeks under Ottoman authority. They all saw in romantic nationalism a justification for independence. So the celebration of folk culture, language, and historical memory became acts of resistance against assimilation or suppression. Uh, but the same qualities that made romantic nationalism inspiring also contained the seeds of exclusion. When the Volksgeist was defined too narrowly, it could be used to argue that only people of a certain ethnic or cultural heritage truly belong to that nation. Outsiders, whether defined by religion, language, or ethnicity, can be cast as threats to the nation's purity. Now, over time, this shift from cultural pride to cultural exclusivity marked the transition towards ethno-nationalism. And we've gone over a lot of this in the previous episode, but I wanted to kind of go over this a little bit more with the whole idea of what idealism was. Okay. So this actually was what marked the transition towards ethno-nationalism. Now, in Eastern Europe, Romantic nationalism found expression in movements like Pan-Slavism, which envisioned the unity of all Slavic people based on a shared language, roots, cultural traditions, and historical experiences. Initially, Pan-Slavism was a broad cultural movement. Literary societies exchanged folklore collections. Historians traced common origins, and poets celebrated Slavic heroism. The language in this area is what really provoked a lot of these guys who are idealists, because they were always being attacked by the realists because of a lot of their beliefs. They would start talking about heroism, of ancient battles and things of that nature. And they also had this really they had this really hardcore belief that if you didn't speak their language, you didn't belong. Okay, and that's where you come up with this term that people here in the United States use a lot: if you don't speak our language, go home. That is basically where a lot of this came from. It erupted through Pan-Slavism, and it gets pretty interesting even from this, because this, when you start learning about the Slavs and you start learning about the region, you start realizing that Germany wasn't the only ones that was involved in all this. You know what I mean? Pan-Slavism, Pan-Russianism, I guess you could say they were all intertwined in it. Well, let me just uh, go further, and then you'll understand what I'm saying. Now, as the 19th century progressed, the movement took on an increasingly political dimension. Russia, as the largest Slavic state, began to position itself as the natural protector of Slavic people. Now, this laid the groundwork for Pan-Russianism, related but more narrowly focused ideology. The unity of East Slavic people under Russian leadership. Now, Pan-Russianism blended romanticized images of Russia's vast landscapes and Orthodox faith with the idealist notion that the Russian nation had a historical mission to safeguard traditional values against the perceived moral decay of the West. The appeal of these movements were very powerful. They offered a sense of belonging to communities spread across vast distances, and they imbued political aspirations with a sense of historical inevitability. They also carried exclusionary implications, as non Slavic minorities often found themselves cast as outsiders within the national vision. Over time, these ideas contributed to political tensions that played out not only in cultural debates but also in military conflicts. Now we go back into ethno-nationalists. Okay, the ethno-nationalist turn wasn't inevitable, but it became increasingly likely. Okay, as romantic nationalisms merged with the political realities of the late 19th century. Now, as literacy rates rose and mass media expanded, nationalist narratives could reach wider audiences than ever before. Newspapers, novels, school texts, and political monuments all reinforced a particular vision of national identity, one that often centered on the majority ethnic group. Now, industrialization and urbanization also played a role as well. Now, as people moved from rural villages to growing cities, traditional communities, and their bond eventually began to weaken. National identity offered a new form of belonging, one that could unite individuals across regions, but also draw sharp lines between us and them. Politicians, seeing the mobilizing power of nationalist sentiment, began to use it strategically. Sometimes it was to rally resistance against foreign domination, sometimes to consolidate power within multi-ethnic states. And that was also by promoting the culture of the dominant group. The idealist philosophy that had once envisioned nations as complementary actors and a shared historical drama could also be narrowed into a belief that one's own nation was uniquely virtuous and destined to lead or dominate others. Romanticism's celebration of cultural uniqueness could also be weaponized into suspicion or hostility towards those who didn't share the same heritage. Now, in this way, The blend of idealism and romanticism, which was once a force of liberation, became a tool of exclusion and conflict. By the early 20th century, the legacy of romantic nationalism was very complex. On one hand, it had inspired movements that led to the creation of unification of modern states, such as Italy and Germany. It had preserved the revived cultural traditions that might otherwise have been lost. It had given people under imperial rule a vision of self determination and dignity. Now, on the other hand, though, the same ideas had also been used to justify marginalization or persecution of minorities, to promote aggressive expansionism, and to frame international politics in terms of cultural and radical competition. Now, in the Balkans, romantic nationalist visions contributed to the tensions that erupted in the Balkan Wars and set the stage for the First World War. Now, in Russia, Pan-Slavism and Pan-Russianism intertwined with imperial ambitions, shaping policy and domestic attitudes towards non-Slavic populations. Now, by the close of the 18th century, European political thought was in flux. The Enlightenment had succeeded in breaking the monopoly of religious authority over state governance and had promoted the use of rational inquiry in political decision making. But in doing so, it created a mechanistic view of the world and humanity, one in which individuals were essentially interchangeable units bound by abstract social contracts. For some thinkers, this vision ignored the moral and spiritual dimensions of political life. Philosophical idealism emerged as an alternative. Kant's critical philosophy, like I said before, had already destabilized pure imperialism by asserting that the human mind actively shapes perception. Now, again, let me also go back over and say again, his successors in the German philosophical tradition, such as Fichte, Schelling, and most significantly Hegel, reimagined the state as more than an administrative apparatus. For them, the state was the concrete manifestation of a nation's moral will, a living embodiment of historical purpose. Now, in Hegel's view, the unfolding of history was the story of human freedom becoming more fully realized. The nations were the agents of that process. Now, this made the state not just a political entity, but the moral custodian of its people's historical mission, basically. Now, this concept gave later nationalist leaders a powerful intellectual justification. If the state was the vessel of a unique moral spirit, then strengthening and defending it was a moral imperative. Now, while idealist philosophers were reshaping the theoretical foundations of the state, romanticists were redefining the way people saw themselves as members of a community. Now, Romanticism, like I said, also rejected the Enlightenment's universalism and emphasized the uniqueness of individual cultures. Figures like Johann Gottfried Herder advanced the notion of Volkgeist, which I had already discussed. And that is basically the collective spirit of the people. And that would be expressed through shared languages, customs, and traditions. Now, the Volkgeist, Herder argued, was the true source of the nation's vitality. This is where I get into the Volkgeist because earlier I didn't really cover that all that much, so I'm going to start talking more about this. Now, although Romanticism was primarily like a cultural movement, um, its impact on politics it was pretty substantial. Cultural revival became a political tool, though. It was used for language reforms, historical preservation projects, and the collection of folklore. Um, and these weren't like mere acts of scholarship. They were like steps towards unifying a population around a shared identity, basically, which I've said a couple times. Now, the multi ethnic empires such as Austria Hungary, Russia, and the Ottoman Empire, these in these empires, these movements could actually foster political agitation. And they did that by reminding people of their distinct heritage, you know what I mean? Now, the political translation of romantic and idealist thoughts became visible more in the early 19th century during the Napoleonic Wars. Occupied people across Europe began to see the struggles that they were going through, not just as fights against a foreign ruler, but as a grand historical mission to restore the sovereignty of their national spirit, you know, things of that nature. Now, this brings us back to Fikes' 1808 addresses to the German nation, um, which crystallized this transformation basically. Now, his call for moral and cultural renewal in Germany, um, it was a philosophical argument, but it was also a political rally cry. Now, from there, romantic nationalism spread into political movements that sought either unification or independence. That's when we start hearing about Italy's Risorgimento. Okay, the Risorgimento, which sought to consolidate fragmented states into a single Italian nation within Italy. Um, Now, after that, you had Germany as well, which we've been talking a lot about. Now, in the German states, the push for unification, it was tied to the idea of fulfilling the German people's historical mission, culminating in the formation of the German Empire, which took place in 1871. Now, in Eastern Europe, Romantic nationalism it did inspire independent movements among the Poles, the Czechs, the Serbs, all who sought to free themselves from imperial domination. In Eastern Europe, Romantic nationalism often took the form of broader pan-nationalist movements too, and that brings us into most notably Pan-Slavism. Now, initially, Pan-Slavism was a cultural and intellectual movement that emphasized shared linguistics and cultural roots. And that was all among the Slavic people. With that, conferences, scholarly exchange, and historical research uh, aimed at strengthening ties among these populations were taking place. Um, but like I said before, the potential for pan-Slavic Slavism uh, also became apparent, when it came to other movements like the Russian or other, especially when it came to the Russian Empire, because they were the most powerful Slavic state. They began to adopt pan-Slavic rhetoric, and they used it as a tool of foreign policy, basically. Now Russia started to present itself as like the protector of all the Slavs. Um, that was in order for Russia to justify intervention in the Balkans and occupy, uh, um, or it, well, not only that, but opposition. It was about being opposition to the Ottomans as well as the Austro-Hungarian Empire. To be honest, um, now this approach it eventually evolved into what would later be called Pan-Russianism, and I've said it before. The vision to it, it basically became narrowed. Okay, the vision to emphasize the unity of East Slavic people like Russians, Ukrainians, the Belarusians. Uh, that's what they wanted. They wanted to emphasize the unity of these people. You know, and they wanted to do it under Russian leadership. So these movements weren't just abstract. You know what I mean? They directly influenced policy decisions, such as Russia's involvement in the Crimean War, its role in the Balkan uprisings, and its justification for expanding influence in Eastern Europe. They also fueled suspicion towards non-Slavic minorities, which eventually contributed to social tensions, and this would sometimes erupt into violence. So while Romantic nationalism often began as an inclusive cultural revival, it frequently evolved into what would be called ethno-nationalism. And that's a belief that the state should represent and protect a specific ethnic group above all others. So the romantic idea of cultural uniqueness combined with the idealist vision of the state as the embodiment of a people's moral will is what made this transformation possible. Now, the late 19th century saw ethno-nationalist policies uh, which emerged all across Europe. In the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Magyarization, Magyarization policies, I always have a hard time with words like that, sought to promote Hungarian language and culture over others. And that was one of the biggest issues when it came to language. They wanted to start making it to where this was the national language. If you didn't speak this language, then you were breaking the law, basically. You know what I mean? You had to learn how to speak the Hungarian language. And that caused a lot of tension. That actually was uh, a big issue that led up to the two world wars, to be honest with you. Um, that became a real big cultural issue in the region. Um, Now, in the Russian Empire, Russification aimed to assimilate minority populations, often at the expense of their native languages and traditions. In newly unified Germany and Italy, political leaders emphasized cultural homogeny as essential to national growth. Ethno-nationalism was not only about cultural assimilation, it could also justify the exclusion or persecution of minority groups. This was seen in the pogroms against Jews in the Russian Empire during the late 19th and early 20th century, as well as similar acts of violence against Roma communities. Now, these actions were rationalized by defending the authentic nation, okay, from elements perceived as alien or harmful. Now, a crucial aspect of political nationalism was the construction and use of national myths. Leaders and intellectuals often selected particular historical events, battles, or heroes to symbolize the nation's character and destiny. These myths were not always accurate historical accounts. They were narratives designed to inspire loyalty and justify political goals. A good example of that would be in the Balkans, the memory of the 1389 Battle of Kosovo. That became a central symbol of Serbian national identity. Now, in Poland, the partitions of the 18th century were framed as like a martyrdom that proved the nation's resilience. Now, these narratives were taught in schools. They were celebrated in public ceremonies and used to mobilize public opinion during times of crisis. The political utility of these myths lay in their ability to simplify complex histories into emotional, powerful stories. They created a shared sense of purpose and unity, but they also reinforced division with neighboring peoples, particularly when the same historical events were remembered differently or in direct opposition by others. The philosophical underpinnings of idealism had a direct impact on how nationalist movements understood the role of the state. Now, if the state was the manifestation of a nation's moral will, then strengthening the state was not simply a matter of policy. It was, like I said before, it was a moral duty. This view justified both internal reforms aimed at consolidating power and external policies that aimed at expanding influence. This takes you into what I wanted to hold off on because eventually we're going to get into this, but this is the turning point. This is where we start discussing, we get down to what actually was the first beginnings of what would eventually become Nazi Germany, basically. Now, I thought about how I wanted to approach this, and I think the best way for me to really do this is, bring up the Bismarck, the ship. Everybody's always talking about the Bismarck and how it was sunk. but not too many people know who Bismarck was, who the man was that this ship was named after. And in order for you to really understand what took place in Europe that led up to the First and Second World War, you need to understand the history of Germany. And to do that, you need to learn about Bismarck. Bismarck also played a very, very important role when it came to the creation of socialism as a welfare state, basically. Um, what we would commonly call frickin' socialism today isn't necessarily um, what socialists were back then, because in the early days of socialism, see, they didn't want to um, they didn't want to conquer a government or an economy system. They wanted to, well, they wanted to and then, use that. They wanted to actually take it over, destroy it, and build from the ground up. Okay. Now Bismarck did something that would eventually be a part of everything that we know of when it comes to socialism. This is where romanticism and ideology merge with realism. To be honest, to be fair, this is where it all culminates, and this is where we eventually get what we know today as socialism. Um, Now, Bismarck's real politic in Germany, it was pragmatic in execution. Don't get me wrong. Okay, it drew on this deep ideological justification. Okay, and what it drew on is, if the state was the manifestation of a nation's moral will, then strengthening the state was not simply a matter of policy; it was a moral duty. Okay. Now, like I said before, this justified both internal reforms aimed at consolidating power, as well as external policies that aimed at expanding influence. Bismarck's real politic in Germany was a part of that. Now, his goal was unifying Germany under Prussian leadership, and that was framed as fulfilling the German nation's historical mission, according to him. Now, similarly, Italian leaders like Cavour used both diplomacy and war to bring about unification, portraying the process as the realization of Italy's rightful place among nations. In Russia, the autocracy embraced a form of state idealism that linked the Tsar, or the Tsar's authority, to the preservation of the Russian people's spirit and cultural essence. This allowed the regime to present its policies, whether domestic centralization or foreign intervention, as morally necessary for the protection and advancement of the nation. Now, the fusion of romanticism, idealism, and nationalism, that was actually a potent political force, but it was also inherently volatile. Its power laid in its emotional appeal and its ability to mobilize large populations towards a collective action, basically. Its danger also laid in the same qualities. Okay, uh, once the definition of the nation became exclusive, it could justify the suppression or expulsion of those deemed outsiders. Uh, by the turn of the 20th century, nationalist rhetoric was increasingly intertwined with notions of ethnic purity. This shift was accelerated by the rise of racial theories that claim scientific legitimacy, providing a pseudo rational basis for policies of exclusion. In multi ethical regions like the Balkans, this contributed to cycles of violence and reprisal that destabilized entire states. By the early 1900s, the competing nationalism of Europe, uh, many rooted in the Romantic idealist tradition, had become entangled in the alliance systems and imperial rivalries. Uh, in the Balkans, Serbian nationalism, influenced by Pan-Slavism and supported by Russia, clashed with Austro-Hungarian ambitions. Um, and all of this uh, basically uh, went even further when the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 1940 or 1914 happened. It was basically the spark uh, that fueled the fire, you know. Um, but also, you know, uh, the underlying fuel was decades of nationalist agitation, historical myth making, and political maneuvering rooted in the 19th century convergence of idealism and romanticism, basically. So, in the early 19th century, Germany wasn't a single state, but like a patchwork of more than 3 dozen independent kingdoms, duches, and city states that were linked loosely by the German Confederation. The Neoplaton. See, like if I say Napoleon, I'm okay, but when I have to say Napoleonic, okay, that becomes a problem. You know, the Napoleonic Wars had both humiliated and it also inspired the German people. So while Napoleon's occupation dismantled the Holy Roman Empire, it also exposed many Germans to the idea of political reform and unity. The Romantic idealist current, fueled by thinkers like Fichte and cultural figures like the Brothers Grimm, which is another topic that I really do want to get into concerning linguistics. I think that's something that's very, very important that people need to learn about too. Because I started out as wanting to just learn about history, but I found out linguistics is where it is. I mean, if you're really serious about learning about history, then the next logical step is learning about linguistics. And right here, the Brothers Grimm is the best place to start. But anyhow, romantic uh, cultural figures like the Brothers Grimm and Fichte, they began to frame the German-speaking people as heirs to a shared historical mission, and things of that nature. Initially, this nationalism was more cultural than political, though, when it came to the Brothers Grimm and Feig. Um, Universities became hotbeds of nationalist sentiment, with student groups like the Burschenschaften organized rallies that celebrated German history and language while condemning foreign domination. Um, but in Europe, dominated, but in a Europe that was dominated by conservative monarchies after the Congress of Vienna in 1850 or 1815, these nationalist aspirations were carefully monitored, and a lot of them were actually suppressed. So, the Carlsbad decrees in 1819, for example, they cracked down on nationalist students' movements. They censored the press, and they strengthened state surveillance in the German Confederation. The Revolution of 1848 marked a turning point, though. Across Europe, liberal and nationalist uprising erupted. In the German state, there was a serious push for unification under a constitutional framework. This is where the Frankfurt Parliament assembled with the aim of creating a united German nation state. But internal divisions over whether to include Austria or exclude it, and resistance from the conservative monarchies, that all doomed the projects. King Frederick William IV of Prussia famously rejected the offered crown of the unified Germany, saying that he wouldn't take a crown from the gutter, meaning one offered by revolutionaries rather than bestowed by divine right. So the failure of 1848 taught nationalist leaders that unification could not be achieved through idealistic assemblies alone. It would require power politics. Enter Otto von Bismarck, whose realpolitik approach in the 1860s and the 1870s brought unification through a series of calculated wars. Now, with that, you had the Danish War of 1864, which secured Schleswig and Holstein. The Austro-Prussian War of 1866 excluded Austria from German affairs. In the French-Prussian War of 1870 to 71, rallied the southern German states to join Prussia against the common enemy. Now, Bismarck's unification campaign was cloaked in nationalist rhetoric, but driven by pragmatic statecraft, like I said. Once the German Empire was proclaimed in the Hall of Mirrors in Versailles in 1871, the new state adopted policies that reinforced a shared German identity. That would be standardizing the language in schools, promoting national history, and cultivating military pride. These were used as tools of cohesion. Yet the same nationalism that unified Germany also set it apart as a challenger to the established European order, laying the groundwork for future conflicts. Italy's path to unification followed a similar trajectory, from romantic ideas to strategic politics. In the early 1800s, the Italian peninsula was fragmented into various kingdoms, duchies or duches, and territories under foreign control, notably Austria in the north and the Bourbon monarchy in the south. Now, Risorgimento, the Risorgimento, or the Resurgence, was as much a cultural movement as a political one. Writers, poets, and historians emphasized Italy's shared Roman and Renaissance heritage, portraying unification as a restoration of past glory. Uh, Giuseppe Mazzini, uh, the ideological heart of the early movement, founded Young Italy in 1831. His vision was a democratic republican Italy, united through the will of the people. Mazzini's rhetoric was steeped in idealist and romantic language, appealing to the moral duty of Italians to liberate their homeland. Now, his influence inspired uprisings across the peninsula, though these early revolts often failed due to poor coordination and the overwhelming military strength of foreign powers. Now, the revolutions of 1848 saw significant uprisings in Milan, Venice, and other cities, but Austrian armies quickly reasserted control. It became clear that ideas alone could not overcome entrenched imperial power, basically. So the unification cause then shifted towards a more pragmatic leadership under Count Camillo de Cavour, the Prime Minister of Piedmont, Sardinia. Now, Cavour understood the necessity of diplomacy and alliance building. So, aligning Piedmont with France during the Crimean War gave it a seat at the table in European affairs. In 1859, Cavour secured French assistance against Austria in the Second Italian War of Independence, leading to annexation of Lombardy. Now, the momentum continued as revolutionary leader Giuseppe Garibaldi's red shirts marched north from Sicily, capturing the kingdom of the two Sicilies, and eventually handing it over to King Victor Emmanuel II. So I could go on and on and on with this and actually get it done and over with. But I think right here is probably where I do want to maybe stop this and continue later on. I could end up finishing it off and everything, but this is where I start getting into more of the wartime areas where it's actually starting to build up. But it kind of gives you, like I said, I had to go through and do a little bit of a recap. You know what I mean? Of what needed to be talked about here. I will step back a little bit too on this and kind of start over at an earlier part for the next episode. That way we can continue this conversation and do it at a proper time when when Mark's here, because I know he would probably want to be a part of this. He's really more uh, as a he's more of a EU kind of guy. He wants to get into the EU and discuss that more in depth. So I'm pretty sure he's not heartbroken that he doesn't have to be here for this, but I figured it would be something that I can torture him with, because I really do enjoy torturing Mark Edward. A lot of people don't really realize that, but I enjoy doing that quite a bit. He tortures me all the time. It's kind of like a back and forth thing. If I'm not torturing him, he's torturing me, or Mr. Robot's torturing both of us, one of the two. So I think the best thing for me to do, though, is to end it here, come back later, and maybe, well, not maybe, but go ahead and start from this point here and have a conversation about it. But I did think about it before I started this. I was like, it's not really a bad idea to do this actually on my own, because there's like I told you before, there's some things in here that I did have to recap to kind of put a little bit more emphasis on what ideology, or how ideology and romanticism kind of relate to one another, and what their differences are, and how idealists influenced what took place in Europe during this time period, because it is very, very important. It is a very important topic that needed to be discussed. So I'm trying to go in here and save my talking points and make sure that they're numbered correctly. So if you guys enjoyed the stream, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give some feedback down in the comment section below. Let me know what your thoughts are. You can find us, like I said at the beginning, on Rumble and YouTube at the Praetorian. This show is Roger's Real Time Talk Show event. You can also find me on Kick, as well as on DLive as Roger _Hanson. And on Twitch, you can also find me at Infamous 1969. I went through, I looked at everything. It doesn't look like I have any comments that I have to respond to. So that is a good thing. And I hope you guys enjoy your day, night, whatever. And I do apologize for having to do this late. I can't believe that I actually messed up like that today, but I did. And I do apologize. And I will be back next week as scheduled. Hope you guys enjoyed the map that I put on here too, showing you Europe, so that you can actually see the locations that we're talking about as we go through this. So with that being said, I'm going to shut up and I'm going to end this, and I will talk to you guys next week. Thanks for stopping by.
I've personally been posting reference posts to both the Minds user group, the Minds Community Open Source Initiative group, and my own channel. And I've also been posting the meeting announcements to both the general chat room and the Canaries, plus a few other rooms.
Yeah, 'cause that was very
So
informative. I actually got a lot from that with you guys, because you guys did that town hall thing, and I thought that was pretty beneficial.
Yeah, I watched the recording. I wasn't able to attend live, but the live jury was very interesting. Right?
Yeah,
I don't ever want to be on that jury. They keep sending me notifications, and I'm like, you know what, dude? You are asking the wrong freaking person. I mean, you don't want me to freaking be a jury over people's videos and freaking content, dude. I mean,
I've got a bit of a problem with that sort of live jury on a professional and ethical stance. Yeah, I'm not in favour. I'm personally not in favour of the sort of live sort of jury idea.
Yeah, you made a grown man cry in there, Bashi. I mean, not you personally, but you guys.
Yeah, live jury, we didn't really, or like I wasn't really inclined on the idea, but he did show up
It's a
and
bit distasteful.
the live jury thing, I mean, for one thing, you know what? I mean, there's a reason why a lot of us are freaking not going to Twitter and YouTube and Facebook anymore. I mean, let's just be honest, you know what I mean? It's not just because freaking we're sick of them, they're sick of us too. You know what I mean? So you come onto a platform where we're all like-minded.
Yeah. No, I think
freaking, you know, Facebook, and now we got to be a jury and freaking juror over one another and make sure that we're not copyright infringing. I mean, that's kind of crazy. I don't want to tell somebody that shit.
I am all in favour of the jury system per se. So if there is an appeal, if somebody requests an appeal, then there is a post or there is a notification allowing for 12 members, random members, to decide if the appeal should be approved or not. It's just that live thing that I understand.
I appreciate you and Roger's point, but I do see it's kind of interesting I guess they're trying to do it for the sake of transparency, right? It was interesting to see how the jury work live, right? I mean, they've done it as a private thing already, and the guys appealed, and so now they've opened it up to more people on the community. And I think it's kind of nice.
YouTube tried to do some shit like that too with like video content, like. They'd make it to where creators could go in and judge other people's freaking video content and decide if it was freaking good or if it was bad. And it kind of lays on the same lines there where, you know, you have community members who are creators who get to judge your content and decide that if it gets views or if it doesn't get views, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, and that turned out to be something because eventually they finally just dropped that whole setup and went with something else. But.
Yeah. Who had the idea of live jury, Bashi? Was that Mark Ottman?
Bill?
Was it Bill Ottman?
No, the user was really adamant on having a live jury.
Oh, he requested it.
It was
This reminds me of that on Twitter where Elon Musk put out a poll that everybody wants him to step down from CEO, and he would, right? And they did, and he did. So that's nice.
Yeah.
So did he step down?
Well, there is no new CEO, right?
There is. There's a new CEO.
Yeah, sorry, as the CEO, yeah. The alternative would be to only allow staff members or a possible sort of trust and safety council, which I really dislike the idea of, to decide on these things. And yeah, that can be a bit of a different kettle of fish.
Yeah. With Bill too.
They'll probably do a poll to see if this is popular and whether they will do it again.
With Bill too, the original structure that he had for mines before he decided to go all cryptocurrency and everything. He had it to where freaking you earned certain, like, I guess you could say points. It was like a point system, and when that came out, that was a pretty good setup. But then he switched over to freaking cryptocurrency and got into all that crazy shit. And that's, in my opinion, where everything went nuts. Like, even the cryptocurrency, the way he wanted to do it back then compared to now is completely different. You know what I mean? He doesn't even talk about it no more. Nobody seems to talk about it, but that was the big deal, you know what I mean? They started getting into that freaking mining, that cryptocurrency mining, and it just really...
Just to be a bit careful, crypto tokens rather than cryptocurrency, because again, two different things really, similar in concept, but again, one's a utility, one's both are utilities. Neither of them are recognised as legal financial assets at the moment. But yeah, there is a nuance there.
Okay, guys, we got to wrap this up. I have to go as well.
Actually, I have a question for you. So I have an opportunity to put my Bitcoin wallet, but I'm not sure. What do we use Bitcoin for? Because I see the mine tokens. It's like what is the use of Bitcoin? Like
I think that's just like a remnants of old time. I think it's shown somewhere maybe. So people, if they want to, they could send you Bitcoin.
Oh, I see. So it's not.
I think I saw it somewhere.
Yeah. Tokens or anything.
I remember back in 2017, 2018 possibly, there was this idea of Bitcoin acting as a support for Ethereum, as far as mine's concerned, and I think there wasn't very much sort of movement on that.
Well,
there was some implementation, but yeah, it's limited.
It could be the switch too, because if you notice now, freaking Mines is starting to support Web3 and Coinbase rather than Uniswap.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the actual internal politics there.
When you go into the freaking settings and everything, if you go in there and you check out the freaking wallet.
But this goes back to the issue of the clauses in the terms of services that should really be reviewed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we better get off here before we give frickin' Tan a frickin' heart attack. He's actually in a good mood, believe it or not, because you guys stayed up. I mean,
we have to review your recording.
Yeah.
Actually, there's no recording. We're live, thank goodness. But then you dropped off.
He got so nervous last night because the frickin' stream was so great that he said, "Roger, you better not mess this audio up." I was like, "I'm checking it."
Then Roger's hand is all shaking while he's editing. Like, oh my god.
I don't want to mess it up for Tan. Like, you guys just made his day for like the last. Well, no, there's about 3 of them where it was just me and him, and he goes.
Yeah.
He goes. He just gives me that look, and he goes, "Not us again." Seriously, man. You guys just made his day.
Definitely, thank you, Bashi, for being able to join us in this session. It was very informative. We got a lot of information.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being here.
Much.
And
Thank you as
if-
well, Mark, and
Can I ask one
and
question
Mr. Robot.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Robot says something.
Mr. Robot, he just finally spoke up.
Well, I've been having tech issues, power issues. I'm in India, so like the power goes out sometimes. I'm doing what I can. But I just wanted to know, can you give me an overview on how does Minds tokens interact with crypto? Like, is there still an exchange thing possible with Ethereum? How does it work? I'm totally out of the loop with that stuff.
So Minds token is under Ethereum. So it's powered by Ethereum. If that's what you wanna know.
Yeah, it's a token based upon Ethereum. So
Yeah.
Now, does it still depend on mining? Like, the amount of mining that takes place?
no,
think
the
so.
token itself, there is a set amount as defined by senior
White
staff.
paper?
I think. There is a limited amount, though. I think it's something like 250 million tokens or something, if I remember rightly. There is a there's an old blog article about this. But yeah, it cannot be mined.
Okay.
Ethereum can be mined, but Minds token cannot.
All right.
So if Ethereum goes up, it goes up. If there are more Ethereums mined, does it mean anything for the Minds token?
It makes sense with me with cryptocurrency because, like, if you look at utility coins, they don't really go up or down very much. It's usually they might go a penny up or a penny down, but that's about all they do. They never, like, I'd never go in and buy AMP. You know what I'm saying? AMP is just a utility, basically for freaking for cryptocurrency. So it's always going to stay within that 1 or 2 cent range. You know, and that's basically what I know about all of it. They
Yeah.
don't
It-
really.
It might follow trends of other crypto. So like if there's going to be better year for crypto, it might go up, but
That's another thing, Bashi.
I'm just curious about like
might
what
go
are,
up, might go down.
I'm
mean-
just curious about like use cases for it. You know, it'd be cool if we could like exchange value over Minds. That would be interesting.
Use case, you can buy boosts with it, so you can boost your post. That's one type of use case. Another use case is being able to exchange tokens with users. So you can send little something.
No,
You can give.
I'm
Yeah.
wanting to know about the cashing out, though. Can you cash them out for money?
Technically, no. That would be a violation of the terms of services.
Okay, for the boost or the
So
super.
you're saying you can put money into it, but you can't take it out. So once it's in, it's in.
Again,
Is that what you mean?
I've just got to have a look at the terms. Let me mind myself. 2 seconds. 14, 16.
It's really weird. No.
Yeah.
Okay, I finally got in there. I'm gonna post on Skype to on Roger's Real Time Talk Show for the link if anybody wants to come in there, and then I guess I could share it,
Share what?
the link if anybody wants to come in to
Okay.
with us.
Can
I
you
noticed
can you give me the actual Rumble link in the chat? I'll share that so people can tune in.
Okay,
the
so
same? The actual viewing.
Yeah,
if you go to your Rumble account and you go in there, you can repost it and you can get the share link too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that you can actually repost our stream on your freaking wall and choose which channel you want to go on.
I don't know how to spell Pretoria. Pretoria.
Just click on my avatar, or on my avatar, and then go to go to my main page, and it'll show you all the channels I've.
Oh.
Nah, the avatar thing doesn't work from here. That's
Okay. Just for
Link.
purpose of spelling, it's PIAETORIAN.
Oh, AE.
IAN.
Okay, I got it.
Now V said he might want to come in today, so I'm sending him a message.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that.
How do you
If V
how
comes,
do you repost?
Mr. Robot will fall in love with him.
You mentioned that yesterday as well.
Repost.
Now, Dave, I'm trying to bait Dave into coming into one of these episodes too. So hopefully,
Yeah, he said
What's the topic today?
Huh?
What's the topic today we're going to talk about?
today is going to be.
we had a list in the Matrix, and we'll do the telescope, so-called distant live.
I've got
the Webb telescope.
What
Thing.
telescope?
The Webb, James Webb.
Okay.
Oh, James Webb.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that other than it's pretty cool.
Well, there's a
the
planet, dude.
Which one?
There's a planet they just discovered.
I thought they're discovering
they just discovered it. They discovered it in 2009.
Is it a new one? Like, is it nearby or something, or what?
It's an exoplanet, so it's outside of our solar system. I can't remember. It's something like 7,000 light years away or something.
I'm going in there now. I had to freaking post the topic to B so he could do it. I'll put it in the chat area so that everybody has it in here. I hope it's not too long. Did it come up there?
Where?
On the side chat, did it show up?
Not on this side.
It's alright, I got the link now, so.
Oh yeah, okay.
No, it's not showing up.
God, it's warm in here, actually.
I am able to see the freaking link, the chat. No live chats yet. Okay. Oh. Maybe that'll do it. Nope. Wait a minute. I'm streaming, so that should actually be happening, man.
Are we live?
Yeah, it's actually streaming. All this since we were talking about the weather in England is being there.
Hello, folks. Welcome. There's always like a little bit of dead time at the beginning, but maybe you should introduce the topics again.
Why don't you why don't you go ahead and just keep on having a conversation, and then when I get things straight, we can do that. Yeah, what up?
I thought you said we were already live.
Well, we are live, but like I'm
But
actually
this is our dead time. Yeah.
this is our dead time, like you said. I'm trying to like actually get the topic and share the stream and everything. I'll do the countdown.
Okay.
I'll do the countdown, and I'll let you do the introduction. Sound good?
I shared the stream on Hacker Radio and on Tinfoil Hat Club on Element.
Freaking I need to be careful too, because I got the riot act yesterday for acting all rebellious and shit. I don't want that stuff.
Hardly.
I got laid into like you wouldn't believe, dude.
You are being
That's how you know you're being effective. You know, that's how you know you're being effective.
Oh yeah, I was very effective yesterday. That right there was. Thank goodness it wasn't on stream, because I mean people would have gotten a bad.
Oh, did you edit that video? You going to edit it, or are you still in the process?
Yeah, I'm getting it edited. It was only like maybe a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It felt like freaking an eternity, because like right then and there, all of a sudden I was thinking, oh shit. And then it was like an auto response. I went to YouTube and bam, the freaking video I deleted it. So I'm getting good.
YouTube deleted it?
No, I did it.
Like
I'm getting right up on it, and I keep forgetting, that I need to be careful when I go into live stream with people, because this time it was like an automatic response. Bam! I went in there and I deleted the freaking live stream as it was going on. So
even though YouTube seems to have taken a bit of a backseat on that subject recently.
Well, until I get freaking verification, I don't believe nothing.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
So, are we going to talk about the Pope today as well? Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that one of the other?
I was wanting to freaking. I was wanting to freaking post the subject into the chat, but it wouldn't let me do it. So.
By the way, your Wall Street Journal reference, I couldn't view it because it was behind the paper wall.
Oh, the Wall Street Journal one?
Yeah.
They're probably trying to milk all you.
Okay, well, I found better material anyway. I found the entire call docket.
Yeah, I've seen that. I mean, that. Dude,
Did he even browse through document 1033?
No, those PDF, dude. If I was to download all those PDFs, it would freaking bog my.
Most of those PDFs are very short. They're just memorandums and little comments. Really, it's really the orders that are more important.
Okay. Well, so far we have everything set up and ready to go. It looks like I put out the notifications on Skype. I'm going to post them on X. I guess I could do it on Minds. Do you guys want me to? Because
I don't mind.
You're not going to get any traction on that. Not on a.
I reckon post it later. Post it on Minds afterwards.
You know? I mean, if you wanted to do that, I would have suggested that you published a link, the reference about a week ago.
I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah. You don't expect last minute sort of things. I criticise the staff for doing such things in the past.
I mean, I don't even like posting it a week ahead of time, dude. Like here for a little while, if you guys want to mute out, you can. Mark Edward, he's definitely going to do it, but I'm going to do my 15-minute music thing so I can smoke a cigarette, we can get coffee started, and then we can start the stream.
Okay, much for making the coffee.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Now, Mr. Robot is the one who's going to do the introduction, I believe.
I don't know if that's a good idea because I don't have a great grasp on the. discussing.
Just do the introduction. You
All
do
right,
good.
all right.
You do good.
Don't forget about the music, Roger.
Oh, Mark, you're the guy in the pictures. Okay.
Yeah.
And thumbnails that Roger puts up. Okay.
I'm the bloke with the actual picture that he uses all the time, which scares the shit out of me.
You know, you look rather, I wouldn't say intimidating, but you look very concerning. The picture. Sure.
Indeed.
Serious
Like you're definitely on a government watch list.
Yeah, I've been telling him that.
Yeah.
He's our token rule follower.
Okay.
Only real follower. I just know the law. I just know various elements of law and
He knows how to walk the line.
Now I get confused. I get, how many shows is there that he has? I mean, there's the Gaming with Infamous, and then this is Untethered.
This Untethered Tech Talk that we do on Thursdays. Is Wonderful World of Weirdness then.
And
Okay.
4 or 5.
sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot to upload the break music, so yeah. But yeah, he's right. Mark's telling you the facts. We're on all the time if you ever want to come on too, by the way.
Well, you know, I've officially retired my show, so I don't know. I might start up again one of these days, but for right now, I'm definitely. I like being a guest more than like being a host, I would say. So I'm always jumping from show to show to show to show.
Well, I mean, like I said, if you want to come on, you can, because I enjoy talking to you. I don't get very much time to do it. So if you ever want to come on the show, just come on,
Well, I gotta get the schedule down.
Well, 5 p.m. usually is all my time. It's just Central Time is usually when I do mine.
5 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
Okay. Like on Wednesdays and Thursdays?
The only days I don't really stream is Monday and Tuesday, and those are my gamer days. Those are when I become infamous OG 1973.
Okay.
Right. So, but even on those days, you can probably get in touch with me too. So
yeah, I gotta hop in there. Me and my better half, we're gonna start up a channel. Basically, it's gonna be me explaining Warhammer 40K to her while I play modded games that cover the subject of the show. So I've got like Space Marine mods for Doom. Yeah, so you put the different monster mods in there, that might look like different factions, and so
you better be careful. You're gonna get Mark Edworthy excited. He's really into that.
Oh yeah. Actually, weirdly enough, I did a couple of months ago buy the entire complete set of first Dawn of War. Dawn of War series.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I have very little time to play anything at the moment.
episode of WoW Talk. Today, my name is Roger Hanson, and today I am going to continue where we left off before with WoW Talk. We were discussing the Indus Valley, and I was finishing up on that and talking about some of the things that stuck out to me. Now, this whole conversation was actually started because of a viewer who came on and was curious about images of a dinosaur or a freaking dragon that was near the Grand Canyon, and then she also watched a lot of Dabu 7 and seen a photo of I guess you could say, reptilian sea monster or something of that nature in the water on Dabu 7's videos. So we got into it, and I started talking about the history of the relationship between the serpent and the birds, and the eagle. And I discussed things like Tiamat and the old Sumerian and Babylonian gods, and we started talking about the goddess Namu. And then I mentioned the myth of Etna, and then I went into Dalmun, discussing Dalmun and the history concerning the Garden of Eden and stuff. So we ended up going into that, and then eventually, after I was done with that, that's when we got into the conversation of the freaking Indus Valley. And now, after finishing the Indus Valley, I would like to continue, or actually I mentioned another god. It was Surya, which is a Hindu god that he's not worshipped anymore, but he was a part of the pantheon for the longest time. And then I mentioned the Garuda, which is a mythology from of the Hindus. I believe he's a sun god. So we ended up going through all of that, and now I've finally reached the part where I wanted to get into the Thunder God. So I before I wanted to get into that, there was a few interesting things that I wanted to bring up to just concerning the channel, so that everybody knows I have new shows that are coming up on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. And what they are, they're archived uploads that I've scheduled in. There's 5 days out of the 7 days of the week that are covered, so that we'll have at least 5 videos coming out each week. The new series are going to have Karma Love in each episode, and we will also have people in it such as Mr. Robot and other people. On the conspiracy podcast, I already have that started in June. The rest of them are starting up in July. Now, with that one, I've had Karma Love on there, as well as Pecos Dave, so that was pretty good. Now we are also starting a few more of them, as well as still having campfire stories. We will have a Ancient Mysteries, which is going to be a little bit of something about what we've been discussing here. We're going to go into more detail on some stuff. That's going to be me and Karma Love. I also have footage or audio of me and Tanhai Tran doing a little bit of coverage over the Amorites. That's going to be interesting if you guys are interested in that. Besides that, we are also going to be doing strange stories. That's going to be good, so if you guys want to check that out. And if you want, hold on a minute. Okay, so like I said, we have Strange Stories, which is coming out, and that's going to be with me and Karma Love as well. So you can check those out. As well as that, I also have, I said Ancient Mysteries and Strange Stories. Then there's Ancient Mysteries, which is pretty good. That's the one with Tanhai Tran and Karma Love in it. I'm going to work on getting more videos out concerning ancient aliens. So far, Austin said that he's got some material that he wants to put forth. Mr. Robot says that he's wanting to do some stuff too, so we'll be able to have that going as well. So we will keep you updated on that. I don't really know exactly what's going on there, but we'll keep you posted about it. And if nothing else, I'll be doing it because it's like I said before. You know, the show's gotta go, must go on basically. So any way you look at it, they will be coming out, and I'll have them ready and set up to go. So with that, I believe I have this pretty much covered. Now we are going to have quite a bit of WoW talk. I've got a lot of video that's scheduled on archived uploads, and I don't know when the next live stream for WoW talk is going to be because I'm in the middle of a transition at the moment. So we will be having quite a bit of stuff coming out that will be interesting for you guys, is basically all I'm saying. So with that being said, I am going to go ahead and check all of the streams, make sure everything's still going good, and I will get on with the topic. So like I said, if you guys want to make any comments in the chat sessions, feel free to do so, and I will mention whatever you say in stream. That's pretty important to me. And I also want to say, yeah, that was something else that I forgot. If you notice, we haven't continued with the Q&A test streams, and the reason for that is because that was John's baby. He's the one that came out with that, and I kept it going for a while. But I have decided that I'm no longer going to continue doing the Q&A test streams. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set aside time, like right now, what I'm doing now, to kind of give you updates on what's going on with the channel, things of that nature. If you want to ask questions and have them answered, this would be the perfect time to do it. And while we are doing that, what's going to happen is I'm going to go into the topics that people are wanting to basically hear, or suggesting. This was suggested by In the Flesh on I believe on YouTube or Discord at least. So she had this topic, and I pulled up some information, and I decided to share it with you. So we are going to set that up and keep that going for you guys so that you can enjoy it. And with that being said, we can get things going. So like I said, we were discussing the Indus Valley, and now we are going into the topic on the Thunderbird. Now, the Thunderbird is a legendary creature. It was particularly famous or legendary in the with the North American indigenous people, their history and cultures. Now this bird was considered a supernatural being of power and strength. It's especially important and frequently depicted in the art, songs, and oral history of many Pacific Northwest coast cultures, but is also found in various forms among some people of the American Southwest, East Coast of the United States, Great Lakes, and Great Plains. In modern times, it has achieved notoriety as a purported cryptid, which is similar to creatures such as Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. Now, the Thunderbird is said to create thunder by flapping its wings. Now, that goes along with the Algonquian and lightning also flashes from its eyes. So Algonquin is what they go by. So that's what they believe in. Now, the Thunderbird myth and motif is prevalent among the Algonquin people in the Northeast, and that would be Eastern Canada and Northeastern United States, and the Iroquois people as well. The discussion of the Northeast region has included Algonquin-speaking people in the lakes bordering U.S. Midwest states. Now, in Algonquin mythology, the Thunderbird controls the upper world, while the underworld is governed by the underwater panther or great horned serpent. And see, there you go with the serpent bird connection, you know what I mean? And this goes along a lot of different cultures all throughout history. It's prevalent among the eagles. It's usually the eagle and the serpent, which is usually represented by the snake. So, and this symbol has been around since the beginning of civilization. While some viewed it as a marvel of modern science, others expressed concern about the ethical trajectory of such technologies. The idea of growing neurons in a lab and teaching them to play games such are struck some as dangerous as a dangerous step towards creating life forms that might one day demand recognition or rights. Whether those fears are grounded or speculative, the fact that they emerged at all speaks to the emotional and symbolic power of the dish brain experiment. Although the neurons used in the experiment were derived from stem cells and cultivated in strictly regulated environments, the very act of training them introduced a dimension of agency that was previously reserved for living organisms with brains and bodies. The neurons were not acting randomly, they were acting in patterns shaped by experience. This opened up a range of questions about how intelligence is defined. Is intelligence the ability to solve problems? Is it the capacity for memory? Is it the expression of intent? The dish brain experiment did not provide definitive answers, but it reframed the questions in a way that made them more urgent and more relevant. Another important outcome of the dish brain research was its impact on the future of brain-computer interfaces. Until this point, most such interfaces focused on extracting data from the brain for use in controlled external devices, such as robotic limbs or communication systems for people with paralysis. The dish brain flipped this model by treating the neural tissues not as a source of signals, but as a computing unit in its own right. It demonstrated that neural tissues could be not just a subject of study, but an interactive participant in digital systems. This suggested new possibilities for hybrid computing systems that combine the best features of organic adaptability and the speed and structure of silicon-based technology. Looking forward, the Dish Brain project set the stage for a new era of research into biologic computation. It showed that learning, adaptation, and memory are not the exclusive domain of large complex brains or advanced algorithms. They can emerge from relatively simple neural networks when those networks are placed in the right conditions and given the right feedback. It also highlighted the importance of context, showing that neurons are not merely reactive, but can become functionally intelligent within interactive environments. Among the many ideas proposed to resolve the mystery of why we see no signs of advanced alien civilization in the universe, one stands out for its quiet elegance and its radically inward focus. This theory, known as the developmental singularity hypothesis, changes the long-standing assumption that progress among intelligent species must inevitably lead outward toward galactic colonization and visible interstellar empires. Instead, it suggests the opposite, that sufficiently advanced civilizations tend to move inward toward increasingly complexity, density, and efficiency until they become virtually undetected to the rest of the universe. Rather than aiming to dominate external spaces, they compress their existence into inner domains so optimized in miniature that their outward footprint disappears entirely. The developmental singularity hypothesis stems from a broader framework in evolutionary and developmental systems thinking. At its core lies the observation that many systems, both biological and technological, do not simply evolve in one direction of growth or expansion. Instead, they follow a developmental trajectory marked by increasing specialization, integration, and internal coherence. Just as a human embryo grows into a complex organism by differentiating its cells, optimizing its energy usage, and refining its internal systems, a civilization might evolve by reducing waste, increasing intelligence, and concentrating its capabilities into ever smaller and more efficient structures. This inward trajectory has been referred to as space-time energy-matter compression. In this process, as civilizations become more intelligent, their use of space becomes more compact. Their interactions with time becomes faster and more deliberate. Their energy usage becomes more refined, and their relationship with matter becomes increasingly optimized. The overall result is not a sprawling expansion across the stars, but a kind of implosion into highly concentrated forms of intelligence and computation. Such civilizations, the hypothesis suggests, do not build empires across galaxies, but rather creates digital or quantum environments of immense power and sophistication, hosted within microstructures that may be no larger than a small celestial body, or perhaps even smaller. One of the most provocative extensions of this theory is the idea that black holes may represent a natural developmental endpoint for advanced civilizations. Black holes are the most compact and efficient structures in the known universe. They offer the highest energy density or densities, the greatest time dilation effects, and potentially the richest platforms for computation, at least theoretically. Some theorists have speculated that black holes might be not only astrophysical phenomena, but artificial constructs engineered by advanced intelligence for the purpose of ultra-dense computation, information storage, or even universal replication. This idea may seem far-fetched, but it serves to illustrate the radical compression of scale and function envisioned by the developmental singularity hypothesis. The implication of this hypothesis are deeply tied to the so-called Fermi paradox, the question of why, in a universe that appears so hospitable to life, we do not see clear evidence of other intelligent beings. If civilizations tend to grow, expand, and colonize, we would expect the galaxy to be teeming with signs of them. Radio transmissions, artificial satellites, megastructures, or at the very least some form of astro-engineering on a cosmic scale. Yet our telescopes return only silence. The developmental singularity hypothesis proposes that we see nothing because advanced civilizations are not broadcasting, not colonizing, and not building in ways that leave detectable traces. They are busy refining themselves into ever smaller domains, turning inward rather than outward, and in doing so, become invisible. This idea stands in sharp contrast to popular visions of the future, which tend to imagine humanity spreading across the planets, building cities among the stars, and constructing interstellar networks. These visions assume that progress equals expansion, but if the developmental singularity hypothesis is correct, this might be a misunderstanding of what true advancement looks like. Instead of sprawling out, intelligent civilizations might choose to refine, to miniaturize, and to fold their complexity inwards, seeking perfection of form and function rather than dominion over space. Biological analogies help illustrate this pattern. Consider the way in which a developing organism becomes increasingly complex even as it grows more compact. A fertilized egg divides and differentiates, forming organs more compact, or forming organs and systems that become more integrated and capable, even though they do not expand without limit. Or take the brain itself, a compact mass of neurons capable of astonishing feats of information process, or a compact mass of neuron capability capable of astonishing feats of information processing, far more efficient than any supercomputer. Nature often privileges compactness, coherence, and efficiency over size and volume. The developmental singularity hypothesis suggests that the same principle might apply to civilizations on a cosmic scale. Another way to understand this hypothesis is to view civilizations as Okay, so here's Cadmus. And in Greek mythology, Cadmus was the legendary Phoenician hero and founder of Boeotian Thebes. He was alongside Perseus in Bellerophon, the greatest hero and slayer of monsters before the day of Hercules. Commonly stated to be a prince of Phoenicia, the son of King Agenar, the Queen Telephassa of Tyre, the brother of Phoenix, Clix, and Europa. Cadmus traced his origins back to Poseidon and Libya. Originally, he was sent by his royal parents to seek out and escort his sister Europa back to Tyre after she was abducted from the shores of Phoenicia by Zeus. In early accounts, Cadmus and Europa were instead the children of Phoenix. Cadmus founded or refounded the Greek city of Thebes and Acropolis, of which was originally named Cadmea in his honor. He is also credited with the foundation of several cities in Illyria, like Botho and Lychnidis. In ancient Greek literature, the end of the mythical narrative of Cadmus and Harmonia is associated with Ukelele and Illyrians, a tradition deeply rooted among the Illyrian people. His parentage is also credited with the foundation of several cities in Illyria, like Botho and Lychnidis, however that's pronounced. And forgive my bad interpretation of these words too. I'm not Greek. In ancient Greek...
No, you're good. It's good. I mean, like, yeah. It's not like they're the easiest way. It's not like they're the easiest to pronounce, but go ahead.
In ancient Greek literature, the end of the mythical narrative... Wait. Yeah, I already know his... his parentage was sometimes modified to suit claims of Theban origin name... in suit, e.g., claims of Theban origin name his mother as one of the daughters of Nilus, one of Patami, and deity of the Nile River. Let's see. In Greek mythology, Nilus or Nilos was one of the Patami who represents the gods of the Nile River itself. So you can kind of see where it's blending into Egypt right there. Now, Cadmus was linked to this, basically. It's about Ormus. Now, I'm going to read some from the story of Ormus. The story of Ormus is said to be originated with the Baron de Westerode, member of the League de Philalethes. He is said to have gotten it from a source that claims it originated in Sweden. We first came upon it in Holy Blood, Holy Grail. When we did our research, we found it in Arthur Edward Waite's New Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Later on, we found it again in the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross.
When we obtained our copy of Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, we found it in there, as well as a couple of George Oliver D.D. Ann's works. Once we were able to obtain the authentic tradition, once we were able to obtain the authentic tradition was transmitted from the Dark Ages to the High Middle Ages fairly intact. It would probably be redundant to repeat the quotations we have already made regarding this, but repeat we may in order that it be clear what we are writing and that people do not mistake what we have to say. Starting then with the history of the legend itself in Waite's Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross. I will mention here one only of the more recent legends which may be said to have grown up within the order far down in the 18th century. It has obtained a casual vogue owing to the dissemination through Masonic channels in France. It postulates a founder of the Rosicrucian in a certain Amicius or Ormuz, and affirms that he was converted to Christianity at Alexandria by St. Mark AD 46. He is said to have purified the Egyptians' mysteries and married them to the new faith. His disciples followed their master, and with these as a center he established the Society of Ormuz, or of the Light. The sign of membership was a red cross worn on the person. Essenes and Theraptae entered the ranks of this solidarity in which the Hermetic's secrets were preserved and transmitted. The Baron de Westerode has been credited with putting forward his fiction, he being an adventurer among secret societies derivative from Masonry about the period of the French Revolution. An obscure figure in the annals, I conceive him nevertheless to have been connected with one of those cliques which found shelter under the banner of Masonry, offering little distinction between Rosicrucian rites proper and the numerous obediences of the Rosicrucian grade in the rites in the old rite of perfection. These things merged into one another continually, or at least in the records concerning
Excuse
them.
me.
Yeah.
We spoke about Rosicrucians not too long ago, the Rosicrucian. This is a direct correlation, right?
Right.
Or am I hearing something? Okay. Because it just sounds like, yeah.
Yep. This is actually about the cult of Ormus. And the court of, or the cult of Ormus is supposedly supposed to be connected to the Rosy Cross, and they also Rosicrucian.
Yeah. I just remember because we looked it up and we saw the pictures of it, and that's what I immediately pictured when you were talking. So I was just making sure I was hearing right.
Right. Now, the alleged Society of Ormus has been reflected into modern systems like the confused and unwielding Masonic rites of Memphis. It is a characteristic specimen of spurious traditional history to be met with everywhere in masonry. It would be interesting to follow this curious fable further and identify the rite with which it may have been incorporated at first. Among English references, there is Kenneth Mackenzie, Royal Cyclopedia of Freemasonry, SVXXVIIPP 422 et sec. 1900 to 1901. It produces some reasons for believing that Francis Bacon was a Rosicrucian, and leads us to this main subject in the manner following. The Order of the Rosy Cross claimed Ormus as its founder. It did nothing of the sort, and the Ormus favor was fathered on the order of the late period. Our note. Yes, but Arthur, we know what you wrote in your third order note, Re Falcon et al. That is, that indeed there was a third order operating in Germany, but you had to keep denying that to the public. Therefore, why not deny the obvious to the public as well? Like that there was a group of Upper Egypt that existed and combined the mysteries of Christianity and buried the scriptures so that they could be discovered in the 1940s, long after you died, and wouldn't have to deal with it. Yes, why not? Arthur Edward Waite has bungled the entire tradition, the which he was the sole legitimate hoaxtorian for. And Waits to the lion, X-lax, sorry, we're freshed out. Okay, so that's basically their note to it, and it sounds like they're from some crazy English country. Sounds like they're Scottish, maybe. If you guys understood that, great. If you didn't, I apologize.
Yeah, you kind of lost me at the end. I was like, what? What are we talking about? We're fresh out.
Yeah, it's talking about the weights to the lions. X-lax, sorry, we're fresh out.
Yeah.
So,
that went over my head.
That was kind of weird. But anyhow, continuing.
X-lax? It's like, right. It's like, what? No one X-lax here, but okay.
It was allied closely to the Knights Templar and or the Knights Companions of St. John of Jerusalem. Batista Porta in 1605 was chief of the Rosy Cross, who under cover of his comedies instructed initiates in things human and divine, not apparently under cover of his famous work in Magia Naturalis. Wickfield, Lolland, Chaucer, Dante, Petrarch, Becocco, Voltaire, Goethe, Lessing, Swedenborg, Mesmer, and Bohm are today openly acknowledged as brethren of the craft, by whom does not appear, but by those presumably who regard Bacon as a Rosicrucian and as the concealed poet of the Shakespeare plays. It is scarcely necessary to say that no particular evidence is produced in support of these statements. They are the vaporing and foolish dreams. Porta, for example, died in 1615, 1 year after the Rosy Cross made its public appearance on the stage in Germany. We may compare an essay of the Rosicrucians which appear in Theosophical Sifting, Volume 3. All accounts are said to agree in pointing to the origin itself, into an origin outside Europe, in Oriental lands.
Now, I'm still going to go through and have to check the audio and everything to make sure that everything's coming through on the sound so that we know that we're being heard in the stream.
Okay.
I'm being
So we're live now? All right.
well, now we are, yeah, but not like not when it comes to like what's going to be on the actual episode, because eventually I'll edit that out. And, like this part right here, and then we'll have a introduction and an ending.
Okay.
So.
Well, hello, folks. Whoever's tuning in already.
Let's see. This is the messed up part. Like, this is Rumble Studios, right? And you'd think that since it's Rumble Studios, it would be the first one to kick in with live stream, but no. It's not.
YouTube kicks in first.
X actually kicks in before both of them. That's the crazy part.
So it all connects to Rumble Studio. Is that how it works?
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, Rumble actually has the only setup where you can just straight up
Multi-stream.
You can multi-stream and everything to other platforms, and you don't have to use your OBS or anything.
I think I can zoom into this.
You can just do it right there on. There we go.
Should be able to see the messages now.
Yeah, I just saw it. There we go. Rumble's finally up. See, when you start talking shit about them. When you start talking shit about them, that's when they
they fix it up.
Yeah. So everything's good on Rumble, X, D Live. I'm going to Twitch now. Twitch is up and going. Sounds good. Kick is up and it's going. Let me find out what's going on with.
I can also. I made this script that I can scrape Rumble chats and I can like live view it in my terminal.
Mm-hmm. It'd be pretty cool if we can get Tan in here though, because it's very rare I get a chance to have Tan on Wonderful World of Weirdness, because he's not into all that weird shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be. He was in the chat just before.
Yeah, I know. Well, see, he's got a curiosity, but he doesn't he won't give in to the dark side. You know what I'm saying? He's a good Catholic boy.
Well,
I mean, you know what?
We're not asking him to, are we?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You know, like he called me out on my Praetorian thing. He actually looked it up. He thinks that I'm like the Christian Slayer and shit.
I don't think so. Surely not.
I came up with the name Praetorian for my channel because freaking usually whenever it came to assassinating the Roman emperors, they would always it was really they didn't think of it as really good to freaking just allow an assassin outside of their community to do it, so they would hire a member of the Praetorian to do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought they were meant to be the protectors of the emperor.
Well, they are, but it was for the elites in the Roman Empire. If they wanted to kill the emperor, they usually it was expected of them to use a Praetorian soldier to do it.
Oh, okay, well, it kind of makes sense. They'd have the access. So. But Julius Caesar was killed by his the other, what do you call them, politicians around him, right?
Yeah, well, that's according to the plays. Shakespeare made it that really popular.
Okay.
So, you know, that's where most of that comes from. So let me mute this, and I'm gonna put one of your cool songs on so that people can enjoy Mr. Robot's cool songs.
All right. That's why you played my like redacted version the other day. That was a surprise.
Well, this one's gonna be for since you're on here. I'm gonna put this one on so that you can listen to it.
Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round.
Was that the end of it? I have to give some credit where credit is due. The original of that was made by an Australian dance and techno group from Melbourne, Australia, called Sonic Animation from the 90s. I just sort of like revamped it up. It's a classic song, though. Theophilus Thisler.
So any music? I can't hear any music.
Oh, yeah, no, it stopped now.
Okay.
Welcome, Tan. Tan the man.
Hey, gents. I'm just running about doing errands, but I thought I'd check in.
Sweet. Yeah, no, we really want you here, man. We need your input.
Yeah, and someone for you guys to bash.
That's Mark's role.
Mark's role? Mark doesn't bash anybody.
No, he's there to be bashed. You know.
I see. Oh, I see.
But how's things going over there?
Yeah, it's good. We're busy in Easter celebration.
Nice. I'm being a hermit this Easter.
A hermit? Yeah. You're a loner. Distancing yourself from society.
Pretty much. I try to get out of my room once a week to go shopping and stuff, but I've just been focusing on programming and stuff at the moment. You know.
Yeah, being very productive then, I guess.
Yeah, it feels well. I should do a bit more of my study, but I've been working on some Telegram bots and stuff like that last couple of days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. What about Matrix bots? You can throw it on to this chapter.
I might give it a try.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind making one that just bans spammers, auto ban spammers.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So is the studying that you're doing, it's like self-studying, or is there a program or a course?
I'm doing a course at the moment, and
that's cool.
I have to work on incident response for cybersecurity incidents.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Using AI?
No, at the moment we're just doing like the documentation on like what protocols to follow, official stuff like that.
All right. Are you looking to get an official certification of some sort?
Yeah, I'll get a certification, and then hopefully I can put it in my resume if it looks good.
Yep.
And
that's
go
right.
look for jobs. Yeah. I spoke to a guy that works in cyber a couple of days ago, and he's like, "Oh no, just go around testing people's network security. If you find a flaw, tell them about it, and they might hire you straight away." I'm like, "That's a good idea."
Okay.
Are you learning about some pen testing tools? Penetration testing tools.
I've always been into that, even before studying it. So.
Okay. But are they teaching you any useful tool?
A few. I feel like I already knew a fair bit, I feel like I learned more on my own, to be honest.
Well, which means you will really excel. It means you really excel at that course.
Now, before we start, I'm going to let you two know that I am going to go scroll back up, and I'm going to keep note.
Hey, Roger.
Hello. On all of the chat that you guys did on Element, okay?
All right. What are we? Oh, we're talking about God. Are we talking about God here? We can piggyback. Piggyback from.
Let's give it a broader name, like metaphysics.
Well,
a little bit,
or the science of God. That guy streamed on his stream list. He's one of the ex-co-founder of Minds, right? What's his name? I forgot.
Well, this is technically called the Cosmic Weave. This is what the episode is, but we're getting into the conversation that you guys had too, because I think
Can
that
you
that
introduce the topic a little bit, Roger?
well, for me, I mean, I'll be discussing the stuff that I've been doing my research on here lately, but really I want to open it up to where you guys can kind of go over some of the stuff you were talking about too, because you guys are bringing up some pretty good input and stuff. And I honestly think that the stuff I've found out is pretty solid. To be honest with you, I don't think that any religious group could disagree with it. You know what I mean? It has a lot of stuff based in fact. So
You hear that,
Okay.
Dan? Challenge.
I want to see how it stands up with your conversation. So you know.
All right. Well, it's interesting because we're all coming from a slightly different angle, so
Yep.
it'll be interesting.
Exactly. And I've been wanting to have Tan on here for the longest time because he's pretty solid in his religious beliefs. You know what I'm saying? And I've been telling people on Wonderful World of Weirdness that I want to have some people with religious background on. You know, kind of give their perspective. So this isn't
Yeah.
this
So
isn't
for people
Victorian.
For people listening, Roger is coming from a sort of scientific background position, whereas Tan is coming from a religious Christian perspective, and I'm coming from a mixture of all both of those really. Plus, I would say mine is more of a sort of shamanic, spiritual perspective background, you know. So.
All right.
Okay, so
That's fair.
Let me do my imaginary countdown in my head, and then I will start the.
Oh crap! All these good stuff that we did, and you didn't even start.
Well, it's streaming right now. It's just I want to make it to where it'll be the official beginning when I do the edits. It is on stream.
All right. Okay, so you introduce the topic of what we're going to talk about, and then
Actually, I'll do the countdown
background
out loud, and then I'll let Mr. Robot do the introduction because he likes to do that.
Hello, Sal.
I can.
Sound good?
Yep.
How about you, Miss Tan? You cool with that?
Sure. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I just got a call coming in.
So I'll do the countdown out loud instead of by myself, and I'll let Mr. Robot, after I'm done doing the countdown, just do the introduction. So
cool.
3, 2, 1, now.
Welcome, folks, to Untethered.
No, not.
And oh wait, sorry, Cosmic Weave. I'll do it again. So, welcome, folks, to the Cosmic Weave. Today we have a panel of people that are going to discuss the origins of the universe and the our general perspectives on the cosmology of how God and consciousness and metaphysics sort of arise. So we're going to each give our separate viewpoints on it and generally discuss where we come from. So enjoy. Roger?
All right.
How would you like to approach it?
Well, first, I wanted to mention that last night or yesterday was Good Friday, and this started a really interesting conversation on our chat, which I finished up this morning from doing uploads to Rumble, which I had done on there and had finished it up, and I went on to the chat. I was getting ready to go to bed, but I wanted to check and make sure if I missed anything, and there was you, Mr. Robot, and Tan, both who are here, having a conversation about Good Friday, and I went to bed and I woke up and apparently there was over 500 freaking chat notifications on Element where you guys had like this really, really extensive conversation about it. So I figured I would get involved in it. So after that happened, I just finally said, you guys are welcome to come onto the show and kind of put your 2 cents into uh, the conversation on the cosmic weave and kind of go over what you guys were discussing. So that was basically the gist of it. So
can you define for us your like what the cosmic weave is as a channel, and like how that sort of segues into what we're talking about?
Well, first of all, you said mine is like from a scientific point of view, and it's not really from a scientific point of view. It's kind of a blended uh, point of view that is it has spiritual principles as well as scientific principles. But these spiritual principles, they go all the way back. Like there's things that are written in religious texts that trace back to even before what we consider freaking modern day religions. Okay, and when I say modern day religions, I'm talking about Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, even. All right, these are, and the Muslims too. All of them have these belief systems that have been incorporated into them from even before they were around. Okay, and there's also things that are in these religious texts that are actually something that can be related to when it comes to science. So I kind of the cosmic weave is basically things about religion and spirituality that can actually be freaking related to science, everyday science, and what we call science. So that's kind of what it's all about.
Well, it's interesting to me. Sorry, you go.
Literally, cosmic weaves means how the universe is weaved into existence from both but from all aspects of science and religion, and religion from all aspects, all different traditions of faith, I guess. How we come up, or how we were revealed such truths about the universe. Is that right?
Yep.
I think that's a key word there, is truth, because really all these different perspectives, science and religion, etc., are paradigms that we use to try and understand truth. Okay. And ultimately, if you think like logically about it, there is one truth. We're just trying to interpret that truth through different lenses of understanding. And when you go back to like ancient Egypt, they didn't see a separation between science and religion. They saw it all as one thing. And I find it interesting that now that we're investigating like, quantum physics and the structure of the universe, like metaphysics and physics are sort of starting to blend, and we're starting to discover that some of these things that we thought were mythology are turning out to be true. So we're getting back to that point where like things are starting to unify into a singular truth, or like more of a singular truth,
Right.
Like a unified truth.
Did you say how?
So did we introduce ourselves?
No, not yet. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
We went too far into it without introduction.
Well, Mr. Robot gets excited about this stuff. He gets really excited, so I don't ever want to interrupt him when he gets excited, because he says
Okay, hello, folks. My name is Mr. Robot. I'm our token hacker in the group, and I tend to be the one that tries to always break out of conventional paradigms and such. So I stir the pot sometimes, but I do it out of love. So
He's a
knew
lover.
it.
He's a lover.
He's a lover.
Yeah, we call him the Australian lover.
He's Australian lover boy.
Everything and everyone. So yeah,
that's right.
Because I know we're all one. That's why.
So what I've found here is once Tan came into the chat and started stirring the pot, he brought that video in that he had watched, and I know what happened there. He heard it, and he got stirred with the spirit, and Mr. Robot jumped in on it, and he started talking to him, and it eventually came to talking about Jesus rose from the dead, and he appeared to his disciples in spirit form and said, "Peace be to you, my peace I give you." And they all marveled.
Wow, he appears in bodily forms, not just spirit.
Well, this is what Mr. Robot said. So,
yeah, Mr. Robot.
So
now, mind you, this is from a Gnostic text that was found in the Nag Hammadi, in Qumran in the Nag Hammadi library.
In Qumran. Which Gnostic? Is it the Gospel of Judas?
No. It is the Sophia of Jesus Christ.
Yes, and Sophia is an interesting conversation too, by the way, because when you take a look at Sophia, you'll find out that Constantine, when he moved to freaking Constantinople, actually built one of the first monasteries, which was Sophia. And that's something that I do find interesting when it comes to that.
Well, Sophia just means wisdom.
Before we go on, you guys haven't introduced yourselves yet. So.
Sophia of Jesus. Yeah. You finished your introduction, Robot?
I have. You go, Tan. Over to you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'll introduce myself. My name is Tan. This is my Tan Hai Tran in full. I'm joining this for the first time, and this is the second episode. Is it, Roger?
Yeah, this is the second episode for the Cosmic. No, the third.
Yeah. So this whole thing is new to me too. This cosmic weave idea. So I think I'm just here to mostly listen in, but my background is in Christianity, so I'm probably going to be most likely offering the perspective of a Christian and our beliefs of how the universe works and things like that.
All right. Now, with that conversation that you two were just about to get into, what is your guys' take on that? I mean, when it comes to,
can you introduce yourself, Roger?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Wait, well, Roger, do you have some talking points that you want to go through? Maybe you just go through them first, and then we can discuss about them, and then talk about the chat topics. Or did you have?
Well, see, for me, I've already got one episode set up to where it's already on there. So if anybody really wants to find out my perspectives before this episode, they just have to go to the previous ones. You know what I mean?
Okay, so what is the main topic of today's episode?
For what you guys were talking about, I think what would really what I've already discussed, which would be important, would be with you specifically, it would be the first few pages of the book of Genesis, to be honest with you. I think that's probably the most profound part of the entire Bible, to be honest.
Okay, so we're talking about God in this episode.
The creation.
I mean, Creation. Okay.
Yes, and
I think 10 should go first because then we can get sort of like the orthodox view on it and go from there, build on it. I've actually just translated like one of the oldest Greek Bibles, so I'm gonna see if I can pull it up and see if I can get that Genesis chapter. But if you want to just talk about,
you translated a Bible from Greek to English.
yeah, the oldest Greek I could find. So
now,
Okay.
if you want,
Well, what is your background in Greek, Mr. Robot?
no, I was using AI. I coded an AI that can do it, so it's quite good actually.
All right, man. Is the translation resembling anything that been translated before?
It does, but there's interesting words that get like translated in multiple ways, So like I find like the modern versions of the Bible kind of like oversimplify certain bits, and there's like more context in some words than normal English can sort of give you in one translation, if you will. So that's why I find it interesting to like look at the old ones again, because it does kind of change over time slightly.
Okay.
But what I want to know, Tan, is what brought you to be interested in spirituality and stuff like that initially, and how did you come about learning about your point of view from it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I fell into religion by circumstance. All right, if you guys have viewed my interview with Rogers in the past, you would know that I came to Canada by way of Japan as a refugee, and while at in Japan at the refugee center, I ran into some Catholic missionaries, Franciscan Catholic missionaries, and I just started listening going into this mass celebration, which at that time I had no idea what a mass is, but I heard them talking about God and Jesus in passing. I was curious, but it wasn't my intention to join the Catholic Church. By happenstance, my dad was joining. He was becoming a Catholic there, and his story is something else that probably another long story to get into. But so then I just joined because of him. The dad joins the religion, so the children gets pulled along. So I was just I became a Catholic out of happenstance, basically. Then when I came to Canada, continued to practice it, but like half-heartedly, not in any form of you would say fervor as a believer would be. But when I got into university, I started becoming more curious about my faith, and I needed to learn. I wanted to learn more about my religion than what would be required normally, meaning going to church on Sunday, listening to the sermon, and once a week doing that. But I was more curious from intellectual point of view, if you could call it that, because being in university, I had access to a whole library of old Christian writing. So I started taking religious courses in university. I studied the New Testament. Took a course on the New Testament. Old Testament is too much to go through, but then I started reading the early church fathers writing, like St. Augustine's, St. Thomas Aquinas, and all those great people. So they had a philosophy library in the University of Waterloo where I went, and then I was just spent there. When I'm not doing other homework, I'm just in that philosophy library, drooling over old ancient Christian writings. I learned about the life of the early Christians, and that's how it got me more interested in my faith and in my church.
That's actually pretty good. And before we go on, I want to make a plug for myself. If you guys want to hear Tan's story, you can find that. And I don't usually share this channel, but it's on the Storyteller. I have it on my channel for YouTube. I believe his story is also going to be put out. I can't tell you exactly when it's scheduled on Rumble, but it will be out too on there because I'm transferring everything over there. So if you're on Rumble, you'll be able to hear a story on there. But you can hear it ahead of time if you go to YouTube and check it out on
Yes.
Storyteller.
See, I did a plug for you on purpose there, Roger.
Right. And let me also add that was it's a tie between you and Bob Dub, but like you two had the two best stories that anybody's ever told to me. So just so people know that it's a really, really great thing because he sat down and he just told his life story and that was it. And I know Tan didn't think it was as good as what I did, but it was actually a pretty good story. So check it out. Well, Mr. Robot said his story too, but it wasn't really all that too like that.
Okay, let's carry on.
Okay. So
and market right now picking up some stuff, so you might hear some noise from me.
All right. Now, is Mr. Robot still in the room, or is he?
Yeah.
Okay. So this whole topic that you wanted me to come up with something to kind of start it out. Now I can, but I'm only going to share like maybe two paragraphs of what I've got started out. Okay, this starts out my whole cosmic weave thing. Okay, so now before there was stars and planets and light, and time even. Okay, there was an endless void. It was a vast nothingness where the universe was slumbering. It was waiting for a spark to awaken it. This was a time when space and time were indistinguishable. However, there was a single constant force, the formless, timeless essence of what would later become creation, destruction, and transformation. Now, cosmic energy existed in perfect tension between the opposing forces of life and death. Every possibility, every form of life that could be created, and every structure that could ever be dismantled resided here. It was the building block of existence, but also its undoing. From it, entire galaxies would later be born, only to collapse again into dust. In this place, the universe had not yet found its rhythm, but within its heart, it shimmered, waiting for the moment when it would emerge to shape what we would eventually call reality. So that's basically how the cosmic weave that I'm doing starts out. So you can take what you want from that part and go from there.
Sounds similar to the Genesis account, isn't it?
Exactly. And see, before we go any further with that, let me point this out. That story traces back even further than the Jewish beliefs or even the Babylonians. Well, I won't say the Sumerians, but the Babylonians even. You know, these are old Indo-European traditions even, you know.
A bit later, I will share the Gnostic version of that after Tan does his. But before we go on, I just want to show you guys, this is the Bible that I translated. Or I don't know if you can call it a Bible. It's technically a part of the Septuagint, which is like the Old Testament. It's called Novum Instrumentum Omniae, which is a Latin Greek version of the Old Testament. And it was published in the 1500s by Darius Erasmus of Rotterdam. He was a priest and a philosopher, and he basically went through a tremendous amount of effort to take up to 300 copies of like these ancient Christian texts and basically translate them into Latin and Greek, which is really useful if you have two languages at the same time of the same text to compare to for translation and stuff like that. So I'll show you what it looks like. This is the book. You can see it looks old. And when you go down, once it loads,
Well, St. Jerome originally was the one that translated the Hebrew Bible into Latin.
so you can see here it has the Latin on the right and the ancient Greek on the left. Mm-hmm. And you know how they say it's all Greek to me? It's because it looks like alien writing, man. Like, it's crazy. I was very surprised that the AI could actually decipher that. But it takes a lot of work because I had to like manually crop this section out on each page. And anyway, so I'll read the Genesis section just like quickly. So in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him nothing was made that was made. In him was life.
Robot, and that's the Gospel of John. That's a New Testament. It's not an Old Testament.
Yeah. Sorry, you're right. You're totally right. This is the New Testament. Yeah, my bad. It is the New Testament.
So, you need
do you want me to go on?
Well, I mean...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
In him was life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not comprehend it. There was a man sent from God whose name was John, and this man came for a witness to bear witness to the light, that all through him might believe. Okay, I probably won't go on because it doesn't really get into the metaphysics. I might have to bring.
Yeah. Wait, because this is the New Testament. It would. Do you have a version of the Old Testament, of the translation of the Book of Genesis? Maybe if we go back there.
Not yet. But I can bring up one. Maybe you should do it. Do you want to read the New Testament, the Old Testament?
I can't do it right now because I'm.
Let me quickly check. I think I have the.
I'm mobile. When I get back home, I will be able to do it. But
yeah. Here we go. I do have it. This is the Septuagint Genesis. Okay. What is the history of the Old Testament? That comes from like Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
that's the original language.
It supposedly does, but there's no surviving.
Very little.
No, there is. Well, actually, the Dead
Sea Scrolls. Yeah.
Yes. But before they were found, there was no evidence of it being in Hebrew. That's the one thing that I've always brought up too. Like whenever you look at a lot of the texts are usually written in Greek, and there's claims that was translated from Hebrew to Greek.
Hebrew.
You know, there's no surviving evidence of that. You know?
Well, I looked at
if you follow the church history, Saint Jerome translated the Latin Bible was translated by Greek is only predominantly written the language of the New Testament, right? Because yep. But the ancient texts are in Hebrew, or I don't know if old Hebrew even, right?
I don't know if it still exists though. Is what
Yeah, see,
Roger's saying.
that,
Like they
I'm
made
talking
copies
about
of
like
it.
the actual text. Like, see, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for the actual text that was written at that time period. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's good to have a reprint and everything, but like, there's no surviving actual text.
Because they wrote it on papyrus back then, I think,
Right.
and a lot of that is like degraded now. So,
Yeah, but then what about the Dead Sea Scrolls? Like
Now,
some part
that's
of that.
where,
okay, so
yes, exactly.
I looked at this the other day. There's three main languages in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew. And
Right.
there's only like fragments of it that they found, so like it's hard to say any one of them was the original or anything.
Cool.
Yeah, but they have deciphered, like when they cross compare that to the whole body of all the other texts and manuscripts they found, they have like consolidated it down to like proper Gnostic texts and stuff, which is I like reading that stuff because it's more in depth than the traditional Bible. It's like I reckon
Did
it's
they
like
do any
Jesus.
carbon dating of the papyrus? I'm pretty sure they did, right?
They did. They would have.
And they can probably tell which one is the oldest written scroll. But yeah, maybe the original Septuagint, the original Hebrew Bible was probably copied over by the scribes' times, right? Because papyrus degrades.
Carbon dating of the Dead Sea Scrolls provided several key dates. Initial tests in the 1950s of Qumran Cave 1 gave a date range of 167 BCE to 233 CE. So what's that, like 300 odd years? More recent tests gave a more narrow date.
Can you look up what is the lifetime of a papyrus scroll?
How long can survive? In what conditions?
In ancient conditions, I guess.
But like, if it's like open to the elements, it can degrade in a few years.
Ancient history. No, well, I mean normal, like inside a cave, maybe. But no, but I mean even I'm talking about in normal regular use where the Jews will be carrying those scrolls all over wherever they go, right? And so over time they gotta degrade, and so they need to be copied over.
Yeah.
Maybe many times. Yeah.
Well, these ones that were in the cave have clearly survived for 2,000 years. So if they're in like mint conditions, 2,000 years is probably the max. Because it has significantly degraded. But normally when it's in used, it's like hundreds of years, maybe like 250 years, something like that. So yeah, it would have had to be copied like many, many times. That's why the Dead Sea Scrolls is so interesting, because they haven't been copied so many times, so we can go back and see what has changed over time and stuff like that. But anyway, the Septuagint. Do you know about the Septuagint?
Yeah.
Tam?
Yep.
What do you know about?
Isn't that that is the version that Saint Jerome translated to Latin.
The translation of the 70 and abbreviated as LXX. It is the earliest existent Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible from its original biblical Hebrew. The full Greek title derives from the story recorded in the letter of Aristeas to Philocrates, that the laws of the Jews were translated into the Greek language at the request of Ptolemy II. Okay, that was 285 BC, which is pretty bloody old. So yeah, that's before the time of Jesus.
It's
right?
not really actually old. That's actually pretty modern. That would be the hip.
Well, it's old for
that
a
would be
Christian
the
text.
hip New Age. That would be hip New Age philosophy when it comes.
Come on, Roger.
When it
Come
comes
on,
to
Roger.
ancient history and stuff, man. Like
It's all relative. It's all relative. But when we're talking about modern religion, it's pretty old. Like, you know.
well, that's really what modern religion is. It's the hip New Age philosophy of religion.
Yeah. But
You know what I mean? These ideas come from more ancient, older texts. Like whenever people bring up the concept of the primordial ooze, okay, that goes way back. That goes way back before even Gaia was thought of. Okay, the primordial void.
was that not Greek? Or what?
Yeah, it's actually Indo-European. Greek is a part of the Indo-European language group, and so's everything from Europe all the way over into India. So you've got a lot of those belief systems, and then it also blended down into the Asian parts, like the Near East and all that.
Yeah.
So. And there are distinct language groups. Like you do have distinct Semitic groups, but you also have freaking a blend between the two cultures where they come up with the same concepts. You know, so these ideas, they're a lot older than just the Jewish text. They go farther back. You know, when it comes to light, what you guys were talking about, I actually wrote a little piece on that because of some stuff I found out, and what I said is it longed to be shaped. Okay, hold up. It says, rising from the depths of this vast nothingness, the primordial waters of creation began to churn in chaotic waves. It longed to be shaped, given form, but it also resisted, fearing the order that would be imposed upon it. Forms began to shimmer with the colors of the universe, reflecting the endless expanse of creation. The light of the cosmos illuminated the primordial energies that flowed through the axis mundi. So you have
What are you reading from here, Roger?
this comes out of the concepts of the primordial ooze, and that's the beginning that you'd read about, like in the book of Genesis. Okay,
From which tradition?
this would be.
I don't remember now.
This would be. This would be out of the Indo-European language group, and it goes all the way back. Okay, now what happened with that tradition is it didn't start with light. First, there was an empty void of nothingness, and then they started incorporating the four cardinal winds. Okay, and then there was the water, the endless water, primordial water that was stirred because of the four cardinal winds, and out of that came the ooze that would eventually become earth. You know what I mean? So this is where all of that stems from, and then they do mention the light, but the light is the reflection, okay, of the axis mundi, which is the center of all things. Okay, and that would be the equivalence of what people today would call God.
Not to be confused with the Rex Mundi, which is the demiurge from Gnostic beliefs. Tan, do you want to read Genesis?
I can't right now. Still not yet. Can you read? Can you read a few verses of the creation? Yeah.
Okay. Uh, in the beginning, God made the heaven and the earth, yet the earth was invisible and unformed, and darkness over the abyss, and the divine wind was being carried along over the water. And God said, let light come into being, and light came into being. And God saw the light that it was good. And God separated between the light and between the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And it came to be evening, and it came to be morning, day one. And God
Were
said,
you
"Let." Sorry.
are you reading an abbreviated version of it? I thought there was somewhere where it mentions like the spirit of God was hovering above the void,
Yeah,
above the
no, it's
water.
coming. It's coming. Be
Okay, I
patient.
see. Okay, all right. Okay.
And God said, let the firmament come into being in the midst of the water, and let it be a separator between water and water. And it became so. And God made the firmament, and God separated between the water that was under the firmament and between the water that was above the firmament. And God called the firmament sky, and God saw that it was good. And it came to be evening, and it came to be morning a second day. And God said, "Let the water that is under the sky be gathered into one gathering, and let the dry land appear." And it became so. And the water that was under the sky was gathered into their gatherings, and the dry land appeared. And God called the dry land earth, and the systems of the waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good.
Okay, pause there for a second. Back one verse when it was said, you read that God separated the water above the firmament and below the firmament, and the firmament was called the sky. So
Yeah.
what water could be above the sky?
Now, see, this is
That's
where
a good question.
this is
So
where
I
I can
actually think,
hold on a minute. I can kind of add on to that because I that goes into what I was writing afterwards of that when it says that bodies wove through the void with grand designs and intricate patterns. The heat of 1,000 suns flickered with the energy of creation, while the force of life ignited the spark of consciousness in the universe, bringing stars to life. Ice created
that's right.
stillness, the force of order, and the preservation. No, and preservation, shimmering with the soft blue glow. This was to be the fire of creation and the cold embrace of destruction.
Where are
Right.
you
Now
reading
remember,
from, Roger?
This is all text that freaking I've pulled together from different freaking religious groups. I've
Yeah, do you
cross referenced it with Indo-European languages to find the similarities, and then
which faith tradition does this come from?
this
Do you have
comes.
the source?
unknown AI hallucinations.
No, it's not. As a matter of fact, this actually coincides with what you read right there.
It,
This
it does, and I just want to say, like, think about this, Tan. Like here, it's talking about the firmament before the earth existed, right? So what water could that be? And I believe the waters that it's talking about is actually the waters of consciousness, like the ripple of consciousness throughout the universe. And it's talking about a separator between water and water, so separation of consciousness into different distinct parts, if you will. And that becomes a lot more clear when you look at the Gnostic version of it, because it goes into a bit more detail.
and
But
I also want to add too. I have found nothing, even when it comes to this stuff about the primordial ooze. I've found nothing that indicates where this water originated from.
we'll get to that.
Right,
We'll get to that.
and I was trying to get at whether this is some indication that there might be other planets that hold water.
Okay, well, I'm not going to describe the next 7 days of creation then. I'm going to go to the origin. There's a in the Nag Hammadi library, there's an untitled text that's later on been called The Origin of the World. And I find this one pretty interesting. It must have been translated from Aramaic or Hebrew or something. But can I read a little bit of it?
Yeah, go ahead. Hopefully.
So it does a little introduction. It says, seeing that everybody, gods of the world and mankind, says that nothing existed prior to chaos, I, in distinction to them, shall demonstrate that they are all mistaken because they are not acquainted with the origin of chaos, nor with its root. Here is the demonstration. How well it suits all men on the subject of chaos to say that it is a kind of darkness, but in fact it comes from a shadow which has been called by the name darkness. And the shadow comes from a product that has existed since the beginning. It is, moreover, clear that it existed before chaos came into being, and that the latter is posterior to the first product. Let us therefore concern ourselves with the facts of the matter, and furthermore, with this product from which chaos was produced, and in this way the truth will be clearly demonstrated. After the natural structure of the immortal beings that completely developed out of the infinite, a likeness then emanated from pistis, which is faith. It is called Sophia, wisdom. It exercised volition and became a product resembling the primeval light. And immediately her will manifested itself as a likeness of heaven, having an unimaginable magnitude. It was between the immortal beings and those things that came into being after them, like blank. She, Sophia, functioned as a veil dividing mankind from the things above, which is kind of like the firmament.
Yeah.
Now the eternal realm, aeon, of truth has no shadow outside of it, for limitless light is everywhere within it. But its exterior is shadow, which has been called by the name darkness. From it there appeared a force presiding over the darkness, and the forces that came into being subsequent to them, called the shadow, the limitless chaos. From it every kind of divinity sprouted up, together with the entire place, so that also shadow is posterior to the first product. It was in the abyss that the shadow, appeared, deriving from the aforementioned pistis, which is faith. Then shadow perceived there was nothing mightier than it, and felt envy. And when it became pregnant of its own accord, suddenly it engendered jealousy. Since that day, the principle of jealousy amongst all the eternal realms and their worlds had been apparent. Now, as for that jealousy, it was found to be an abortion without any spirit in it. Like a shadow, it came into existence in a vast watery substance. Then the bile that it had come into being out of the shadow was thrown into a part of chaos. Since that day, a watery substance had been apparent, and what sank within it flowed away, being visible in chaos, as with a woman giving birth to a child. All her superfluities flow out, just so matter came into being out of shadow and was projected apart, and it did not depart from chaos, rather matter was in chaos, being a part of it. Now, before I go on, I just want to go back to Greek cosmogony.
Hold on a minute, because the stuff that you mentioned right there is something that kind of goes into what I want to mention too. Now,
okay, but before you do, I just want to define chaos.
You guys made the assumption like I used AI to do this. Okay, now
I love it. You guys are so excited about the topic.
the content that I'm giving you is stuff
I
that
want.
I've been
I
doing
want us.
research on for like 8 years. Okay, now
Yeah.
if the things I'm reading to you is references that I took off of something that relates to this. Now Eusebius of Caesarea was
Yep.
the one who wrote freaking arguments against the pagans. Now he wrote a
Nice.
lot of he wrote a lot of things about the content that I'm talking to you about. And what happened was I've been doing research on this argument of the pagans for at least 8 years.
He
And
Eusebius is the bishop of Caesarea in the 3rd century, by the way. So
right, he was one of
so
the early.
so we are still lingering around religious from the religious background of cosmic. Eventually, I wanted to take us to the scientific view, where people like Stephen Hawkins and folks like that.
We'll get there.
Yeah. All right.
We just want to.
Good.
Do it.
Okay.
All right.
Go
so
on.
what were you going to say, Roger?
Now, the whole thing about what I've been discussing has to do with I turn around and I went in and I listened to his arguments, and then I went and checked out the references of all these pagan sources, or that he was given, and I found out to what is against popular belief, that these things he's referring to as being evil weren't actually evil, that whatsoever. Okay, and you'll find a lot of what he was really doing is he was fighting against Hellenistic beliefs and paganism. Okay, so he was using these as references and then demonizing the actual belief systems so that he could, kind of build up the Christian faith and make it look better. You know what I mean? These days, a lot of the resources that are out there don't even use his references anymore because they're aware of that. But he did bring up a lot of good information that could still be used, and that's what I did. I went through and I started checking out these pagan belief systems, and then I cross-referenced it with the Indo-European beliefs, because this is all about the Hellenistic movements that were taking place. When you hear about the Gnostics, that's actually what you're hearing. You're hearing a kind of saturation of Indo-European beliefs with Phoenician and Canaanite beliefs being incorporated into the Christian belief. Just that's basically what I wanted to say. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. I just also want to say I really like Eusebius's writings. He's for a Christian priest. He was very logical thinker, and he really wanted to discover the truth, and he really dived deep into topics and looked at all these different manuscripts. The amount of work that he did, I haven't seen anyone in the modern day do something on that kind of scale. It's pretty amazing. I just wanted to say, it mentions chaos a lot here, and that comes back from the Greek sort of interpretation, I believe, of chaos. And when you look, they didn't use chaos the way we do today. Today we use chaos in the way that things are sort of disordered and stuff like that. But in Greek cosmogony, chaos is the cosmological void state preceding the creation of the universe in early, it also refers to the early state of the cosmos constituted of nothing but undifferentiated and indistinguishable matter. So that puts the previous text into a bit of perspective there, I think.
Right. And it actually is Indo-European, because it goes farther back than the Greeks. You know what I mean? You're looking at a time when people believed in the cardinal direct winds, and they believed in freaking the primordial waters of the abyss. You know what I mean?
The thing you got to also realize with Greek and Egyptian mythology is it comes from, well, according to my research, it comes from like a high state of knowledge. It was passed down to them from antiquity. And the further back you go, it seems like the more authentic and the more like true the information is. And then later on, you get philosophers that come and reinterpret, and they change it over time. So, for example, with the word chaos, later on, like in the beginning, it was like the void, but then Hesiod's chaos has been interpreted as either a gaping void above the earth created when earth and sky are separated from their primordial unity. So you can see there he's already inputting his smaller cosmological view into this bigger principle. I found that interesting.
But the term primordial needs to be recognized too. You know what I mean? Like you'll hear the word primordial a lot if you get into this kind of research, and there's a reason why it's in there. This is the primordial beginnings. This is where everything was within the void. And there was nothingness. This is before there was light. There was anything. There was no stars. It was just an empty primordial void of nothingness. And then mysteriously this water appears. You know?
Yeah.
So it's pretty interesting with the water concept too, because that, to me, that makes that a divine, something divine. You know what I mean?
So it's actually quite a complex interrelationship when you dive into the Gnostic version of it. How, it has this like unknowable spirit, like original spirit that is before even matter existed, and then that eventually turns into like the first consciousness, and then the first consciousness gives birth to like two more consciousnesses, and then those two do their own little experiments, asking for permission from the one above. And I think it was I think it was Sophia. I'm not 100% sure, but one of them decided, out of this jealousy, that it wanted to create its own creation without asking for permission from the power above, and that's when things went wrong, and like a bunch of these sort of what we would now call negative spirits were born into this soulless part of the universe, if you will. And
wait, which tradition is this?
This is Gnosticism.
Gnosticism,
which is also actually was adopted by these people called the Bogalism, which was a Christian neo-Gnostic dualist sect founded in the first Bulgarian Empire by the priest Bulgamil during the reign of Tsar Peter I in the 10th century. It most probably arose from the region of Kutmuchivsta, today part of Macedonia, which is where Alexander the Great came out of. But then they sort of influenced the Cathars, right? And they were the heavily persecuted Christians that eventually, the Catholic Church kind of rooted them out eventually. But they still held on to these early Gnostic teachings, where they identified two creator deities. The first was the creator of the spiritual realm contained in the New Testament, while the second was the demiurge depicted in the Old Testament, who created the physical universe. The demiurge, often called Rex Mondi, or King of the World, was identified as the god of Judaism. Some Gnostic belief systems, including Catharism, began to categorize the duality of creation as a relationship between hostile opposing forces of good and evil. Although the demiurge was sometimes conflated with Satan or considered Satan's father, a creator or seducer, these beliefs were far from unanimous. Some Cathar communities believed in mitigated dualism, similar to Bolgamy predecessors, stating that the evil god Satan had previously been the true God's servant before rebelling against him, while other Cathars, likely the majority over time, given the influence. They changed their beliefs over time due to other influences, basically. But I just want to read this next little bit, because this goes back to the old text on how it describes this this demiurge situation, right? Where this kind of I believe this kind of brings us more into the sort of modern scientific situation, because it can be related to like reality. And when Pistis Sophia desired to cause the thing that had no spirit to be formed into a likeness and to rule over matter and over all other forces, there appeared for the first time a ruler out of the waters, lion-like in appearance, androgynous, having great authority within him, and ignorant of whence he had come into being. Now, when Pistis Sophia saw him moving about in the depth of the waters, she said to him, "Child, pass through to here," whose equivalent is Yaldabaoth. Since that day, there appeared the principle of verbal expression which reached the gods and the angels and mankind. And what came into being as a result of verbal expression, the gods and the angels and mankind finished. Now, as for the ruler of Yaldabaoth, he is ignorant of the force of Pistis, which is wisdom. He did not see her face, rather he saw in the water the likeness that spoke with him. And because of that voice, he called himself Yaldabaoth, but Ariel is what the perfect call him. For he was like a lion. Now, when he had come to the authority over matter, Pistis Sophia withdrew up to her light. When the ruler saw his magnitude, and it was only himself that he saw nothing else except for water and darkness. Then he supposed that it was he alone that existed, and was complete. There's a bit missing. Was completely by verbal expression. So I'm guessing his communication was completely by verbal expression. It appeared as a spirit moving to and fro upon the waters, and when that spirit appeared, the ruler set apart the watery substance, and what was dry was divided into another place. And from matter he made himself an abode, and he called it heaven. And from matter the ruler made a footstool, and he called it earth. See how that like ties into Genesis? So these Gnostic texts basically allude to the idea that that previous Bible that we read, the Genesis story, was actually this demiurge, Yaldabaoth, that created it. And it's part of a greater empire over which he ruled, which is in heaven, in the heavens, right? And I will later on bring that back to aliens, because a big part of the sort of alien lore out there is that the reptilian beings, which has often been depicted as lion-faced, and like, you know, they came out of a part of the universe that that we can't quite see from here, I suppose. And it was like separate from this part of creation, and they took over a large part, including this part. But anyway, where shall we go from there, Roger?
So, after all, huh?
Go ahead. What was you saying? Tan?
Sorry, did I not come over clearly?
I couldn't hear a word you said.
Am I clearer now?
Yeah, just repeat what you said, because it didn't come through.
Okay.
Not for me.
I was just poking fun at Mr. Robot. It's alien conspiracy that they originated from the Gnostics, after all.
We'll see. I mean, for me, when it comes to ufology these days, that's the thing that I seem to have an issue about. It's like all of these ufologists who believe in like aliens and remote viewing, and especially the secret space program and all that. They like to tap into old Gnostic beliefs. It's usually Gnostic beliefs, or it's the Theosophical Society that they pull their information from, and then they try to disguise it like it's actual UFO knowledge. When people who actually do the research can recognize it and say you're full of shit, you're just using old text to freaking.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, if it is true, I'm not saying it is, but if it is true, there's a chance that people could discover the same truth from different angles, right?
Right. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I really do get into reading this stuff. I love it. But the thing of it is let's be honest about the material and where you're getting it from. You know, let's not say.
Yeah, totally. But here's the interesting thing, right? This is why I'm making this point, is because here's the page for Yaldabaoth. This is the Gnostic page. And here you can see the lion-faced being, but look at his body.
Yep.
It's a serpent, right? Which is a reptile.
Now
so
he's
it's
supposed
a
to be
lion-headed serpent.
Now he's supposed to be like a demigod, the one that was actually the ones that create the reality we know and we feel and see, right?
Yeah, and the Gnostics saw reality as a bit of a trap.
in the Bible, guys, I think in the book of Daniel or somewhere like that also describes one of the angels as having like winged creature with lion's body or face or weird things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does the Bible
search for it.
I always get shit when I start telling everybody that it's really odd about and this is all over the world throughout different time periods. There's always this connection between the reptile and the bird when it comes to deities. If you look through the histories and you find out about, especially in the religions and the lore, it's always about the reptilian or the birds, and then later on they started incorporating the lions, and stuff like that. But it was always the birds and the reptilians, always.
Even reptilians. Why reptilians though?
I actually know that. I just have to
maybe a lineage of the original snake in the garden.
Well, the thing is, there's dragon mythology all around the world, even though they weren't supposedly.
Yes, especially in China. Yep.
Well,
Vietnam,
South America, Africa, doesn't matter where you go, you'll find some version of either serpent or dragon mythology, right?
Yep. The origin of Vietnam's myth, right, guys, is we were founded by a dragon.
Yep. And South America as well, many times. So there's two possibilities, right? The one is ancient people dug up some dinosaur bones and they made some myths about it. Or this ancient story is actually real, and we're only just starting to come to grips with it, But here is the part of the Bible in Ezekiel. It talks about
Ezekiel. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And one of the cherubim reached out his hand to the fire that was among them. Wait, where's the lion part here? So each of the cherubim had 4 faces. One face was that of a cherub, the other face was of a human being, the third face of a lion, and the fourth face of an eagle, right? So this kind of like comes into the shape-shifting lore again as well, which is like associated with the reptilians. And
nice.
And a lot of people have said that, like here it says, I looked and I saw beside him the cherubim of 4 wheels, one beside each of the cherubim. The wheels sparked like topaz. As for their appearance, the 4 of them looked alike, each like a wheel intersecting a wheel. And some people say that sounds a lot like some kind of technology, some kind of ancient technology, like.
Chariot.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that these alien shape-shifting beings are associated with these twirling wheels within wheels. You know what I mean?
Right.
What would we call that today?
They resemble
Angels.
UFO is what they're saying, and a lot of them they're saying that these ancient aliens theories they point that out and they say this is a UFO sighting.
And then what about that
But
part of
I
the
mean,
Bible where there's the ascension of Jesus, right? After it might have just been before he got crucified. Him and his disciples were out in the desert there, and all of a sudden Jesus just ascends into heaven, and these two angels.
no. Oh, that's
Yeah.
after his resurrection. I thought you're talking about the what do you call it? That time where he took the disciples up to the mount and he certainly
And they saw a bright
transformed
light.
into. No, he's certainly transformed into full of lights, and they saw Moses and Jesus saw him talking to Moses and all the other Old Testament.
So listen, this is in Acts 1:11 to 13, and basically it says,
yeah, that's
Men
after
of
his
Galilee,
resurrection.
why do you stand looking into the sky? Thus Jesus, who had been taken up from you into heaven, will come in the same way as you have watched him go into heaven. And they returned to Jerusalem from the Mount of Olives. So basically they were out in the bush. There was a bright light, and it came and picked Jesus up through the clouds into the sky. And they all stood there just amazed. And then all of a sudden, these two bright characters called Men of Galilee, these two...
The angels. Well, you think they're
in the Bible it
reptilians?
calls them men, but they said men in white gowns appeared all of a sudden in the desert, mind you, and then they're don't worry about Jesus, he'll come back the same way that he went up into the sky.
That's right after his ascension. Yep.
Yeah.
But so traditionally we believe those two men are angels, but you think they're reptilians?
No. I don't think they're reptilians. I think they're aliens, but they're humanoid.
Aliens. Okay, aliens. Okay.
Yeah. Because you got to realize there's different types of aliens.
Aliens could just be angels, but then angels are spiritual beings. They don't have bodies, though.
Well, aliens are spiritual beings too. They operate on a high plane.
They actually have corporeal. They have bodies.
It's literally just modern words for the same thing. As you can literally interchange the words and it'll mean the same thing.
So
what?
When it comes to
which word?
Angels are aliens and gods.
Oh, I see.
Are
Me two things.
Okay.
No, I didn't know, because aliens are actually, if they exist, they're actually physical beings.
Yeah.
The angels, they're non-corporeal beings. They don't have a body. Sometimes they.
That is not true. That is not true. In Revelations, where it talks about the war in heaven, it talks about Michael and his angels fighting against the dragon. Okay.
Yep.
Now,
the dragon is Satan.
If they were just thoughts, how would they fight?
They're not thoughts. They're spiritual being, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. They don't exist in your thoughts only. They actually exist, but there is a war, a spiritual war in heaven. You don't think ghosts can fight with each other?
Here's the thing: you're assuming that heaven is some kind of ethereal place. Whereas when you look at the Gnostic text, it says heaven was made by the demiurge out of matter. Okay, so that's literally space. Where the planets are.
Heaven cannot be inside this universe.
Okay.
Heaven is the dwelling place of God. And if God cannot be existing in this universe if he created it in the first place.
Okay, now let me add in what I've read on some of this. When it comes to sacrifice, okay, and stuff of that nature, I came up with this, and it goes, from the sacred being, or from the sacrifice being, the animal gave life to create this cosmic bridge of the Axis Mundi. Death and decay led to new transformation. Primordial chaos gave rise to order. Decay birthed creation, and the animal's sacrifice generated the bridge of the Axis Mundi between the realms. Through love and strife, flux and transformation, the cyclical nature of putrescence and rebirth resonated. Through the decay of decomposition of water-based organic materials, which often resulted in the breakdown of compounds into simpler substances, the first body of structure from the primordial mud gave birth to the world. A cosmic being was sacrificed and dismembered to create the world and the universe itself. This included each realm, multiple worlds or layers of existence within the Axis Mundi. That's it.
Mm.
So,
do you see this passage that I've got highlighted, Tan?
I'm driving right now. Can you read it out?
What it says, this is from that Gnostic text. It says, talking about the demiurge, it says,
Demiurge, okay.
And a spirit, and that spirit appeared, the ruler that set apart the watery substance, and what was dry was divided into another place, and from matter he made for himself an abode, and he called it heaven. Okay, it says from matter he made heaven. Do you understand?
Wow. So the Gnostic writing is wrong. I mean, I don't take much authority of the Gnostic writings, right?
Well, that's why your people killed all the Cathars. You know, it's like couldn't hack it.
But think about it, right? So if heaven is, it must be a different kind of heaven that they're talking about. If heaven is the dwelling place of God, I mean, heaven is where God is. And
here's the thing.
So it can't be part of the universe that he created. I mean, he exists before the universe, right? So
see, this goes to prove what I was saying, that my theories are more valid than what you guys are doing. You're arguing over this meaningless argument. What it is. We're talking about realms. We're not talking about material and ethereal. We're talking about dimensions, realms, things. This is a complete.
But again, dimensions is also talking about physicality.
Here's the deception between the Gnostic text and the modern Catholic tradition, right? The God of the Old Testament is the cruel and vindictive God, mind you, that, did all those horrendous things in the Old Testament.
Right. So that's the Gnostic belief, right?
No. This is fact from the Bible. Like,
who's no. Whose belief are you stating that the God of the Old Testament is the vindictive God?
Just listen. So, the God of the Bible did all sorts of nasty shit, like asking people to stone each other. He asked the Hebrews to go butcher entire cities. He told them to take over land, all sorts of stuff like that, right? That is in the Bible. But the Gnostics believe that is actually a different being called Yaldabaoth that convinced the humans that he was God. So he claimed to be God, but he wasn't actually the original father of the universe, the original consciousness, but called himself God, and he is the one that created the earth and ruled over matter. I don't actually think he created the earth, but he ruled over matter.
And that's why the church considered the Gnostics heretics.
Yeah,
well, yes.
Because the God of the Old Testament and the God of the New Testament is the same God.
But what if it's not? What if it's not? Because look at the Hebrew Bible. There's so many different words for God, right? Why is that?
Well,
Maybe there's
I mean,
maybe,
what do you mean? What if it's not? I mean,
like
we're
even in the
told by
Bible,
Jesus that his
even
father.
in the Bible, it talks about God, it talks about Yahweh, it talks about what's the other one? Lord of hosts. You know, it has all these different
Mhm,
names for God.
mhm.
But when you actually go into the Gnostic text, it exactly explains what all these different terms mean, and they refer to different aspects of the one. Okay, but like it said, the ones that came subsequent to the original consciousness had varying degrees of power. They didn't have as much power as the ones above them. All right. But the one that was born into darkness, the evil one, thought like got so separated from the original consciousness of Sophia or wisdom that he believed that he was the only one in existence and the true God, and therefore ruled over the universe. So
no,
yeah,
that's actually that's split both. There's a different camps that in that whole aspect too. Some of them believe that he did believe that, but then others also believe that freaking he deceived people into thinking that he was the only true God, and that
well,
there,
yeah, well,
you know what I mean?
it's hard
Like
for us to
there,
know whether he believed it or not. He might have even believed
well,
it. Who
there
knows?
actually is like two or three different camps within the Gnostic beliefs that split on that whole opinion. Like one believes that he honestly did believe that he was the true God, and then another one camp believed that freaking he was purposely deceiving people
Yeah,
into
yeah,
thinking he was the true God. So you, even in
yeah.
that aspect, within the Gnostics, they kind of went two separate directions on that belief.
See, here it goes into the exactness of like the different terms. It's like Yao is feminine name for his lordship. Sabaoth is the name for deity. Adonias is the name of his kingship. Elios is the name of jealousy. And all these terms come about in the Hebrew Bible later on. You know, like Yah is Yahweh, Adonai is Adonias, Eli is Elohim or Eli or El. You know, and all it's interesting how these things sort of like reincarnate over time. Yeah.
Now, there's one thing I do want to bring up when it comes to the soul and the ascent of the soul, for in particular. You guys started getting into angels and stuff like that. Now, I did cover some of that with what I wrote, and it goes like this. It says, "This also suggests, from what I just written or read to you guys, okay, this also suggests an ascent of the soul where base matter was purified through trials, and the Axis Mundi served as a passage between realms to test transformation. The journey began in the primordial mud from which life emerged, then through chaos where order had to be carved from the formless void, and blackened through putrefaction before rebirth, emerging from these primordial depths stronger and wiser, passing um, through the cycle of death and rebirth, just as putrescence is necessary for new life. The soul seemed to climb towards the heavenly divine for spiritual element enlightenment, encountering primordial darkness to break down the ego, then returning with wisdom, the final enlightenment." And that's like a lot of the stuff that you guys are really talking about is ancient alchemy being interpreted into
That's right.
Christianity and into Judaism. You'll find a lot of alchemy when it comes to these belief systems. It's probably one of the oldest belief systems, to be honest. So when you're looking at this stuff, you have to think of it in alchemical um, references too, not just in theological. Uh,
Well, alchemical came from like Egypt and Greek origins. Like they believe that Hermes Trismegistus was the sort of god, or I don't know if they called him a god or not, but that he was this like wise man of the ages that bestowed this knowledge of alchemy to the people, and he was called Trismegistus because that means thrice great, 3 times great. It's because he reincarnated into different beings over time. Some say he was Thoth in one life and Hermes in another, and I don't know who the third one is. Might be Saint Germain or something, but yeah. So like they are old beliefs, but a lot of this cosmogony, or like about the gods and the angels and stuff, you can also see like similar types of that in ancient Mesopotamian and ancient Hindu and Buddhist beliefs as well. They have very similar sort of structures and stuff.
And look for keywords too. Like when you start hearing about things like the soul ascending up into heaven and stuff of that nature, and you start hearing things about trials and tribulations. These are all ancient alchemical beliefs. Okay, this is before what we consider alchemical beliefs today. Okay, it got.
Sorry, can you guys give me a 1 or 2 minute summary of what alchemy is?
Well, what I'm getting at is like rebirth. Okay, rebirth.
Is it like a reincarnation?
Yeah, when you hear about
the same
reincarnation,
thing?
all of that's what that's all referring to. It's talking about reincarnation is about rebirth. It's about rejuvenation. A transformation.
Alchemy is more of they call it a science of the soul, where you learn how to do these practices that turn your soul from heavy lead into gold. So you transmute your spirit into higher and higher and more refined forms of matter, and to the point where they say you can even reach a point where you're immortal, or become like a god. And
so it's a new form of what do you call it? Reincarnation in the Buddhism belief?
Well, it's actually every belief system that does it. When you read this stuff, okay, you'll hear things like the soul seems to be climbing towards the heavenly divine for spiritual enlightenment. Okay. And on its journey, it's encountering darkness, and this is supposed to break down the ego, and that is supposed to be returning the individual to wisdom, and through wisdom, you're going to get the final enlightenment. You're going to be enlightened to it, how the world works, and you're going to ascend to something better than what you were, and that's by breaking down the ego.
So here is like an alchemical quote from the Bible that I would say is in Matthew 6:22. Jesus said that the light of the body is the eye, and therefore if thy eye be single, thy whole body will be full of light. Okay. So it's talking about if you quiet your mind and bring your mind into the center point, which is your third eye, your astral body will be activated. That's how we'd say it.
Astral body.
Yeah, your spiritual body, whatever.
Okay. So I don't know. I wonder if this also is a Gnostic belief. Because I don't know if it was the Gnostic or some other sect who believed the superiority of the soul over the body. Like they believe that the soul is trapped inside the body.
That's right. They believe
it needs to be liberated. Is that the Gnostics?
Yeah, they believe the whole physical universe was a prison for the spiritual body, and nothing in the physical was really that meaningful. They believed in like giving up your physical pleasures, your material wealth, and stuff like that, to honor the spirit, so that you can set yourself free, I guess, through like a type of transmutation to go back to that spiritual place. But here the next passage says, but if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one or love the other, or else he will hold to one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put in. It is not the life more than meat, and the is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment. Raiment? I don't know what that word is. So it's basically saying this is just like your fleshly form, and it's not as important, you know. Raiment, it means decorative clothing. So it's your decorative clothing for the spirit. Interesting. Because that kind of ties into, like, you know, Buddhist and Hindu and stuff beliefs as well, kind of. So
Okay, maybe we need to step back on topic to the cosmic weave. We're diving too much into religion, you know.
All right. So I would say that there is a lot of this spiritual science has been kept intact in some of the more ancient beliefs, not necessarily the Abrahamic beliefs, but the Buddhists and the Hindus have maintained the alchemical practices that allow you to develop your spiritual body and your spiritual abilities. And I think now with modern day science, we're starting to actually be able to investigate that more and find out how true that stuff is. For example,
he falls out and dies. It's your problems. Why? Sorry, guys.
So for example, they like recently started doing electrocardiograms of monks' brains, and they found that they go into these high flow states, like theta states of consciousness, much more easily than someone who doesn't meditate. And that kind of explains why they had these uncanny abilities to remember things better, think more clearly, allegedly commune with spirit, and when you go further back, the abilities get more even fantastical and magical, where like we're talking about levitation and out of body travel and telepathy and stuff like that. So yeah, it's interesting. And and now, investigating metaphysics, we found that, the observer plays a role in how reality manifests. And, some believe, or like sort of interpret the information of the double slit experiment as the observer, like the universe is aware of us looking at it. And when we look at it or observe it, it forms into matter, forms into material beings. So that's a whole nother mystery that kind of like is on the edge of like spiritualism and religion and all this stuff, because it kind of shows that it's potential that the universe itself is conscious, which is really interesting, because like we're able to like investigate that scientifically now. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Roger, along those lines? Has he ducked out? I just want to give like a little bit of background on like my coming into this, how I sort of like started investigating this stuff. Is I got raised Christian, but I rebelled against it when I was pretty young because I didn't like being forced into church and like just learning the stuff that not even the priests could explain to me. I've always been a very curious, questioning person, so like
Wait,
I don't just accept.
you were raised a Catholic?
No, not a Catholic. It was like some other denomination where you sing a lot. I can't remember what
What?
it's called.
That's Catholics. We
No,
sing a lot.
it was like a Dutch denomination. I can't
Yeah,
remember
but
the
they
name.
also have priests because you
They
said
had
priest.
they had
That's why.
priests and stuff like that, but it wasn't tied to the Vatican. I don't think it was.
Okay, so maybe Orthodox.
No, it wasn't Orthodox. It was.
But they also have like a priest or.
Yeah, they have a priest. They'll do like a reading, then you sing for quite a bit, and then they do another reading. You go home. But what I didn't like is all the children had to stay behind in Sunday school, and they basically like just smashed us with all these Bible verses and stuff. I'd be the only one that would question it. I'd be like, "What does this mean? Like, how does that make sense?" And they didn't like that.
Wow, interesting. You're like young Sheldon.
Yeah, so basically, eventually I'm like, these guys don't know what they're talking about. I'm going to look into science some more. So I got really into science, and then I became sort of like an atheist because I didn't really know what my beliefs were. I just...
Maybe agnostic.
Agnostic, yeah. But then at the same time, I went through a phase of questioning everything. I'm like, I'm going to just investigate all the religions and see what rings true to me. And I just sort of like spent a few years like reading broadly into different religious beliefs and stuff, but nothing really like stuck to me. I prefer to sort of like experience life and make up my own mind. And then when I was about like in my early 20s, I started growing some ayahuasca, and I had my first ayahuasca experience, and I started seeing things that I didn't believe in, which is not what I expected. I thought I would either see things that I believe in or completely random stuff. If your brain gets jumbled, technically you should see random stuff. But I didn't see random stuff. I started seeing spirits and like highly intricate shapes and colors that I had never seen before, I didn't know existed. And then I started, after investigating it some more, I started getting actual knowledge and like wisdom out of it. And I realized I could ask it questions and information would come into me. And I was like, whoa. And then I took a much more humble approach at it, at spirituality. I accepted the fact that I didn't know, and then I approached it from that questioning, open mind frame. And then after I had a whole bunch of experiences like that, I decided I'm going to relook at ancient beliefs with my new insight and see what I can discover in it. And what I discovered over time is like very similar concepts had been discovered by different cultures all around the world, and they just called it slightly different things. And that's why I find it interesting to sort of merge all these different beliefs into a sort of philosophy without like discounting any of them. I think they're all useful in their own, special ways. I think like the whole universe, like I was saying to Roger earlier, I don't actually believe in chaos. I can accept the Greek interpretation of it, that it's like a primordial state of nothingness or in undifferentiated consciousness or something. I can accept that, but I don't believe in disorder. I think there's different degrees of order, and sometimes things get so complex that we can't comprehend it. And I actually I'm starting to see that everything in the universe is perfect the way it is, and it fits into each other like a puzzle, and everything helps everything else in a certain way. So when you look at it from that perspective, it's difficult to feel like you're a victim or like something is going wrong, because really, when you think about it, all the things that have ever quote unquote gone wrong in your life have taught you valuable lessons that's made you become who you are. And so I value all
Good.
sorts of experiences for their wisdom that they contain, rather than
Good.
saying one thing is bad and another thing's good. You know, if you step outside of that good and bad paradigm and just accept everything as part of the one consciousness trying to teach you something, you become a humble student at the feet of God or the universe, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Now, when you mention the whole chaos thing, I do want to mention something about that. Now, I think a lot of people misunderstand that too, because first you have to comprehend this. This is a very simple concept. It's even disorder is order. Okay, that's not chaos. Um, if you have disorder in your life, you still have some sense of order going on. You know what I mean? Um, whenever they are referring to chaos, the purest form of chaos is the empty void of nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, that chaos. There's an actual mathematical theory called chaos theory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but mathematics is only as good as the mathematician. You know what I mean?
Well, hold on now. We wanted, or Tan wanted to hear the science side of this. Okay, so
Right.
if we get into that, let Tan start up with the chaos theory, and then we can go from there.
No, well, I cannot elaborate too much on it at this point. I need some grounding materials, and I'm still not at home yet. I'm still driving.
Okay.
If you talk among
I'll
yourself
I'll give you a quick definition of chaos theory.
Yeah, there you go. No, Mr. Robot, you have all the reference stuff in there. Give us the quote.
Yeah, so chaos theory is an interdisciplinary area of scientific study and branch of mathematics that focuses on the underlying patterns and deterministic laws of dynamical systems that are highly sensitive to initial conditions. It explores how small changes in starting conditions can lead to vastly different outcomes, a phenomenon known as the butterfly effect. This theory examines systems that may appear to be without order or randomness, but actually follow deterministic laws. It aims to understand the complex behavior of systems that can shift from one stable to unstable, or behavior of systems that can shift from stable to unstable or form order to disorder. So it's kind of saying what we're saying. It's saying even though things seem to go into randomness, they actually follow deterministic laws. So by definition, that's not chaos. That's order that we don't understand, you know?
Right.
So
now, does
that definition fit into what you guys believe is chaos?
That's not chaos. That's a disorder. That's a disordered form of order. Okay. Now,
I would say entropy or extropy or something like that. You know?
Right. Now, this is something that I'm going to be going into in my next actual episode of the Cosmic Weave, because we're going from one level to another level. And when you look at this, you have to talk about free will versus freaking determination. Okay.
Predestination.
Yeah. Predetermination.
But I mean, but just let me just catch you. Like you said that chaos is just an disorder form of order. I mean,
No.
it's
I
the
didn't
total
say that.
opposite of order.
No, chaos.
It's basically disorder.
No, chaos is an empty void of nothingness.
That's the original meaning of it.
Right, and that's
it's
what I hold to.
Differently now, but that's the original.
What you just read there says the same thing. It says that it's still a form of order.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? And that's what I was saying. I was saying that people have a misconception of what chaos is. Okay, chaos is
modern science, like chaos theory, misuses the term. They're not using it in the old way. They're trying to put it into this new context, which isn't really what it means.
Well, deterministic.
Meaning the disorder form of order.
You know?
Even here, they say apparent randomness of chaotic complex systems. It's only apparent randomness when there's actually underlying patterns, interconnection, and constant feedback loops, repetition, self-similarity, fractals, and self-organization. So
yeah, and that goes into
really
my scientific side of this goes into my whole scientific part of the cosmic weave, and it's actually it breaks down quite a bit of that. Like you pull that back up real quick. The loops. You still got that?
So this is all the basis for all these fractals algorithm that generates seemingly random patterns that looks beautifully generated.
Now
overall, right?
Now, in order for you to understand this stuff, you have to freaking go in and you have to start from the basics. And it's not really the basics, but it's the human brain. Okay. You need to look at the freaking thalamus, for example. That's the perfect place to start. Now, it's a large mass of matter located within the dorsal part of the brain too. Okay. And it's known as they have different parts of it, and it's called the diencephalon, and what happens is it integrates and it filters and coordinates sensory and motor inputs into the brain function. Okay. Now, when you take a look at this stuff and you start doing the research on it, you find out that it's more than just a relay center, okay? Now, what it does is it ensures that the higher order brain functions, like your perception and your cognition and your movement, all of that stuff, it ensures that all of that operates seamlessly and efficiently. So when you start looking at that, you start finding out that there's clusters of nerve cells that are with specialized functions that are that form nuclei within the brain. Okay, and these nuclei, they receive input from like various sensories and motor systems within your brain, and they send output to different areas of the cerebral cortex. Okay. Now, this is what it all breaks down to. You can take this same process and you can start looking into it even further, and you'll start noticing that this doesn't just relate to the human brain and the human body, but it extends outward to freaking nature and the way things work. When you look at birds flying south for the winter in an ordered fashion, okay, you're looking at equilibrium. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with chaos?
Yeah.
I'd like to clarify on the equilibrium. I don't understand where that comes into it.
Well, with equilibrium is about balance. Okay, it's about balance, and a lot of people believe that equilibrium has to do with just your body, but it's not. You have equilibrium when it comes to the way nature works. There's certain natural elements of the brain that goes along with the way the world around you works. And for example, like I was talking about with birds, when they fly south, they instinctually know that they need to fly south together. And not only that, but they form patterns in their flight when you look at them flying. Okay. Now that's more than just a coincidence. That's called a phenomenon. That means that they can't explain it.
It's a pattern. Yeah.
Okay.
I would say even as far as every complex system in the universe wants to find some kind of stable state that is balanced. It can never actually reach that state, but it always tries to get to it. So, for example, if you put a drop of paint into water, it'll dissolve and slowly spread to find a equal state throughout the water, right? And it's the same in your brain where if you overdo it with a certain neurochemical, let's say you drink a lot of coffee, you'll go into a hyperstimulated state. That it's too extreme, so your brain will compensate by getting drained, going into a lower state, and then it'll bounce back and forth until it finds a stable state again. You know, yeah.
And it even goes deeper too, because like when it comes to like if you touch a hot surface, okay, a signal is relayed through your thalamus. It prompts you to quickly move your hand off of that flame, because through sensation there's a signal that's relayed from freaking your brain or through your brain that prompts you to freaking pull your hand away from it. Now, if you didn't have that signal, you wouldn't freaking do it. Your hand would, you'd just leave your hand there and you'd burn yourself. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. So you have this information that's being transferred from one part of your body to another, which relies on touch, senses, feelings, things of that nature. And what that is it's coordinated responses based on your sensory feedback.
It's interesting that reflex of like pulling your hand away doesn't actually need to go to the brain to be processed. It gets processed in the spinal column. That's why it happens so quickly. You can actually, so your spinal column acts as its own little brain within itself as well.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing. It really is. And people don't look at this stuff on a spiritual level. They don't think to themselves that this is spiritual at all. This is just physical. This has nothing to do with anything spiritual whatsoever.
Well, the interesting part of it is, right, how the whole brain has two parts. It's like a duality, right? It's got the left and the right brain, except for the very center in the bottom of the hypothalamus, there is the pineal gland, which actually isn't originally a part of the brain. It is a part of embryonically, it's part of the roof of your mouth, and it kind of shoots up into your brain and becomes like a little hormonal gland. And where Jesus talks about when your eye is single, your body is full of light, that is traditionally in like Buddhist mythology, it's considered the third eye, right? When he says your eye is single, he's talking about the third eye, the pineal gland, which is also the part of your brain that produces DMT, which is your dream chemical, and they also call it your spirit molecule. And that is the part of your brain that is the center point, the axis mundi, that actually connects you to your higher spiritual self. So, which, some people call it the dream time, or, the spirit world, heaven, whatever you want. So that you have a connection between the physical and the spiritual. And
that goes into my part two on the science part, where we start talking about the dream and the dream state. And you also have to look at delta waves, I believe is what they're called, or delta. You have delta, omega, and it's different. Delta waves is one important thing that you have to look at, and that's actually part of your brain that.
Do you want me to define the different waves?
Huh?
Do you want me to define the different waves?
Yeah, I believe so.
So delta waves is between 0.5 and 4 hertz. These are the slowest brain waves and are predominant during sleep, dreamless sleep. They are also linked to empathy and healing processes. Delta waves are crucial for restorative sleep and are often observed in infants and during deep meditation in adults. Where theta waves are 4 to 8 hertz. Theta waves are associated with deep relaxation, daydreaming, and light sleep. They are predominant in children and adolescents who are linked to creativity, intuition, and memory storage. It goes through alpha as like your daily awake alert mode. Then you get your gamma waves, which is like the high frequency waves, 30 to 100 hertz. Gamma waves are the fastest brain waves that are linked to higher cognitive function, including memory consolidation, information processing, and heightened awareness. They are often observed during moments of insight and peak performance, which
Right.
is what I was saying before the monks get when they meditate very deeply. They get these bursts of gamma waves that
No, the gamma waves are very important. Okay. Now the gamma waves, you got to think of them like in a car engine. Okay, when you have pistons that fire off. Okay, it fires off it, and what it does is it creates combustion within the the rods. Now this is what's kind of going on metaphorically, I guess you could say, inside of your brain with those gamma waves. You're getting bursts of energy that are constantly going off. And without that, you're not going to be able to freaking think, make fast decisions. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. So that's what's important. And now the okay, hold up, I got to hit refresh.
So they've also found that like certain psychedelics like DMT also produce gamma waves, and it can also be observed in many mood and cognitive disorders like Alzheimer's, epilepsy, and schizophrenia, where the brain kind of over amplifies.
Mm-hmm.
But
no, I tried to keep. I tried to keep away from the disorders and everything because I was wanting to focus more on like what the actual functions of each wave was. But I did go through them and everything and seen all of them. You know, the thing that stuck out with me the most is the delta waves, and then the freaking the theta waves. No, the thetas actually. The ones that are just above them. I believe that's the theta, right?
Theta waves are the deep relaxation daydreaming. Yes. So delta is the lowest, right, and then theta is just above that, 4 to 8 hertz.
Exactly. Now
with creativity, intuition, and memory storage.
Now with the delta waves, when the function that's going on during this phase of sleep, okay, which is you're getting a low wave. It's your that's deep sleep. Okay, so when you fall into deep sleep, you have these certain cycles that you go through when you're sleeping. You have deep sleep is before you get to the REM stages. Now, that does is that actually helps freaking repair like tissues that are damaged inside of the body and the brain and everything, and it also widens gaps within the brain so that this fluid would flow through it and wash chemicals out of your brain, physical toxins that are inside of your brain. It literally cleans it out. So when they're saying restoring you, that's what they're talking about. It's literally during this phase of sleep, it is restoring your mind. And it's really, really important to have deep sleep, because if you don't, then you're going to have issues with mental illnesses and things of that nature.
I find it interesting that the theta waves are associated with stuff like schizophrenia, but it's also associated with spiritual states. So, like, they found that people with schizophrenia actually pee out DMT. They pee out the breakdown products of DMT. And so it's interesting to me that, like, in shamanistic societies, people will often have what's called a shamanistic crisis, where they just scatter around for a month and they don't know what's what and where they are and whatnot. But really, like in today's society, we would call them schizophrenic. But in those societies, they consider them to be having a spiritual experience, you know? So I found that interesting, that connection there. I also find it interesting that what was it? Alpha waves? Sorry, delta waves. They're associated and linked to empathy and healing processes. So
Right.
I'd like
Exactly.
to understand how that works, the empathy part, you know.
Well, this all goes back to what we were just talking about when it comes to freaking when it comes to spiritual principles and stuff like that. This is physically connected. Okay, this is science telling you that this is real. Okay, everything that we were just discussing is linked to this on a spiritual level. Okay, and people have this desire to just deny it like it's not real and it's not there when science itself is telling you that this is what the brain does during sleep and it does it for a reason. Okay, and it's right there in front of your face. So I don't see an argument between religion and science when you look at this kind of information and you find it out. You know what I mean? It actually goes hand in hand with one another. If you are willing to be open minded enough to look at it and see it for what it really is. Okay, I don't. And you guys know I don't like follow one specific religious group. I do think um, spirituality is important, you know, and I believe that a lot of these religions do have good spiritual principles, and I believe in them, you know. But I also know that you kind of have to be open minded to things because it's not just a spiritual realm. Okay, you're living in a physical, emotional, and spiritual realm, and you have to accept all of it. Okay, it's the full package. It's not one or the other. You can't pick and choose.
Well, yeah. I think universal wisdom can come from anywhere. It doesn't have to come from one specific ancient text, for example. It can be just someone you meet in the street, or like the way that a leaf falls to the ground, or the way the sun rises over the ocean. There's so many ways the universe can communicate with you, and if you close yourself off to any part of it, you're really doing yourself a disservice because there's a lesson you're not getting.
Right. Now, what I was referring to was the sensory cortex processes. Um, uh, this and it processes touch and spatial awareness. Now, if that's damaged, it could cause paralysis or loss of sensation in certain body parts. The brainstem controls vital functions such as breathing, heart rate, and consciousness. Now, the middle cerebral artery supplies much of the brain's oxygenated blood. Now, these regions also influence memory, emotional processing, and consciousness, with the limbic system playing a role in emotions and behavior. That right there is the part that really kind of woke me up, and it started making me think, get into areas where I learned that where neurons can rewire themselves. Okay, and they can allow undamaged areas of the brain to take over lost functions from damaged areas. So now you're going into a whole different level of understanding. Okay, now you're starting to realize that without your consent, your brain is actually going in and neurons are rewiring themselves without your consent. Okay, it has a conscience of its own. Away from
What are you talking about? Your
that's
brain is part of you.
your brain. Your brain.
Your brain needs your consent.
No, your brain can do things for itself without you
Oh
consciously
yeah.
saying. You know what
Well,
I
I
mean?
think it's important to make the distinction between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind, because a whole Roger's right, like a big part of your body actually just functions autonomously. You don't have to think about breathing, you don't have to think about your heart pumping. All these
Yep.
processes go on their own. And
Yep.
yeah, you can influence some of them, but when you're not influencing them, they go back to a state of operating on their own.
No, not
So
no. Listen, I'm going even further with that. When you have
I
damage that
get,
is done, your
yeah, yeah.
brain will literally rewire
Like
itself.
for example, people have had a surgery done where they get half of their brain cut out, right? Like let's say the left half of their cortical hemisphere is removed, and the other side of the brain actually compensates and takes over the functions of the removed part of the brain. And like a muscle, like if your one muscle becomes unfunctional, the muscles around it will pick up the slack and start to grow bigger and compensate for that function. It's the same with the brain.
Right? What happens is your brain starts freaking sprouting new dendrites and axons to reroute information. Um, Now, like if the left half of the hemisphere is damaged, the right hemisphere can compensate by taking over language or motor functions, for example. You know what I mean? And then you can also use repetition in order to train the brain to rewire the motor cortex and stuff. So not only does it do it naturally, but you can also train your brain by, like, say you lose function of your arm, but you can still train yourself by, like tightening your fist or something as much as you possibly can. Over time, your brain will reroute everything that's needed so that you could eventually get some functionality out of that arm. You know.
Yeah, 100%. My friend developed this technique called dynamic movement therapy, um, short for DMT, where you basically spin different parts of your body. Like you use every joint in your body and you move it in circular directions, one direction, other direction, opposite directions. And you basically, the idea is you move your body in ways you've never moved it before. And that creates new interconnected neurons in your brain and like reintegrates your brain and body in a way that makes it more aware of itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting practice to get into.
Right, and also you take a look at synaptic pruning. Okay, that's where the brain strengthens useful neuron pathways and weakens unused ones. Repeated use of a pathway reinforces it. So even communication skills can be regained by retaining undamaged language areas of the brain. So, like people who have strokes and it's hard for them to talk, they can actually go in and they can uh, be able to regain parts of their language because of synaptic pruning and allowing your brain to use like useful neuron pathways instead of the
Here's a funny example. Like, have you ever tried to move each one of your toes one at a time without moving any others? You'll find you can do it with your big toe and the one next to it maybe, but then it gets harder as you get to the littler toes because you've never used them before. But over time, as you keep practicing it, you can actually start to move those other little toes individually as well. So that's, yeah, an example of that.
So just so people who, if they're listening or if they listen in the future, the principle I'm talking about is one that everybody uses. Is called neurons that fire together, wire together. If you're interested in finding out about stuff like that, that's the best way to find out about it. And I've actually done. That was my last stream when I went over all that stuff. So.
And if you don't use it, you lose it, folks. So. Use it.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to be appropriate here. When I hear terms like that, I go just in another direction altogether. You know what I mean? So
well, that's what you were saying. Synaptic pruning. If you don't use a part of your brain, it becomes less strong. You use it less. Now, that can be useful in some circumstances. For example, if your dopamine pathway is being used too much, you start to get cravings because your dopamine pathway grows out of balance. The only way to shrink it back down is to stop using it and to cut out things that release dopamine. That will shrink it back down. You stop getting cravings. Okay.
All right. So, Tan, since you wanted to hear the scientific stuff, is this good? Are you getting enough of it? Or do we need to continue? Oh, he left. He got sick of us, didn't he?
He's probably on his way home.
Yeah, he stepped out.
So what do you think about like hormones and their relation to our emotions and interconnection with each other and stuff like that, like oxytocin and what's the other big one?
Well, see, with me, when it comes to the chemicals and everything, those are afterthoughts of the stuff that I've been looking at. Like I've been really looking into first I got into the sleep, and I was talking about that. All right, with the deep sleep, which is actually called low. I think it's called low wave sleep. Um, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Slow wave sleep is what it is. Um,
Mm-hmm.
then after I started checking that out, I started getting into theta waves. Now, this kind of relates to even math and like terminology, what theta actually stands for. Okay. Um, it, the term theta by itself is pretty much an interesting topic on its own. Okay.
Theta, the eighth letter of the Greek alphabet, corresponding to English th. Early 15th century. The Greek character and name derived from Hebrew teth, originally an aspirated T. It was written on ancient ballots to indicate a vote for a sentence of death.
No,
Thanatos. Hence occasional elusive use for death. It also could mean a sign of the cross based in traditional transliteration of Greek theta by Latin tau. This is the roots of the word, but not necessarily how it's used anymore.
theta is actually a part of the alphabet. It's actually Greek, and
Yeah.
now the term theta is referred to in both theological beliefs as well as scientific beliefs. Um, it's it's
Other words like thermal, theory, theater, all came from the theta symbol originally.
yeah. Now the whole thing of it is like theta waves is also something that's important to understand when it comes to what theta waves does inside of the human body. Okay, and when you take a deeper look at theta waves and you look at it on a well outside of your body point of view, okay, you start seeing that there's similarities between theta waves and theta like waves that are outside of the body that actually coincide with one another. You know what I mean? That
Well,
that
isn't the Schumann resonance within that spectrum? It's like
yes.
7.3 or something, and that's within the theta frequencies.
Hmm. Yes. Now, that was something that really stuck out to me. In geometry, theta is used to represent an unknown angle or a special function used in various areas of mathematics, particularly in complex analysis and number theory. Okay. Also, in polar coordinates, theta often represents the angle in relationship to the origin. And the letter itself is sometimes used to represent temperature or potential in certain physical formulas. Now, theta waves are a type of brainwave that occur during periods of sleep relaxation, light sleep, or meditation, and they're often associated with states of creativity, intuition, and memory consolidation. So, the whole thing with theta waves is not only is it a part of your intuition and creative part of your mind, but it's also about memory consolidation. All right, and
Mm-hmm.
now what happens is on a day-to-day basis, your brain is going through freaking information that it's receiving, it's processing from all the world around you. Okay, and there's a lot of useless information, and then there's a lot of information that you need. And um, this is the process where the brain starts doing memory consolidation. It's determining what you actually need and what you don't need, and it's throwing away those freaking thoughts or that data that you don't need because it's just too much for your brain to handle. And it's consolidating all of this memory that you have to retain short term. Now, at the end of the night, when you go to bed, your brain uh, takes all of that temporary data and it goes through that and it says, okay, this is what we need for long term. So it's storing that in your long term memory. Okay, does that make sense?
And this happens in the hippocampus,
Yeah.
which is in the thalamus.
Okay, so this is kind of a gatekeeper of the brain, basically. And I know a lot of people you hang out with use the word gatekeeper in a really, really negative way. Okay, so there's a little bit of negativity here, but there's also some positive sides to it. Okay, and this is what I always want to bring up when I talk about UFOs and stuff like this too. Okay, because this is very important. This is the way your brain recognizes things, and it determines if it's necessary or if it's unnecessary, if it's something you can comprehend or you can't comprehend. This is the part of the brain that freaking determines that. So, in a parapsychological point of view, when you look up at the sky and you're seeing a cylinder object that according to all physics that we comprehend, can't possibly happen, is it really what you're looking at? Or is it what your brain is able to comprehend and allowing you to see? You see what I mean?
Yeah. And it's still a pretty early area or young area of science. You know, it hasn't been fully understood yet. So there's a lot of different theories about it still. I'll just read out a little quote here. A study on humans has showed that theta oscillations determine memory function, encoding, and recall when interacting with high-frequency gamma activity in the hippocampus. These findings support the idea that theta oscillations support memory formation and retrieval in interaction with other oscillatory rhythms. These different theories have since been combined and have been shown that the firing pattern can support both navigation and memory. So.
And also take into consideration that the theta rhythms, okay, the interplay between alpha and theta rhythms, okay, is mostly evident during meditation and trance-like states. Now this is another
and sleep. So like in animals like rats and stuff, they get a little bit of these theta waves when they're just cruising around eating and stuff like that because they're much more calm in general. But humans, we like do a lot of higher processing and stuff, so we don't actually get a lot of that theta rhythms in our day-to-day lives, and that's why we do need times of like calm and rest to be able to absorb and integrate our information.
Mm-hmm. Now, when you're in meditative or trance-like states, you're both in a state of relaxation and introspective awareness. and they're heightened. Okay, now alpha rhythms. They serve kind of like a scaffold for mental imagery and memory retrieval, emotional regulation, and stuff like that. So that's kind of what you're going through when it comes to the alpha waves. And it's like I said too. Whenever it comes to memory consolidation, that's another big deal right there. That where you have alpha working with theta, so that freaking it can kind of like discern the freaking thought processes that are going on in your mind. Okay, and determining what's needed and what's not. And at night, when you're going to bed, it's actually sorting through all of that stuff, and it's saying, we don't need this, we need this. We don't need this, we need this. You know what I'm saying? So it's literally doing this stuff while you're asleep. And usually, if you don't get deep sleep, what you're going to experience is grogginess. That's the first sign. So when you wake up and you're feeling groggy, that's probably because you haven't gotten the amount of deep sleep that you need at night. So just a kind of a little hint there. If you're feeling groggy every morning when you wake up, maybe that's what's going on in your mind,
I'm feeling a little groggy right now when you're talking about it.
That's because I'm boring the shit out of you, dude.
No, you know how when people talk about yawning, you end up yawning?
Yeah. Now, outside of the brain, alpha-like rhythm patterns can be seen in systems that rely on cycles or restraint and release, such as biological feedback loops. This is the loops part that you guys were talking about, and it took all this time for me to finally get there, okay? But when you look at biological feedback loops, the circadian biology and certain technological systems, there's the predator-prey dynamics that you have to take a look at. They often oscillate around like the balance state where one species actually or actively modulates the population and behavior of another. So the stronger predator kills off the prey and it lowers the population of that species, which is a part of this whole process that we're talking about. It's, you know what I mean? This is what they're talking about. And this is an alpha like rhythmic pattern. Okay, that could be related directly to the alpha rhythms that are going on inside of your brain. Okay, so not only is it happening in your brain, but it's happening in the natural world around you.
Here it says, mindfulness meditation has shown to increase alpha wave power in both healthy subjects and patients. Practitioners of transcendental meditation have demonstrated 1 Hertz reduction in alpha wave frequency relative to controls. And it also says that if you have like developing alpha wave rhythms results in faster perceptual visual learning, and it's maintained the day following training. So
now that's all the hip, cool stuff that you can hear about when it comes to talking about alpha waves. Okay, but I want everybody to understand that the really important stuff is really in the delta and the theta waves. Okay, this is the stuff that is really important to learn about. And because if you do that, then what's going to end up happening is you're going to start having a lot better understanding of what's going on when it comes to spiritual principles and things like that, because it's just right up in your face whenever you look at this stuff. Okay, I mean, there is a physical aspect to the spiritual principles that that people are talking about. They're one and the same. It's just you're not looking in the right area to find them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
You get personal EEG devices nowadays that can measure your brain waves in real time, and you can actually like see what happens when you do different things and when you meditate and so on. And you can actually learn how to control your brain waves by viewing it in real time. I'd like to try that one day.
so Tan's back. What do you think so far about our scientific analogy, Tan High Tran? I see you there. He's just listening right now. He's probably thinking, "Oh, look at these two. They've done it gone nuts."
Yeah, sorry guys. I am still driving, but the stuff that you're talking about. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff that you're talking about. I don't have anything to say there, so I was just listening in. But I was wondering how that fits into the cosmic weave.
Well, we're all connected. You see what I mean? This information that's being used within the brain and these waves that are being used, they're all connected to the outside world. It's not just.
So you're saying the stuff that's going on inside our brain or inside our body is just like a microcosm of the universe.
Exactly, and it's like these receptors that are in our brain, okay, that are transmitting these frequencies and everything. They're not just transmitting them inside of us, but they're also transmitting them outward.
You've got something on in the background there, Dan.
Yeah, so there are a lot of people in my car, so I'm going to mute myself.
Okay.
So what I wonder is whether there is such a thing as like a collective consciousness on the planet where our, like, you know how all these different ancient cultures have described like auras, halos and things like this, where there is like an energy body resonating around the physical body, and whether that connects up to the ionosphere of the Schumann resonance and interact with each other on like a higher level, and I think one day we will find that when we mess with the ionosphere, we're actually going to mess with people's emotions at the same time.
I would even go as far as to say is it's not just ancient times or older times. Dr. Jung discussed the God conscience too. You know what I mean? And he was very serious about his theories. He also believed in dream interpretations and stuff of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
So he even had representations of what each thing in your side of your dream would represent. To like an old lady would represent this, or an old man would represent this, and he had all of that mapped out. So I mean, I would even say that it's accepted by a lot of people in the psychological or psychiatric and psychological, I guess, departments, whatever.
Yeah. Psychology realms.
Yeah, the realms of psychology. So, but that's where I'm at right now, and I've got.
And also, what about like the Russian Kerwellian photography and stuff like that, where they found that you can actually photograph the electromagnetic field around the body, and they also found you can entrain the brain with different frequencies around the body, whether it's light or sound or electromagnetism. You can actually like change the state of being of a person just based on the frequencies they're saturated in. So that's interesting.
Now with me, I do this stuff out of straight data, so I'm not like I'm gonna let everybody know I'm not like this hippie freaking new Western society Buddhist who thinks that it's cool to take drugs to have a psychedelic experience and have a spiritual experience. I leave that.
Roger, that's ancient. That's older than religion. Come on.
I leave that
New
to
age.
Mr.
Come on.
Robot. I leave that to Mr. Robot. but like
I'm just saying it's been done since time immemorial.
Now
monkeys took mushrooms way before humans were here.
Any way you look at this, though, okay, me and Miss Robot have one thing in common, and that one thing in common is we drive Tan Hai Tran freaking nuts.
Yep. Yes, you do.
And
I'm losing my hairs because of you too.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm going bald.
It's all right. Jesus will forgive us, Dan.
Yeah, of course. If you're repentant enough. Yeah, Mark Edwardy is missing out on a lot of the good stuff you guys have been discussing.
Well, I don't think
he would have a lot to say about these the stuff that you come up with.
So I think the logical next place we should go is, where do you see this going in the future? Like, do you think there's going to be a divergence again between like religion and science? Do you think it's going to come together?
Oh yeah. I wanted to. I did want to say something when you guys. I don't know if it's Mr. Robot, during your introduction, you were saying that science and the religions are two different opposing things, kind of. And my view is that I don't believe that at all. I think that they are two. I think I might have mentioned this before on Roger's stream. Is science and religions are like two lungs of two lungs of God's creation, and they work complementary with each other, and there's no reason why they should be contradicting each other. So I mean, if we think that religion contradicts science, then our understanding of either religion or science is flawed somewhere. And so
I agree with you.
Right. Yeah.
Well, what proof what scientific proof would you have to see to give up your religion, Tan? What would you have to see to accept that science is actually the best?
Science proving that God doesn't exist.
All right. So if we develop
and it's an impossibility, right? So I mean, science.
Well, isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient?
Exactly, because science is science is about the observation of the physical universe, and God is some being that is outside of the universe. So how can something inside the universe describe what can or cannot exist outside of itself, right? So it's not possible. You can't do it.
No, but wait a minute. You're contradicting yourself now. Before you said that everything in the universe is God or part of God. So how can God be outside the universe?
I mean, if God created the universe, then everything inside the universe is like part of Him, but it doesn't mean that he created us out of something that belongs to him, and so in that sense we're a part. He's part of everywhere in the universe, but doesn't mean
logic would dictate that we should be able to contact God from here and investigate it.
That's called prayer, dude.
Yep.
I mean, all I can say is God dang.
I'm saying like, so science itself will not give you the answer to God's existing, but there are other ways of knowing other than science, right? We have, like, science is not the only way for us to know things, right? If you study philosophies, there are different ways of knowing. Like right, there's arts, there's philosophy. You can know by reasoning, right?
To me, science is just a tool that you can use in many other domains. Like you can use like science in religion, for example, like the scientific process. depth, of like having a hypothesis, testing the hypothesis, that kind of thing. You can do it in philosophy. You can do it in any realm of existence. It's just a process of understanding or like getting closer to truth. Now, I don't think you can actually get to the ultimate truth through science necessarily, but you can investigate different aspects of it, and maybe get closer to it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah.
question for both of you when it comes to science. What is the most important thing to science? What's the first and most important thing needed when it comes to science?
Observation?
What about you, Tan? What do you think?
Yeah, hypothesis and experimentation, I guess.
The most important thing when it comes to science is a question. You have to have a question to do any kind of experimentation. That's the first thing you do. You ask yourself a valid question, and then you try through experimentation to find out what the results would be to answer that question. So without
I actually disagree with that. I'm going to push back a little bit
that
because
scientific method,
that comes later. I think a hypothesis comes later, and from the hypothesis you can create a question.
No.
But you can do pure science of just investigating, regardless of what you're going to find. You don't have to have a question. You can just go, I'm going to conduct this experiment and record data. I'm not even going to interpret the data. I'm just doing pure science. A lot of people do that. And I think actually that's the most worthy of all the sciences, because that's what everything else gets based on eventually.
Now, do you understand why they call you pseudoscience? They say, "Oh, Mr. Robot, his pseudoscience."
No one calls me that, folks. That's a lie and a sneer and illegal.
He doesn't even ask questions. He just does the research. Doesn't even ask questions. So,
Mr. Robot,
when he has a question in his mind, But it could be. I don't know if pseudoscience is a good description.
No, it's not. I was just joking around. But
I mean, some people do science based on some presumption of the conclusion, and they try to support their conclusion, right? So that's not the proper way of doing science. But I think that a lot of people in the scientific community do that, right?
You have to ask questions. That's where it comes from. Ask yourself questions like, how does this work? That's a question. You know what I mean?
Okay. Maybe maybe it's a good time. Is this a good time to pause and then maybe save some of those discussions for next episode? Because I do need to drop off.
I mean, we've got like 9 minutes until 3 hours. So I even had to cut it loose yesterday because we were doing the thing about the internet.
Someone needs to hold their mic. It's crackling a lot.
That's probably mine.
Is it mine or Roger's? I'm going to mute myself.
But rough. Really rough.
Is it mine?
It's better now. Oh, okay. Don't move it.
But before we go, because we got like 8 minutes, you guys tell everybody who you are and how they can get in touch with you, and we'll go ahead and call this off, and we'll come back later with another discussion about this. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's next time let's plan a topic ahead of time so we can prepare some notes. It'll be a more meaningful discussions if we do.
This was actually
so. You guys can't actually find me. I will find you. So.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
If you want to try, you can download the application Element from element.io, and on there you can go hashtag hack-planet, and you'll find our community space. In there, you will find a chat room called hashtag conspiracy theory, and it's called the Tinfoil Hat Club. That's where you'll find us.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Robot is a very elusive character. That's why he's called Mr. Robot.
That's right. Now, what about you, Tan?
I was about to say you cannot find me as well, but Mr. Robot stole the thunder. I'm on Minds. and minds.com/th2tran. And I join Roger's stream once in a while, so
Yeah.
you don't need to find me. I'll find you.
Yeah, he's always around. He's always helping me out, and him and Mr. Robot are also on my shows all the time. So if you guys want to contact him or send him a message, you can contact him through the comment sections of my streams, or come on Discord and go to the wonderful world of weirdness. There, you can contact us. You can also contact us on X through, I think it's it's Roger Hanson, which is at ROGLOL1973, and minds.com with Roger_Hanson. So, with that being said, man, I mean, I don't know what you guys are talking about. We actually had a pretty good topic. I had to kind of break you two apart because you're a wild man. And you started. See, and this is the reason why we needed to do this stream, because like it was good content in the chat section, and I thought it was something that you guys really would have made a good topic out of, and you did a really good job.
Yeah.
At it. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often to get Mr. Robot on the stream, so
Are we still live? Are we still live?
Yeah, yes, we are.
Yes.
I just want to say one last thing to the listeners. Just remember, guys, there is no separation. We are all one consciousness in the entire universe, and the universe itself is conscious, and it's there to teach you and to learn from. So just ask and seek, and you will find. Enjoy.
And Mr. Robot is a well-known conspiracy theorist.
Yes, and Dan, I'm getting you on the wonderful world of weirdness is freaking awesome, because we don't get too many chances to get you on this channel. Okay, now this, I know you're on all the other ones, but it's very rarely we get you on here, so this is a big deal for me. So, we did have you on Ancient Mysteries, but you know, I mean,
Yeah.
it's really hard to get you on this one because I know you're not really into the paranormal and stuff like that. So at least we found a topic that we could have you come in and have a conversation with us about, you know. So
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks.
So with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, and remember that we are freaking losers. We need freaking views, guys. Come in here.
We are losers.
I'm desperate, man. How much pandering do I have to do? I mean,
you need a grovel and beg.
Just
No, we need to incentivize them. Let's have a contest next time. You know, give out a little gift or something.
You know,
Good idea.
I mean, shit, dude. Just say something in the comment section. I mean, heck. You know. So, with that, I'm going to end the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you have a good night, morning, evening, whatever it is. And thank you.
Here we go.
Because truth be told, what else would they give us direct access to
people that you used to have to see. Used to have to go out on stage and see these people. There was no such thing as being able to see it on TV. So imagine, and then we know television. We understand that the channeling and the programming. So you're watching a program. You're watching a program to become programmed. We are channeling you because of the mythical third eye reception that you have, and we're able to intercept all of your thoughts and all of your data. I know for a fact that those same exact chips that they use for torture, that's why people get suicidal if they watch certain stuff. That's why you can even relate and feel sad if you watch a certain type of event happen on television. That's why we're so passionate about a war that has nothing to do with us, because of the chips that are allowing us to feel a connection to something we have no elsewise connection towards. And the fact that the industry got big in 1950s, and this was starting in 1951, is just like, oh my gosh. That's just great. Radio, film, television, and then books was the last one to be mentioned.
Now the whole thing goes even farther, because like in the background for MK Ultra, it says during the early 1940s, Nazi scientists working in the death camps of Auschwitz and Dachau conducted interrogation experiments on human subjects. Substances such as barbiturates, morphine derivatives, and hallucinogens such as mescaline were employed on experiments conducted on Jews and Russian prisoners of war, which aimed to develop a truth serum which would, in the words of the laboratory assistant to Dachau scientist Kurt Plotner, eliminate the will of the person examined. American historian Stephen Kinzer argues that the CIA project was a continuation of these early Nazi experiments, citing the numerous German scientists who were hired to work for the U.S. as part of Operation Paperclip. American interest in drug-related interrogation experiments began in 1943 when the Office of Strange Services began developing a truth drug that would produce uninhibited truthfulness in an interrogated person. In 1947, the United States Navy initiated Project Chatter, an interrogation program which saw the first testing of lysergic acid, dilithium, LSD-25, on human subjects. In 1950, the Central Intelligence Agency, under the direction of General Walter Bedell Smith, initiated a series of interrogation projects involving human subjects, beginning with the launch of Project Bluebird, officially renamed Project Artichoke on August 20, 1951. Directed and overseen by Brigadier General Paul F. Gaynor, the objective of Artichoke was to determine whether an individual could be made to involuntarily perform an act of attempted assassination. Morphine, mescaline, and LSD were all administered on unknown CIA agents in an attempt to produce amnesia in the subjects. In addition, Project Artichoke aimed to employ certain viruses, such as dengue fever, as potential incapacitating agents. So that
and it says TV developed color in 1953, and so it's just crazy to me because it's like, man, people don't believe that.
It's mind-blowing. And this stuff has been out in front of people's faces. There's no secret there. I mean, they've got freaking paper. I mean, right there is a freaking redacted secret file that's been blacked out. right there in front of your face. You know, I mean, why do they have to freaking black out those freaking those words if it's not something?
If
they
it's
don't,
no big deal, if it's nothing
Yeah.
to be hiding, yeah. I mean, like they're telling you, hey, we'll tell you a little bit because legally we're supposed to have this stuff disclosed to us because we're affected by it, and it's kind of like our way, like just like the terms of agreement. You give consent in the terms of agreement that you never use to be watched and monitored. Why? I remember they were talking one time about Mark Zuckerberg, who always puts black tape on his camera, on his laptops, and you know, it's just funny to me because you, Mark Zuckerberg, why would you feel like this is something that has to be done type of thing? And I've heard the same thing about Bezos. Now with Bezos, I don't know how true it is because but Mark Zuckerberg, it was almost like a direct quote, and I guess that could be altered too, especially with everything AI. I feel like that's what the push for AI is, to kind of make it seem like people are not doing the stuff that they actually are doing, so they don't have to be held accountable. I told a lawyer, I was talking to a lawyer today, and when they were talking, they were like, well, you have to get a whole lot of people to believe you if you feel like you're going to have a strong case. And it's really sad that these are the people that are in place to help us and to assist us, and they don't even feel like they have a strong enough case to be able to like actually put in the work that'll get results. Because I mean, these people have what is it? What makes them intimidated by them?
Well, for me, I think that a lot of it is because we allowed a lot of these laws to be put in place. You know, like I was thinking about it last night because I was it just crossed my mind. But like, and don't get me wrong, I don't endorse for organized crime, but like what the police force did to manipulate the laws in order to take down freaking the mafia during the time of the Gambino family and before, you know what I mean? They manipulated the law to where they could get away with things in order to freaking do this stuff, which a lot of their tactics were unconstitutional and illegal. But the court systems were able to freaking manipulate and play with the freaking wording and stuff like that so that they could get away with things that they really didn't
Black
have.
law.
Yeah.
Black law. Mm-hmm.
They didn't have the legal right of doing, you know. And it's like I said, I'm not trying to freaking endorse or say that freaking, you know, the mafia or organized crime is a good thing, but you do have to look at it like that. A lot of the tactics they did in order to get the job done were illegal, you know.
And they used the mobs that were operating without being associated as mobs as a guideline, as a blueprint as to how they would operate, but under the contingencies that certain things would happen and that these people would kind of be able to go under the radar for certain things. They were just talking about JP Morgan's bank having the connection to where they were funding or housing a lot of mafia money. But like, one thing you gotta respect about the mob, like, and I know it sounds crazy, but like for their people, it does not matter. Like these people nowadays, they'll cost you for a couple of dollars, but when it comes to the mob, their loyalty ran deep. Like I said, people can get offered a couple. Hey, can you endorse this girl for a few $1 million or a few $100,000 at this point? Like, oh yeah, I'll make it seem like she's the best rapper or best singer in the world, even if she's trash. Because you gave me money, and like. It's crazy because in the mob, and they don't care who they cross in regards. You mean, so you're saying, oh, hey, lie about this person being bad, and or make it seem like this person committed a crime that they did not really commit a crime in regards, because they don't fear or they don't feel any type of loyalty. But the mob, when I sit here and say you cross your people, there's no coming back from that. If you cross your people, if you do the people that have been looking out for you dirty, it's literally off with your head. Like you're not allowed to get away with shitting on the people in charge. You're not allowed to do that in the mob. Not even just the people in charge, just
with the mob,
on your team.
You actually become a part of their family. Like the people that freaking you grew up with, that you consider your brothers and sisters and your parents, they're no longer your family. Like you become the family, the part of the mafia. So if
somebody in your freaking blood family turns around and crosses the mafia, it's your job to take that person out.
Yeah, oh my.
You know?
The same thing, yes, or at least allow it to be done. You have to help. Or else now you're disloyal. Now you're a problem. Yep, and I don't know. I like the mob. I love the way they operate. I know it sounds crazy, but they're so nice. They're such good because they protect their own. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know any stronger unit that protects their own. America does not protect their own. These entertainers wash each other up for a new feature. There's no unit as strong as the mafia.
Oh, don't get me started on Hollywood and the mob, okay? Because like I've got a lot of.
I would wish they were the mob.
No, I know for a personal fact that the Jewish mafia had tight reins on Hollywood for the longest time, and when it comes to JFK, a lot of people don't understand the history behind his father. When his father, his father was a big freaking Hollywood producer, and when he hit the streets of freaking Hollywood and started his own production company and film company, he had to fight a lot of powerful people there, and it got pretty messy. And this was before JFK and anybody in his brothers or anything freaking was ever born. Okay.
Jewish mafia seem fake to me.
The Jewish mafia actually ran Hollywood. I mean,
but Hollywood, because they mirrored what? Who was running what? The Vatican? Or who, you know what I mean? Like, who are they mirroring? They're copycatters. Yeah, they're doing mob things, but again, they had someone to look up to. They're not just, you know what I mean? Like,
there you go. You're good. I think. Say something.
Me?
Yeah, okay. You had your finger on your mic.
On doing the thing. No, I think I was just getting cut off. Last night during my stream, I thought it was Mr. Robot. Like, I'm not even going to flex because the way it happened, it just seems some real hackery-ish. And my show cuts off. Everybody disappears. I know, because remember, I kept telling you, like, I always have at least 1,000 people at my show. And it had been like that consistently until I started sharing about doing my show. And now all of a sudden, like, there's hardly any numbers. You'll watch the camera screen. Like, it'll just disappear. It'll go on and off. Like, it's just weird. I can watch it take pictures of me. Like, it'll flash. Like, it's take a picture. And I can see it doing that. Like, what would be the reason for that to happen? Like, what would be the actual reason for stuff like that to happen? Same thing with OBS yesterday. I set up OBS for me to be able to stream on Rumble. Everything was all systems go until it was time for me to stream. And the next thing you know, it was an issue. I don't know. I just be paying attention, and I'm not being quiet no more. You're gonna have to kill me and shut me up. And then even then, I'm coming back from the dead. I'll just do it. So, I mean, just give me the quick power up. I mean, like, seriously, they've poisoned me. They shot me in my head. They've done everything to attempt to get rid of me. Everything. They used to beat on me. They've done everything, and every single time I come back stronger. So it's to the point to where I welcome it. I embrace it. Today I was about to, I had a guy kind of, mind control-y tell me
what I want to discuss, which I put in the description of it, is I want to discuss. Let me see here. Today I want to go over Gary Turner, and he's commonly known as the Elastic Man. Then you have Vijay Sharma, and they call him the Rubber Man. Now, you said earlier that you was going to pull up their information. Was you able to find anything?
Yeah, on Gary Turner, I didn't do the other guy.
All right.
But,
I'll share the links in the chat too if you want to pull them up.
Okay.
So the first one I want to do is the article that I found. Here, let me get back to where I need to be. The article that I found from ABC News, which I've shared the link to you, and it's from them, and it's called a rare disorder, and it's called stretchy skin, so that we can kind of get an idea of what's going on there. All right, so I'll read it, and it's January the 23rd, 2007, and it's number 151. Now, Norwich, England is home to rolling rivers, quaint streets, and old churches. So it might be surprising to learn that it's also home to the circus of horrors. From the bearded lady to the elephant man, mysterious medical conditions have a long history of attracting audiences to a circus tent, and those days have not disappeared. The crowd lining up in a theater lobby for tonight's performance proves the freak show is not a thing of the past. The Circus of Horrors is a touring extravaganza, packing the house wherever it goes. It features everything people don't want to see but can't stop looking at. The show includes all sorts of characters with all sorts of body piercings and tattoos. But the star of this show is 37-year-old Gary Stretch Turner and his wild skin stretching act. Turner suffers from an extreme case of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a rare genetic disorder that can severely weaken a person's joints, blood vessels, and in Turner's case, skin. The disorder, which most commonly attacks a person's joints, affects about 1 in 10,000 people. However, the odds of Turner's special variety of disease is astronomical. The skin of Turner's body is truly elastic. If you look at your own skin cells under a microscope, they'd be nice and round and look in a mock in many places. But my skin cells tend to be more jagged and don't fit together quite so well, he said. The best way to describe it is I'm built rather like a badly woven basket. If you can imagine that which will pull apart. Normal human body cells are held together by a kind of chemical glue called collagen, which keeps them tightly bound. But the collagen of someone with EDS is misshapen and loose, which, in the most extreme and rare circumstances, produces skin like Turner's. Backstage at the Circus of Horrors, Turner demonstrates how the skin on part of his body can be pulled apart. There's areas of skin, like on the belly, for instance, that will stretch a lot further, he said. It's actually twice as thin as regular skin. He continued, although you won't believe it to look at it. It is actually quite paper thin. And that is what I wanted to read first. So, do you have any comments yet? Huh?
No, just listening because I didn't do the research about. No, I was just listening.
All right. I just
Just listening. I think it's crazy to have skin like that, but it doesn't sound. It sounds like it's just so rare. It's just him. I mean, unless you have more information in regards to whether or not it's more than other people with it, I think it's wild that he puts himself out on show or whatever because he like is a part of a circus because he has a disorder. I don't know. I mean, not really. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, no. Gary Turner's a sideshow performer. He holds the current Guinness World Record for the stretchiest skin caused by a serious form of EDS. On October the 29th, 1999 in Los Angeles, he stretched the skin of his abdomen to a total of 6.5 inches, which is 15.8 centimeters, earning him the record. He performed in the short film, he took his skin off for me. He also appeared in an episode of Ripley's Believe It or Not. So yeah, he puts it out there. And then we have another one that says Gary Turner can stretch the skin of his abdomen an amazing 6.5 inches. Good enough to earn him the Guinness World Record for the stretchiest skin. And then Turner performed the record-breaking feat on the set of Guinness World Records Prime Time in Los Angeles, California on October the 29th, 1999. His skin is so stretchy that he is able to pull the skin from his neck completely over his lower jaw. Now, I've actually seen him do that a long time ago. He's actually.
Do you have any pictures to share of him?
Yeah, I think I do actually. I gotta stop doing that. I keep dropping the links. Let me see here real quick. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, got a good one for you. Let me see if I can screen share this. There we go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see now, man. I was hoping to see his whole body. That's crazy, and it doesn't even hurt him.
Yeah, he has no problem with it. That's something. I mean, I seen him actually take his chin, pull it all the way up to his nose on a video that he had.
Oh, you seen him perform before?
I've seen him on YouTube. There's another guy that can do it too, and he's got tattoos and piercings all over his body and face. He doesn't have the Guinness World Record, but I've seen him do that. But it's pretty trippy. So
yeah, I could only imagine something I'd be interested in looking at.
Another.
It'd freak me out.
Now, let me see something. Okay. Yeah, the stretchy. Let me read this other one. It says, Gary Turner, UK, is able to stretch the skin of his stomach to a distended length of 58.8 centimeters or 6.25 inches due to a rare medical condition. It shows that. Now, with this condition, the collagen that strengthens the skin and determines its elasticity becomes defective, resulting in, among other things, a loosening of the skin and hypermobility of the joints. In more serious cases, it can cause the fatal collapse or rupturing of blood vessels. Now, they have questions and answers from April 2012. The question was, when did you know that you had stretchy skin? And Gary Turner's answer was, I have always known that my skin was different. As a small child, my uncles used to have fun showing their friends. Then the second question, or the question was, are there parts of the body where the skin is very stretchy? And Gary Turner's answer is, anywhere that has plenty of skin is best. Tummy, neck, arms, etc. Areas not so stretchy are hands and feet. Then another question was, does it hurt? And Gary Turner's answer was, stretching doesn't hurt at all. However, other aspects of the syndrome are very painful, e.g. joints. Question, is there any cure for the condition? And Gary Turner's answer is, there is no cure as yet. So that is what I have of Gary Turner. Even the Wikipedia was pretty short on him, which isn't really that bad considering if you look at his face. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want too many people to know. You know what I mean?
Especially makes him. Well, I mean, he does though. He's a circus man. So if he's a sideshow person, you know what I mean. The exposure is not a big deal, but he gets paid to be like. If you see him all over the internet in multiple videos, what's the reason to go pay him to see him? So I imagine him keeping his access limited, so that way he's still significant, relevant. Like I said, when something has overexposure, it loses its value.
Yeah, that is true. Now I should probably switch to the Jitsi. There we go. That way they can get it on video, see what we're talking about.